Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Experimented by Hydra and Became Weapon X movie. Before we start, please go support Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Uzumaki Naruto didn't have a normal childhood. Basically, he didn't have a childhood in parents. He was created by Daniel Whitehall as part of the long-forgotten Weapon X project, with the intention of creating an army of superhumans, created from the super soldier serum, taken from Steve Rogers' blood. Unable to fend for himself, and not knowing exactly why, Naruto, upon awakening from his slumber, met Daniel Whitehall, who called him X9, the ninth member of the project, and the only one who was what the Hydra leader considered perfection. Taking the code name X9 or Weapon X, Naruto will create a path to free himself from the clutches of Hydra and be able to live a merely normal life. The rise of Hydra. As the years of World War II passed, leaving the powerful Nazi organization completely forgotten, the most loyal remained, planting seeds throughout the world for the organization to germinate again and take control of the entire world. Red Skull had fallen, but others took his place and pulled the strings, well positioned as figures of power, pretending to be loyal to their countries, while really only wanting to take control of the world, regardless of the fact that the land was watered by the blood and bodies of their comrades. That wasn't what was important in the world, no, but the salvation of it, and it was something that Hydra believed in, and that's why they took control of their enemy. S.H.I.E.L.D., the global organization that had protected the world until 2014, where the heads of Hydra appeared as if they were simple flowers that emerged from the earth under the strong rays of the sun, taking life as if they were parasites, and destroying S.H.I.E.L.D. in the process. Thinking about the destruction of their enemies using the weapons that were built for the salvation and protection of the world after the appearance of Loki, the god of jokes, and his Chitauri army, which left thousands dead not only in New York, but throughout the world. Hydra seized every Chitauri weapon. They seized Loki's scepter and began their uprisings, taking positions within the world's most powerful industries, regardless of the deaths caused by the fight between the Avengers and the Chitauri. Everything was for improvement under the mantle, away from the critical gaze of any weak person, as they called others, those who were incapable of taking power into their own hands. The power that was before them, and Hydra wasn't going to let it escape, just as they had freed the Tesseract and couldn't take it when Thor took it. Nor would they have openly confronted the Avengers when their group didn't have a super team with which to face the greatest heroes on the planet. But Hydra's nearly 100 years of experience had given them the time to make mistakes and learn from them, creating different projects that had increased their own power to confront anyone who wanted to take them on. And now, when Alexander Pierce lost his chance, it wasn't something that completely affected them too much. Daniel Whitehall took over the position within the organization, filling any power vacuum that Alexander's death left in the organization, being approved by the other members, and his studies on the Inhumans, the super soldier serum and the X gene, took Hydra to a new level above the world. While Wolfgang von Strucker focused on Loki's scepter and the two enhanced ones he had found in this story, both Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are children of Magneto. Much to his fortune, he focused on finding special subjects to create a group with which to oppose the Avengers if they come after him. It wasn't about showing off his superiority over others, but Daniel Whitehall had achieved something that others couldn't. Create the perfect super soldier, using a vial of Steve Rogers' blood and the X gene of a subject they had called the previous Weapon X, data he took from the closed Weapon X project, and that he, along with his team, decided to reopen, without knowing that the same idea was being pursued elsewhere. From the year 2000 until the present date, Daniel himself worked until the Reopen project created that weapon that he called X9, the ninth specimen within the project and the only stable one to take everything in his body. It wasn't too difficult, at least once the mistakes became known. While most scientists tried to create a subject by taking a living body, Daniel had decided to create a human from scratch, using two perfect human specimens and then destroying the fetal DNA to reform it with obtained DNA. He used that of Captain Rogers, Agent Romanoff and Weapon X to create the first super soldier 100% loyal to Hydra, with the abilities of the three subjects who had disarmed Hydra's cells. Although the so-called Weapon X had not affected them directly, other members of the project had confronted them in various places when they tried to catch them. It was unfortunate that those mutants had escaped Hydra's clutches, but it wasn't something that worried Daniel Whitehall, as he had taken a huge step towards a much better destiny for the world and Hydra itself. Hydra was a step into the future, and he wanted to be present in the same world, created only for those who were not afraid of the Force before them. Senor Whitehall. Daniel massaged his temples a little, snapping out of his thoughts and returning to the present. The Hydra man was sitting behind an immense cedar desk, holding a glass of bourbon. Hydra had grown rapidly while S.H.I.E.L.D. had been reduced to a mere terrorist group that couldn't do anything against them. They had no funding, no power, no men. The organization led by Nick Fury had simply been wiped off the world with a single stroke, something Daniel enjoyed far too much. Without enemies, there was no way for them to lose. Subject X9 appears to have begun to show signs of awakening. Daniel stared at his glass of bourbon for a few seconds, then shifted his eyes to the man who had spoken to him. He was wearing the standard Hydra soldier uniform, completely black with his face covered and the organization symbol on each sleeve. Those men, soldiers, were expendable to achieve a better world. Beta. My mind can't accommodate flawless perfection, the man declared, taking a sip from his glass. The Hydra agent gulped, staring at the tablet in his hand, observing the graphs that represented the vital signs of the subject they had dubbed X9, the one Whitehall had taken as the perfect subject. Any member of the project would be completely shocked to see that everything was going too well to be entirely real. There had been no failure in the creation of that weapon. Everything's going perfectly, sir, the agent declared, standing at attention in front of his lord and leader. Within Hydra, discipline meant the survival of the soldiers, above all else. And everything being perfect was an indication that something could fall. Daniel Whitehall stared into his glass, completely interested in the crystal's carving, feeling how the roughness of the glass made his skin feel strange. Weapon X project. It was a rough diamond that many had tried to polish, and now it was in his hands thanks to the data taken from S.H.I.E.L.D. from the same project and that they had left on their servers. Perfection is usually a source of joy for everyone, Daniel declared, setting down his glass. The Hydra high-ranking officer stood, buttoning his suit jacket down the front. But I want to see it with my own eyes. X9 is a subject I've taken under my own watch, and it would be unethical to set his watch aside for something lesser. I want to be there when my weapon opens its eyes. But sir. It could backfire. Counterproductive? Daniel Whitehall asked, glancing briefly at the Hydra agent and stepping out from behind his desk, walking toward the man. It's not counterproductive at all if everything goes perfectly according to plan and according to your data, is it, agent? Daniel looked directly into the agent's dark goggles, briefly seeing the soldier's brown eyes, finding the primal fear within the human race. Why yes, but. The matter with Subject X3 may still have been etched in the memory of Professor Hansen's death. But that's something that doesn't affect me personally. And if I don't take the risk, I won't deserve the power that X9 can grant us, Daniel said, grabbing the agent's jacket collar, adjusting it with a couple of movements. Risks must be taken for something greater than our lives. With that, Daniel Whitehall released the soldier and walked toward the office's exit door. The Hydra agent gasped, feeling cold sweat running down his skin, dripping inside the helmet, mask, and goggles that hid his appearance from anyone who might want to discover who he was. The Hydra High Command pressed a hidden button inside the elevator's button panel, revealing a slit for a pass that Daniel slipped inside. Daniel Whitehall, current head of Hydra. Welcome. Which floor would you like to go to? Take me to sub-level 5. Without further ado, the doors closed with a small chime and the elevator began its low descent. Daniel looked at himself in a side mirror. Whitehall was a man in his late 20s, with short white hair and skin slightly wrinkled with age. Wire-framed glasses covered his eyes. Gray eyes that seemed to hide more experience than a man could possibly possess. At least, a living man. The man focused his eyes on the top panel, watching as the numbers slowly changed, passing through the number 0 and continuing through the lower levels. When sub-level 5 reached that panel, Daniel Whitehall felt the elevator come to a complete stop and with a hissing sound the doors opened, allowing him to exit and walk down a short corridor covered by slightly whitish light fixtures. Mr. Whitehall, a Hydra soldier stepped out, wearing what appeared to be a full yellow protective suit. You must put the protective suit on. Otherwise, I cannot allow you to enter. Daniel didn't argue. He took off his jacket and passed it to another officer, who placed it on a hanger. He took the suit they gave him and, for 5 minutes, put it on, finally covering his face with a helmet protector connected by a tube to a backpack on his back to provide oxygen. Mr. Whitehall is coming in. Declared the man who had blocked his way. With that command, the doors opened and the same man began to enter, followed by Whitehall, who scanned the room, resembling an alien spaceship with its metal plates and 10 vibranium capsules that had contained the specimens until then. At that moment, only one of those capsules showed light. A bluish light that prevented anyone from seeing what was inside the cabin. He only started showing signs a few minutes ago, the man stated, stopping in front of the capsule. He walked over to a panel and tapped it a few times, showing Daniel Whitehall X9's vital signs, compared to those from another time the same subject had seen on a different day. The curve was completely different, much more pronounced today. We don't know exactly when, but we think he could wake up soon. Whitehall didn't answer, staring at the glass. He ran his gloved hand over it, wiping the moisture off the glass. He could see a young face, slightly tapered, with messy golden hair. He had truly perfect features. There was no degradation or physical defect in sight. The most dangerous thing would be some psychological problem in the subject. Perfection doesn't usually exist. But X9 really might be the closest thing to perfection. Have any of the other Weapon X subjects really shown such progress? I'm sorry Mr. Whitehall, but the rest of little baby. Daniel Whitehall stepped back from the capsule containing X9, watching the light turn from navy blue to red, reminiscent of a horror movie. He was always right when perfection didn't exist. Whoosh. All the scientists watched as the capsule's lid was ripped off and X9 stuck his left arm out, using it to support himself against the side of the capsule as he climbed out. He appeared to be a blonde young man with deep blue eyes, the size of the sea, and a well-defined, athletic body. He wasn't very tall, considering his age of almost 15, but he still had room for growth. X9. Daniel watched as his creation stood in front of the capsule that had kept him in hibernation until he was fully formed. It was a weapon within reach. He let himself be guided and took a step. No. One of the scientists groaned as a pale hand grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up and shredding the man's suit. Let it go. Ham. Crack. X9 punched the Hydra agent who tried to stop him, sending him slamming into one of the 10 pods scattered around the room. He turned his attention to the man he was squeezing with his hand, slowly closing his fingers around the man's windpipe, cutting off any oxygen to the agent, who began to kick, trying to force air into his lungs. Crack. But the man's neck finally gave way under the young man's grip, shattering the bones with only a little pressure. He dropped the agent's limp body and took a step. X9 watched the soldiers aiming their assault rifles at him, but showed no emotion on his face. Blue orbs examined each of the Hydra agents. GRRR. Like a wild animal, the newest member of Weapon X bared his teeth, glaring menacingly at each of the agents who pointed their guns at him. He took another step, feeling the cold metal beneath the soles of his bare feet. Naruto finding a way to stop the specimen by mentally influencing it while it rested, Daniel used the method to contain his weapon and not lose his men. Uzumaki Naruto. The rising sun will bring us greatness. Just as the sun's rays embrace the world, the heads of Hydra will devour it. The Hydra High Command smiled, watching as X9, also being Uzumaki Naruto, was completely calm, sending those primitive thoughts to the depths of his mind. That was his weapon, Weapon X. This story will be based on the MCU starting with the Winter Soldier, with the introduction of the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. series, as well as various arcs from the comics and the introduction of mutants and Inhumans to the universe. It won't be a story with Naruto on the Avengers side at the beginning, and it will take him a long time to really take a place with them, given the influence of Hydra and his own immature mentality. Naruto's codename as an agent or asset of Hydra is X9, so that's the name I'll use for him for now while he's in Hydra, until he becomes aware of good and evil, something that will take him a long time. During the first arcs, there may be a lot of violence in the fights and blood on Naruto's side. As explained, he has genes from Wolverine, the previous Weapon X, and has that wild side, which combined with Cap's blood and Nat's own genes, create a monster when it comes to fighting. As the story develops, I plan to make the character's personality somewhat calm, perhaps like Logan, and even having some of Cap's traits, as well as Nat's sensuality. This story is made more for Marvel fans with the theme that villains are really hard to beat, so dealing with guys like Kingpin, Doctor Doom, Taskmaster, Magneto, Apocalypse is not going to be something of just one chapter, it can even take several or an entire arc. As I mentioned in yesterday's announcement, this story is going to be about the dark side of Marvel, showing the mistreatment of children when they were taken over by Weapon X, the dark side of the United States and Canada regarding mutants, the real S.H.I.E.L.D. led by Hill. Arcs like Civil War or Age of Ultron, which I find slightly disappointing, not that they're bad, but that they didn't resonate with me like other Marvel movies, I'll try to keep them focused on what the comics showed. I know that many of you will be more into Marvel cinematics than comics, but I hope you give the story a chance, and I look forward to your comments and suggestions, in case you want me to include a specific Marvel comic or something special that you wanted to see in the movies and want to see in Phase 4 and 5 of the MCU, that includes characters. Greetings and a big hug. Alpha Squadron. The Avengers, a team built for the salvation of the world when things got too difficult for normal humans, and were used by S.H.I.E.L.D. to stop an alien invasion, led by the brother of the god of thunder Thor, the madman Loki the Deceiver, the one who only with words was able to control you, with just a look from his eyes wrapped in evil and deadly magic. The Avengers emerged completely victorious, taking the applause of the people who did not want to take power into their own hands, fight to save themselves, and the group had been placed as insurance for the entire world and controlled by Nick Fury at least until his death and the complete destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving completely uncontrolled the group of the most powerful heroes on the planet, those capable of saving the world. But where there are heroes, there are villains who will take everything to bring them down. Daniel Whitehall wasn't completely unaware of everything surrounding the Avengers. Their fame. Their power. They had the funding of Stark Industries, the power of Thor, and the overwhelming strength of the Hulk on their side. With just the three of them, they already had more power than any other groups that would face them in the future, and it was something Whitehall wanted to undo at all costs. Hydra had amassed shield resources across all of its bases, seizing weapons from the organization's secret hangars and freeing prisoners from the organization's most secret prisons, thereby manning it for its second phase of its plan. Weapon X was complete, but it needed a team, a group of superhumans capable of taking on the Avengers if the situation warranted, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided Whitehall with the endless files on the most dangerous prisoners at its facilities. Not all members of his special team would be S.H.I.E.L.D. prisoners, that was clear. But the key ones to use could be some who had something against a member of the Avengers to make the fight much more personal. It was like chess. Move and choose the right pieces to ensure victory, always with a backup plan or something that could put them above their enemies for their salvation. The first member to join the team was a prisoner hidden in a S.H.I.E.L.D. base in Alaska. He might be a tough guy to handle at first, but after a while, everyone grew to love Hydra and everything the organization offered them. This was Emil Blonsky, the former British Special Forces soldier turned abomination, thanks to Banner's blood and gamma radiation, thanks to the projects of Thaddeus Ross, the general who hunted the Hulk, the immensely destructive side of Bruce Banner. Emil was easy to train for the cause. The subject was extremely resentful of Banner for his defeat and of Ross for betraying him in favor of Banner himself, something that remained etched in Blonsky's mind while he was placed in a cryonics chamber, from which Hydra removed him and laid the cards on the table. Emil was no idiot, and Whitehall knew it. He could destroy Hydra with his strength, but following a plan and getting something for his work was too tempting to let go. The next Hydra member to join the group of agents that would fight against the Avengers and be deployed alongside X9 was none other than Natasha Romanoff's beloved sister, Yelena Belova, a KGB agent trained in the Red Room to create the perfect Black Widow, a new generation of assassins to follow in the footsteps of her predecessor. It wasn't too difficult to take Yelena. The entire Russian project was easily taken over by Hydra, and Yelena was served on a silver platter, with better payment for her work than the KGB was giving her. His fourth member for the team was none other than a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent with the ability to learn everything in an instant, even if he had to forget something to complete the mission. He was a mercenary who had completed all his missions successfully, and, with his experience, X9's growth would be even greater. This subject was Anthony Tony Masters, better known as Taskmaster, a man capable of learning any combat style from any adversary. With each new skill within his arsenal, the mercenary would lose more personal memories. Taskmaster was his strategic weapon, being the man capable of finding the patterns and weaknesses of the Avengers in combat and could use them to his advantage. Next on their list was a member of the Weapon X project prior to the Hydra takeover. A mutant with a regenerative capacity too great to kill and a mouth too big to shut him up. But he was the easiest to convince to work under Hydra's umbrella. This mutant was Wade Wilson, alias Deadpool, also known as the Merc with a Mouth, someone too paranoid and unhinged to deal with in normal situations. But Whitehall quickly found that he was going to be one of the best assets within Alpha Squadron, as well as a living sample of the Weapon X project, with which they tried to recreate Weapon X before their X9, giving them Deadpool. No other mutants in the project fell into Hydra's hands. But for Daniel, Wade Wilson was completely enough. He didn't need anyone else to recreate more mutants with powers beyond X9. But this, with the 5 members, it seemed to be enough, but Daniel Whitehall looked for one last member who would give something extra to ensure victory, and this member was Nina Thurman, alias Domino, the mutant with the best luck in the world, being able to dismantle a Hydra security base on her own, taking the entire shipment of vibranium they had taken. But Daniel Whitehall, despite Domino's luck, found her and gave her a deal that was too lucrative for her fortune and position within Hydra, something the woman didn't let pass, knowing that Hydra was everywhere and it was better to be on their good side. Furthermore, Nina herself couldn't refuse when she received the first advance payment. With Hydra controlling the money, she'd take any insurance to propel Project Soldier forward. With Nina on board, there were now 6 superhumans on his special team, something that pleased Whitehall himself. He couldn't mistake Yelena for someone with superpowers or Taskmaster himself. But both possessed abilities beyond human capabilities, and to him, they weren't human, they were superhuman. Now, with 6 powerful members of Hydra under his command, keeping a constant eye on X9 to keep him from getting out of control, he could have swooped in behind the Avengers and easily dispatched them, taking them by surprise. But one thing Whitehall had learned from the Red Skull was not to underestimate his enemies. The Skull did, and that's why he fell to Captain America. He wouldn't be so stupid as to do so. The Avengers weren't enemies to be trifled with. Either you were overconfident of victory or well, the Hulk would finish Hydra off sooner than expected. Therefore, in order to gain an advantage over his future enemies, Daniel Whitehall sent his Alpha Squadron into the field with a few simple objectives. Seize Stark technology, plunder the vibranium from its source, and eliminate anyone who stood in their way. Abomination took a mission with enthusiasm, especially to sabotage Stark Industries, the entity responsible for his imprisonment by creating the vault where he spent several years imprisoned. My jaw hurts. Inside a truck, the 6 members of the squad were advancing towards their main objective, one of Tony Stark's companies in Italy, without the help of the Avengers and Iron Man, who would arrive too late to prevent the looting. "Oh, come on, Wade," Nina groaned as she watched the mercenary seem to want to complain even more. He'd been banned from using his cell phone, and the unpredictable mutant hadn't taken it too well, wanting to use his stolen smartphone from a fat politician to have beautiful memories of the moment. Deadpool wore his signature full suit, but instead of blood red, it was gray and black, with red eyes that would scare anyone who saw him. Especially with the 2 katanas and submachine guns on his belt. A very dark image for anyone. Nina was wearing her dark leather outfit, her face painted like a harlequin or clown, in black and white, almost representing a domino piece. Her black hair fell to her shoulders with some blue highlights. "I'm using the domino from the comics, I hope it's not a bother, but I liked it better than the one from the movie, with the gothic look and some light strands in front, being white." The woman had 2 Glocks on her waist, with several cartridges, and what appeared to be a submachine gun hanging from her torso. With her forte, she didn't need anything else. "What? I don't even have chimichangas." Bucking author of the HMP. Domino punched his fellow mutant, sending him back into his seat and preventing him from saying anything new or too unpleasant. Abomination was immense, reaching 8 feet tall, with a broad body covered in skin remarkably similar to that of a reptile. It even seemed to have a series of spines connected by a membrane on its back, remarkably similar to that of an iguana, only larger. "Shut up," Taskmaster growled, his arms crossed over his chest. No one could see his face thanks to the skull mask and white hood that covered him. The mercenary wore a combat suit with a shield on his back next to his sword. A defined body could be seen beneath his clothing. Next to the expert fighter stood a blonde-haired woman wearing a full black combat suit, clinging to her feminine anatomy and revealing more curves than a hormonal young man could bear. This woman was Yelena Belova, closer in age to X9 than the other members, but perhaps more lethal than Abomination. While the immense reptilian humanoid was capable of destroying things with his fists and leaving enormous chaos in his wake, the elegant Russian assassin was capable of getting rid of everyone in a room without even being noticed. Sometimes subtlety was better than mass destruction. Facing the young woman with almost platinum blonde hair was the last member, the one Daniel Whitehall was betting so much on, wearing an unmarked Hydra combat uniform, with a mask covering his face, but leaving his messy golden hair visible. This was X9, also called Uzumaki Naruto, taking into account the mother's surname and the name she took for the child. At least Whitehall would grant his weapon X the name desired by the mother, before getting rid of her. It was only an oven to knead his warrior. X9 didn't carry weapons like Domino or Deadpool himself, though he could have. During his time inside the chamber, he was trained with cerebral induction, so that when he came out, the training wouldn't take too long. The boy knew hand-to-hand combat, how to use weapons, both firearms and melee weapons, and was capable of making decisions on the spot. The boy's own photographic memory, along with his genes, helped create the Hydra super soldier, who was named Captain Hydra, in contrast to Captain America. It would be his flagship against the Avengers and the one who brought down the Red Skull. "Come on, lucky girl." Wade had recovered from the blow, which had knocked him out while impaling himself on a piece of the bench. "I need my chimichangas. No. My dragachangas." Nina Thurman palmed her face, shaking her head slightly at Wade's words, trying not to let her head hurt too much. Many times before, the loud-mouthed mercenary had really thrown her off her game with his arguments. "I can't handle this guy," he declared, surrendering to Wade Wilson, banging his head against the side of the truck and closing his eyes to try to find some peace. Deadpool moved until he reached X9 and hugged him by the neck, smiling under his mask. "Oh, my friend. The mustache isn't under that mask, which is really a shame. Or is it? Meh, as long as you don't evangelize me or anything like that." There was one thing Daniel Whitehall let slip about Deadpool. He was a fan of monologues to a wall or mentioning things that didn't make sense to normal people. Even people with powers couldn't understand the schizophrenic Wade. "So quite. It doesn't seem fair to me," Deadpool expressed, complaining to the wall. "Yes, author. I don't like this Uzumaki Naruto. Where's the hot ham? Lung?" Blood dripped to the ground as X9 swung his arm and slammed his fist into the side of Wade Wilson's head, shattering the mutant's jaw without fear. Wade would regenerate, something the others saw countless times when he spoke to X9, who ended up bloodily clamping the merc with a mouth shut. X9 stood up as the vehicle came to a stop. He adjusted his mask and took a step forward as the container doors opened, revealing chaos and bloodshed to Daniel Whitehall's special team. Hydra had launched a coup against Stark Industries. But I think it's time for the slaps. Deadpool jumped out of the truck, followed by Taskmaster and Domino, who waited for the others, while the Mad Mutant entered the building, moving and shooting. "I pipe you." Ta-ta-ta-ta. As Wade's guns were fired, his companions heard him imitate the sound of firearms, as if he were a child. "Taskmaster," Yelena looked at the man. "I think you should lead us." Although the team was for X9, the leader was Taskmaster until the boy was fully mentally mature, something planned and approved by Daniel Whitehall himself. He didn't want to lose his weapon after the first few missions. "Domino will follow Abomination into his chaos," the mercenary began, pulling out an orange almost flaming sword. "Black Widow and X9, you deal with the guards. I'll use Abomination's strength to loot the lower chambers and Domino's luck to reach them." X9 moved his hand, taking a vibranium shield that he placed on his right arm, revealing only a black color like night itself. Daniel hadn't intended that attack to be placed on Hydra, only on advanced attackers. "It's time to start." After Taskmaster's last words, the rest of the team rushed towards the building. The Beast. The Lernian Hydra had been one of the 12 labors the demigod Hercules had undertaken in order to find peace with himself after killing his family with his own hands, overcome by Hera's madness. The Hydra was the second labor the demigod had undertaken, and he faced it fervently in order to atone for his sin. But each slash of his sword only grew 2 more heads after the one he severed. Hydra was just like that mythical creature from Greek mythology. Every time a head was cut off, 2 appeared in its place, or in this case, an entire council. With the death of Pierce, who many assumed was Hydra's shadowy leader, the members of a council that would direct Hydra across the globe tried to maintain control over their own region. Daniel Whitehall controlled the entire United States, although he had certain investments in Asia to find the Inhumans and gain even more power. Baron Wolfgang von Strucker had taken almost absolute control of Europe using his enhanced weapons, Loki's scepter, and the power of the Chitauri weapons they had obtained from the war in New York and other parts of Earth that were attacked by the hordes of the God of Tricks. It was hard work, but now they were above their enemies. As for the rest of the world, he was unaware of the Hydra members scattered throughout the world to maintain control. Whitehall had held meetings with a Hydra member in Asia, the so-called Supreme Hydra, a Japanese man with interests focused on acquiring the newest metal discovered, adamantium. This little-known metal was stronger than vibranium itself and could shatter Captain America's shield in seconds. This was truly interesting for Whitehall's plans, as he had tested his Alpha Squadron at various points. He had expected some discord, given the nature of his Weapon X and the attitudes of the other members. While Nina Thurman, Taskmaster, and Yelena could keep their own minds in order, the other 3 members weren't too stable. Blinded by rage, Emil Blonsky could wreak havoc, even killing his own comrades. As an agent, Emil had been lethal and one of the best in England's special forces. As an abomination, he took no tactics or insurance. A simple swipe of his arm would shatter everything in its path and everyone in its path without even a blink. He wouldn't think about the spilled blood or the flesh stuck to the scales on his arm or his blood-stained green skin. In essence, the abomination was a partially contained beast of destruction. Given his madness, Wade Wilson wasn't actually as flashy as Emil himself, but he was even more bloody and destructive. Deadpool would take on anything, and thanks to his near-instant regeneration, he could take on a squadron single-handedly, showering the battle's zone with blood and severed bodies that would then be engulfed in flames from the explosives the merc with the mouth would drop, creating an exaggerated smell of burning flesh. And the last member, their cornerstone, had been too revealing during the seizure of Stark's technology in Italy. He had expected anything. Whitehall had taken X9 as a clone of Steve Rogers, the super soldier, Captain America. But he had never expected in his darkest desires that his creation, his famed Weapon X, would be a beast. Using the vibranium shield they had recreated for him as a clone of the Captain, X9 had taken down the guards before Yelena Belova or Taskmaster could get into action. Abomination and Deadpool were out of the running, and Domino had had luck. With Yelena and Taskmaster on his side, X9 didn't even notice and threw himself into the fight. If there was any such thing as brutality, his weapon had surpassed it. When Alpha Squadron returned to the central base, Whitehall took the backup copies of the soldiers who recorded the performance of their special squad to show the High Council of Hydra about their progress, to obtain more specimens for the Weapon X project, and to be able to create the force that Hydra needed. But before sending the copies, Whitehall watched them to see if X9 was really perfect, and that word was too little for what the boy did in that place, and was recorded for those who wanted to see it. But the vibranium shield pinned to a wall, Whitehall observed a body on the floor, the stains on the paint, and the head balanced on the same shield. You'd think that without it, X9 wouldn't be able to draw blood from his enemies. Those who thought that simply condemned themselves to death. Whitehall watched a Hydra agent with the camera as he walked, seeing bodies covered in fresh blood, with cuts on their bodies, right in vital spots. He saw severed limbs and bruises on the bodies of the guards and employees at that Stark factory. No one could have been so brutal. Suddenly, the image went somewhat dark, and when the light came back on, thanks to the ceiling lamp, Whitehall saw the image of his beloved weapon standing in the hallway, the blades on his arms dripping with fresh blood. In his right hand hung a head that left a trail of blood, and in his left, he swore he was carrying a heart. He saw X9 crush it without much mercy and then throw the head at the feet of the agent who was recording, storing the blades in the spaces of his forearms, thanks to his tactical combat suit. By the time the head reached the Hydra agent's feet, Whitehall lost interest in the recording. What mattered was the actions of his weapon, who was too interesting to him, a beast that would destroy everyone if he commanded it. At first, when they used the brainwashing on the Winter Soldier to ensure his loyalty, he wasn't too happy with it. He didn't expect it to work or that the phrases from the Red Book would actually be useful in controlling Bucky Barnes, but they did, and now he maintained a similar control over X9, using his name Uzumaki Naruto and a few other phrases. He was like a dog on an imaginary leash. She was his Weapon X, far more effective than the Winter Soldier or even Natasha Romanoff. He'd never felt such satisfaction in completing a project as when that kid burst out of the chamber, destroying 2 of his employees and nearly taking his head off. If he hadn't been prompted during his time in the pod, X9 probably would have completely ripped him apart like the beast he was. And when a mother or father would be disappointed, Whitehall was truly too proud of his creation. Obtaining another like Uzumaki Naruto was probably beyond his means. "Sir. Taskmaster wants to see you." Whitehall looked up from the files in his mind, seeing the mercenary in the doorway, the mask covering his face. "Let him in," the man declared, waving his hand and returning to signing the papers. The agent nodded and let Taskmaster enter the room, then closed the door behind him. "What can I do for you, Tony Masters?" Taskmaster didn't speak for a few seconds as Whitehall continued signing the papers on the table, closing folder after folder. The master hand-to-hand combatant watched as Whitehall moved a pen across the paper. He almost seemed to do it with elegance, but Taskmaster had noted the patterns used in just 7 seconds and saw a slight flick of the wrist. Whitehall had been and is a soldier. "You asked me to train Uzumaki during breaks between missions, Whitehall, but you still haven't given me a schedule," the mercenary stated, crossing his arms over his chest. He didn't need a schedule for the boy's training, given his high level of knowledge of both hand-to-hand and armed combat. But a schedule of sessions was as good as a good opponent. He didn't want the boy to go without proper training, and they certainly didn't need the training to be as good as the boy's participation in Whitehall's missions. "The next target is in a week," Whitehall declared, focusing his attention solely on the papers in front of him on the table. "Area? You'll be traveling on a Quinjet to a village in Africa where a vibranium convoy has been spotted by pure chance," the man declared, placing another folder on the pile. "We need some more of that mineral." Taskmaster shrugged at Whitehall's words, more interested in achieving a target than staying put. For him, missions were his life, and his career as a mercenary was everything. He didn't find much difference between working with SHIELD or Hydra. Both organizations were the same. "That's not a problem for me, Whitehall. But getting Abomination inside will be too complicated," the mercenary said, finding the subject's height too ridiculous. "Emil Blonsky won't be going with you. You and Yelena will be in charge of dealing with the target," Whitehall explained, raising his face slightly to look at Taskmaster. "The equipment won't be fully deployed until it's necessary." "The Avengers. That was the main reason I brought you together, yes. Dealing with the Avengers is something Hydra will need sooner rather than later, and I certainly don't want us to lose to the planet's mightiest heroes and lose everything." When he said that, Whitehall hadn't really been lying. He'd assembled the team to deal with the Avengers so he could get rid of the Hulk or take Stark and Thor before the heroes fell upon them. They didn't have any super soldiers at the moment, and certainly, with Weapon X in its early stages, he didn't want to lose everything until he'd fully formed the foundations of the new Hydra-led society. "It's going to be a bit tricky, but if you want to take on the Avengers with a newly formed team, you're going to need a lot more than Nina Thurman's luck," Taskmaster said, letting Whitehall catch the hint of amusement in his voice. "Taking Rogers or Romanoff, for me, is something that really interests me. Black Widow and Captain America. As long as both are defeated. They're the brat's parents, aren't they?" Whitehall looked up, raising one of his eyebrows and looking genuinely surprised. "How did you come to that conclusion?" He expressed his doubt, waiting for the mercenary's answer. "Blue eyes, golden blonde hair, an athletic body. I'm no idiot, Daniel Whitehall," Taskmaster growled. "That piercing gaze, it's definitely Romanoff's. But the wild, animal side, I don't know where she got it. The similarities with those two Avengers are certainly evident." He didn't show it outwardly, but Whitehall was surprised the Taskmaster had discovered the identity of X9's parents. He had used Steve Rogers' sperm and Natasha Romanoff's cryogenically frozen ovary, adding the X gene from the previous Weapon X to the mix to create the perfect soldier, the super soldier, his Weapon X. But he wasn't scared. He was paying Taskmaster quite a bit to be his ally, and he certainly knew too much about the mercenary to believe he was a traitor when he knew who was higher up the food chain and who was paying him. I hope that information doesn't leave your lips, Taskmaster. The leader of Hydra in the United States looked at another folder on his desk, completely open, with a photo of a new recruit for Alpha Squadron. He had thought about increasing the number of members to ensure the success of the mission, and the sole surviving specimen of Project E was as good as any hired mercenary. He couldn't waste the resources he had and had to squeeze them to the maximum. I won't be speaking, Whitehall Taskmaster declared, offended, growling at the end of his sentence. As a mercenary, he was only obligated to do what he was paid for. Everything else was outside the contract, even his findings on the identity of the parents of the X9, Whitehall's pet. It's none of my concern anyway. I'm being paid to train your weapons project and to be a member of your special team. Everything else is outside our contract and my personal interest. I hope so, Masters, Whitehall declared, pushing the folder away from the new recruit and looking directly at the mercenary. For a few seconds, he thought he saw a malicious glint in the mercenary's eyes, but he dismissed it. In any case, you have all week to train X9 and improve him beyond what he is now. Afterward, you will depart with Yelena on your mission, and I expect a good outcome. I should be offended, Sir, Taskmaster spat, glaring at the Hydra leader with a degree of anger. The mercenary snorted and spun around. But you pay anyway. I want you to make X9 a beast, Taskmaster. I want you to make him a bloody beast. That was what Tony Masters heard before the doors closed behind him, leaving him right between the two elite guards who were guarding Whitehall at all times. If what Daniel Whitehall wanted was a bloody beast, he would give him a bloody beast. It's just a tool. Spartans. Their economy, their way of life, had been tied to the training of soldiers since their formation. They took healthy children and trained them from an early age, with a rigorous physical training program to produce soldiers who were tied to Sparta itself, who held loyalty to their people above all else, and whose personal desires took precedence over the desires and needs of Sparta itself. The Spartans built one of the strongest armies thanks to their economic system. They trained children harshly from the age of 7. They were shaved, received only a few pieces of clothing per year, went barefoot all to form a brave warrior, steadfast in the face of adversity. Children were trained in hunting techniques so they would know how to survive, and they focused more on the physical aspect of a soldier, giving greater importance to physical training than to mental ones. What they needed were soldiers, warriors capable of facing the enemy army and able to overcome everything else, being able to withstand greater pain if necessary. They had to be receptive to harm and endure it, even if they had lost a hand. Being a Spartan, you had to be physically strong and prevail over your enemy, even if it cost you your life. Rome was one of the greatest empires, perhaps the largest and the one that introduced the most advances, but the harshness with which Sparta trained its warriors, all citizens excluding women, who were left in charge of the home when war came and their relatives left for war. But the harshness of the training, each Spartan soldier was treated as if he were a group of soldiers from any other state, as if he alone could deal with 10 or 20 from his sister Athens, using a sword and shield and always standing firm. A Spartan would not retreat from the blood or fear instilled by his enemy, unless it was in death. Only his departure to the other side would allow the Spartan to leave his post in the fight. Although if he could fight in death, he would. Observing this, Taskmaster had modeled his soldier training after Sparta, choosing a Spartan training regime to form the beast Daniel Whitehall desired. He wasn't too opposed to his current employer's plans, but if the boy broke, it wouldn't be his fault at all. He decided to strip X9 of as much clothing as possible, leaving him out in the cold of the night and the sun of the day for the next 7 days ahead of the mission that Whitehall assigned to him and Yelena. The two took the mission, knowing or understanding from what their current boss had explained to them that they needed 2 infiltrators capable of finding the vibranium and breaking out of the place. A mission that Emil Blonsky or Wade Wilson could not carry out. While Nina Thurman could do it, what Hydra needed was 2 expert spies, and X9 was only there as an emergency asset, as if he were something special. But the brat out, frozen to the core, for that week Taskmaster watched him every day, every second of the day, standing there naked, taking in the icy cold and the blazing sun, waiting to see some awkward or annoyed gesture. He even waited for X9 himself to fly into a rage like the beast he was. But the mercenary only saw him standing, unmoving, as if he were a statue or an obedient dog. He opted for the latter. Daniel Whitehall had X9's leash tangled in his hand, holding it tightly and not letting go. X9 waited patiently for 7 days, still, receiving the rays of the sun that burned his skin, which healed in just a few seconds, faster than the records taken from the first Weapon X. He felt his skin burned by the cold of the nights and noticed his lungs were frozen. During the last 3 days, he even suffered a strong gale, a storm that lashed over the base and soaked everything. When Taskmaster checked on his apprentice, he found him standing, water running down his body and his hair falling down his forehead, covering his blue eyes. Could he even stand any longer? He was so tempted to test him, leave him there while they carried out their mission for Whitehall, and then see what he got out of the brat when he returned. But would he find him alive? At least he hoped Whitehall would move him if he was too worn out or about to die. Losing a weapon like a boy who had stood still for a week, subjected to rain, cold, and heat. When he proposed his plan to Whitehall himself, he agreed and the two left Weapon X completely still, without moving until further notice. Taskmaster departed with Yelena and Whitehall himself left to obtain the new assets for his squad. X9 was left completely outside the base, taking any weather conditions that might come his way, unmoving, as if he were a realistic decoration on the outside of the base itself, with no Hydra soldier really caring about Whitehall's own tool. He was a mere pet, a trained dog, and they were turning him into a wild and rabid one. It was absolutely nothing. Nina Thurman wasn't a Hydra agent trained to think like a tool. She wasn't a Hydra soldier, and she wasn't willing to be one. She was a mercenary, a mutant who got what she wanted with her luck and expedited jobs, providing insurance for her colleagues, something Deadpool found out more than once. Due to her lack of true loyalty, she didn't understand the treatment of the boy referred to as X9, a codename that only Hydra seemed to understand. Taskmaster also seemed to grasp the meaning, or at least deduce it, which annoyed her slightly. No matter how much of a mutant the boy was, or how ruthless they wanted him to be, he didn't deserve such treatment. How long had he been gone? Taskmaster and Yelena had left 3 or 5 days ago, and Whitehall himself had disappeared the day after they both left for their mission in Africa and didn't seem to be showing any signs of life. In all that time, the boy hadn't been given water, food, or a rest stop, along with some clothes. The sunburn on his skin had faded almost as quickly as they'd appeared, and he didn't need an ointment. And that was bothering her. While she had no loyalty to Hydra or the team they were on, except for Wade, Nina wasn't a cruel beast who enjoyed the suffering or mistreatment of others. And what they were doing to that boy, barely 14 years old, wasn't sitting too well with her. On the 7th day of Taskmaster, Yelena and Daniel Whitehall's departure, Nina took a tray of food and went outside the base, onto one of the base's rooftops, and saw the boy standing there, not having moved an inch. She felt a tight lump in her throat and for several seconds her hand trembled, nearly knocking over the tray with the plate and water bottle. Nina had to take several deep breaths and calm her nerves, pushing down the lump in her throat before she could approach the boy. She did so slowly, watching for any reaction from the blonde. She expected him to throw himself at her. She hadn't even received any visits from Whitehall or Taskmaster. "Hey Naruto," Nina greeted, standing in front of Weapon X, looking at his face. His eyes were neutral, without any shine, as if his soul had left his body a long time ago. His golden hair was more messy, full of dirt and somewhat darker. "Somehow, Wade seems to know your real name. I hope you don't mind me calling you that instead of X9. Nina didn't expect any reaction from the boy. And Naruto did as expected. He remained as he was, staring at her without seeing. If it weren't for the slight movement of his chest, the mutant would have thought it was merely a decorative object, meant to scare people, or part of some strange fetish of Whitehall's own. Not knowing what to say, Nina placed the tray of food and drinks in front of the boy. She gave the boy a slightly sad look and proceeded to enter the base. She wanted to encourage him, to have him tell her his story, but the words didn't come to her when she didn't receive a response from the boy. She was uncomfortable and hoped he would at least eat what she had left for him. She stopped in her tracks when she reached the door. She pressed her lips together and felt the urge to speak again. Nerves hit her for a few seconds before she returned to normal with another breath, reaching for the doorknob. "You're not a tool," Nina whispered, gently pulling open the door and stepping into the base. Since her back was to the boy, she didn't notice the slight movement of his fingers on his right hand, as if he'd heard her whisper, even though she was quite far away from him and speaking softly. "What are you doing here, Wade?" Nina looked at Wade Wilson, wearing his signature red and black suit with 2 katanas on his back. The mercenary's mask was slightly pushed up, revealing the lower part of his scarred face. He was chewing on what appeared to be a taco while tapping on his dead phone, as he had once called it. "The writer gave me the script and the basics for this magnificent story. Did you know Sabretooth is going to appear soon? Apparently, he's going to be another addition to the Suicide Squad 2.0, Deadpool declared, moving his finger quickly across his phone screen, as if he knew it inside out. "We'll even have a hexy little spider who will take the protagonist out of extreme emo mode, intensified by military training worthy of those fruit-eating Nazi bastards." "Fruit? Wouldn't that be the children of HMPF? SHHH, precious." Deadpool placed a hand over the mutant's mouth, preventing her from finishing. "There are children here. I don't want to be sued for the bad language adults say in front of children every second and then blame it on the television or video games. Place. Nina shook off her fellow mutant's hand, looking directly at where his eyes were beneath his mask. It was normal for Wade to talk about strange topics, or even to a wall or nothing. But seriously, worrying about the children. That's something Wade wouldn't do. Shut up, idiot, the lucky mutant growled, letting out a snort of exasperation at the mercenary's attitude. She cupped her brow with her fingers, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. I only came to feed the brat, not deal with your paranoia, Wade. Anyway, what are you doing here? I had you seducing one of the Hydra agent's boars and already in her room. According to the script, my appearance was supposed to be in the next episode, but it was cooler to just sneak in without consulting the writer, Wade replied, shrugging. After all, I'm the highest paid guy right now in this whole cast of characters people are waiting to see at the box office. Or at least they're waiting for Taskmaster. You and I are already in it. Nina groaned, cupping her face in her hand, truly frustrated. She couldn't understand how she'd managed to strike up a conversation with Wade, knowing him. Sometimes he was just too annoying. Look, I'd better go back to my room, Nina declared, waving goodbye to the mercenary and starting to walk toward her room. She'd had enough conversations with Wade and she'd learned better than to cut him off before he started on any of his tall tales. He was very annoying most of the time. Although during the missions, he made them entertaining. Wade Wilson stood alone, facing the door that separated him from X9 and finished his taco, licking his thumb and not wanting to waste any of his food. He lowered his mask and put the dead phone in the back pocket of his beautiful tights, then proceeded to follow Nina down the hallway, beginning to whistle. What Nina didn't notice when she stood next to her friend were the shattered cameras and the 3 dead Hydra agents, hiding in a corner over a huge pool of blood, lifeless. The next day, while both mutants were having breakfast, the dining room doors opened, revealing Taskmaster alongside Yelena and a new man followed by a brunette girl with a slim body and revealing a few extra curves. Wade whistled in a compliment, being reprimanded by Nina, who jabbed him in the side with her elbow. Taskmaster sat across from the mercenary and Yelena sat across from the luckiest woman in the world, while the man and the girl stood on the platform built for speeches to Hydra troops. The man cleared his throat into the microphone, drawing the attention of every person in the room. Well, thank you for your attention, the man said, proceeding to show the tray that Nina had left in front of Naruto with food and water. My name is Herbert Wyndham, the head of this section of Hydra, replacing Daniel Whitehall, the leader of Hydra in the United States, who has left me in charge of this base and the progression of the Weapon X project after my own advances. Ham. Albert slammed the tray against a lectern, shattering the side slightly and sending splinters tumbling to the floor. He was red-faced with anger and sweating a little. Professor Wyndham was a man with brown hair and a slightly athletic build. Upon my arrival, I find 3 agents dead, cameras smashed, and a tray of food at the feet of Weapon X, who was not supposed to receive anything or be visited before the arrival of Taskmaster, his training tutor, arranged by Whitehall. And all of this upon my arrival. The professor untied his tie, clearing his throat. X9, known as Weapon X, is merely a tool, someone to be used to further the evolution and improvement of Hydra's troops, an asset to clean up the field. Is that something that enters your primitive minds, you underdeveloped apes? Wyndham snarled, throwing the tray to the center of the room, landing between all the tables. Nina looked at her, unwilling to show her involvement. I want you to understand that I will not tolerate betrayal of Hydra. I have carte blanche over any asset within this base, as well as complete control of Hydra's Weapon X project. Therefore, after a thorough investigation, the culprits will be used for my own experiments. I only ask 2 things of you. Loyalty and obedience. X9 is merely a tool, to be treated as such. I hope you don't forget. Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra. The superior mutant. Human DNA was something that intrigued too many people in the world, and the ability to make genetic improvements thanks to a simple portion of human DNA and create a superior race, being able to improve humans to the point where they were considered a force to be reckoned with by the rest of the universe, although this was beyond the minds of those most skeptical of the belief in extraterrestrials. Everything changed when Loki's Satori showed themselves. Even when Thor showed himself, the presence of infinite worlds in space that were far more advanced than Earth itself was revealed, with warriors that could rival his Avengers. This study had been taken by Halbert Wyndham from an early life, taking notes from Nathaniel Essex in order to advance his research on genetics and be able to create better human species. It was because of this and his work from a certain point in his life that Daniel Whitehall had taken Professor Wyndham as director of the Weapon X project. He was the right person to continue advancing and gave him all the data from X9 in order to continue advancing, improving his Weapon X and being able to replicate the results with other test subjects who used to be prisoners of Hydra itself. Albert Wyndham was happy. Since the death of his partner and the acquisition of data to unlock genetic codes thanks to an Inhuman, he had lost some hope of moving forward. That's when Hydra appeared, or more specifically one of its greatest representatives. Viper, known as Madame Hydra, a lethal woman with sharp cold words that made him see his own death. After a meeting with the woman in charge of the Hydra cell in New York, Wyndham went on to meet Hydra's top representative on that side of the world, Daniel Whitehall, whom Wyndham himself recognized as Werner Reinhardt, a high-ranking Hydra officer who should have been dead at the time, but who somehow outwardly seemed to have been rejuvenated. And that was what primarily drew him to work for Whitehall. When Wyndham met with Daniel Whitehall, he didn't really know what to expect. Thanks to the news and intelligence provided by Natasha Romanoff, many hackers had mobilized to take over and eliminate any trace of S.H.I.E.L.D. from the world, an organization that remained in the shadows after being linked to Hydra, having been the shell used by the Nazis to slowly grow and gain strength. Wyndham expected something threatening, a harsh one-sided talk from Whitehall itself, having proven its supremacy over the world by spending 70 years completely in the shadows, growing like ivy and entangling S.H.I.E.L.D. from within, suffocating the organization completely. They had even managed to get rid of the World Security Council, who oversaw the movements of Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Without the World Council, no one was overseeing S.H.I.E.L.D. and it was left adrift. According to Whitehall himself, if it weren't for Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff and Sam Wilson, they would have kept their cover as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and only launched their movement when they were much further along. Still, Hydra was on top. Ending their meeting, Wyndham was completely shocked by Whitehall's progress on the Weapon X project, a project that actually worked with genetics and human enhancement. Knowing the project itself, he was surprised to learn that Hydra managed to replicate a super soldier better than Steve Rogers, whom they dubbed X9, the ninth attempt at forming the perfect weapon, and they had succeeded. Knowing all of Whitehall and Hydra's work, Wyndham couldn't stand aside when he could put into practice everything he had learned and acquired over the years. The Weapon X project would elevate his research, potentially creating super soldiers capable of destroying armies and boasting superhuman powers with which to place himself at the top. That was his field. It was what he needed and what he wanted. Hydra would provide him with funding, and he could continue experimenting on his former partner's daughter, a 16-year-old teenager with spider-like powers. By bringing together X9 and the girl, he could replicate both cases to create enhancements for Hydra's agents and be able to deal with the Avengers at once. He even had Abomination, a cheap copy of the Hulk, but he could use it to recreate the reaction to Bruce Banner. But when he arrived at Hydra's science base in America to take command of the Weapon X project, he found 3 agents dead, security cameras smashed, and someone had given X9 food when no one was supposed to, in order to keep him in Taskmaster's Spartan training. And that pissed him off for several minutes, during which he had to calm himself down. He hated dealing with traitors and had no evidence to back up any of the agents. He ruled out Whitehall's Alpha Squad. They all received a fortune to serve him, plus whatever else they wanted, just to appease them. And he certainly didn't want to confront them. Wyndham knew the abilities of Wade Wilson and Abomination, who would be a real challenge to get rid of given their regeneration factors and mutations. Even Nina Thurman was far superior to Taskmaster and Yelena Belova. The mutant's luck was simply too strange. According to Whitehall, that was her mutation. Knowing all the possible candidates to recreate possible mutations in other human beings, Wyndham hadn't wasted any time. 24 hours after arriving at the NASA, the professor took control of the lab and locked himself away, examining the DNA of X9, also known as Uzumaki Naruto. It wasn't difficult for him to find traces of DNA from Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff, finding the X gene that Whitehall had taken to introduce into X9, giving him better regeneration than expected, thanks to the healing factor of the previous Weapon X and Rogers' super soldier serum. Engrossed in his research, the man failed to notice the figure that entered the laboratory, taking short steps and wearing a green and black suit with a yellow spider on its chest. Professor Wyndham. Wyndham blinked several times. He massaged his eyes with the thumb and index finger of his right hand and turned his face away from the microscope, seeing a female figure behind him, covering his face and revealing her straight mid-back black hair. Jessica, the professor greeted, yawning slightly after spending almost a full day glued to the microscope. Or was it really a day? Time was so blurred in his mind, and he could feel his vision blurring from fatigue. I found something interesting on the Whitehall guy. Jessica Drew took a few steps, removing the mask and pressing her face to the microscope, understanding at a glance the words of the professor, the man who had cared for her for years. This is amazing. What have you done, Professor? I just added some DNA samples I took from other subjects, Jess, and this boy's DNA seemed to accept it and assimilate it, changing it. The boy is a diamond, the professor declared, moving his lips and giving a smile that creased Wyndham's face. The professor cleared his throat, focusing on the boy's blood sample. Even the boy's X gene seems to be evolving. It's slow, but not too slow. In a few years, his mutant gene will be Omega class, according to the rankings set by SHIELD, and that's something amazing. I don't know how Whitehall did it, but this boy really is Weapon X. Jessica brushed the black strands away from her face, looking directly at Naruto's samples, seeing how the X gene seemed to be stretching, adapting, followed by the rest of the DNA. Do you think he could adapt to powers like mine if we gave him a blood sample? The girl asked, still looking at the Weapon X DNA, finding it all too dreamlike. The boy was a changing, constantly evolving being. He could have the powers of me and the mutant Whitehall put in him from the previous Weapon X. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, they even put liquid adamantium in him to melt his bones as a way to emulate the government's previous Weapon X. It could. It seems to adapt to that, which makes it so much stronger, and it pushes aside its weaknesses, Wyndham stated, taking his chin in his hand. Gray was visible in his dark hair. The adamantium, I think, was put in because of the animalistic nature of the previous specimen. Even the X9's temperament and bestiality are somewhat unusual. Spider-Girl stepped away from the microscope, finding it a way to even cure herself. As short-lived as the previous Weapon X healing factor was, the new one surpassed the limits, according to the data collected by Whitehall and his team. It's. The superior mutant. Wyndham completed the girl's sentence, flashing a wide, happy smile. He rubbed his hands together and clapped them a few times, finding his work replicating X9 to be overly complex, but if he succeeded, far more rewarding than any of his other jobs. I think I'll get to work now. I understand, Professor. I'll keep searching for a cure for your problem, Jessica. I won't let that go, I promise, the professor promised, giving the girl's shoulder a squeeze. Drew nodded, holding back the tears that might have streamed down her face. But you're an agent of Hydra now, and you must oppose SHIELD in every way. We don't want them to take you, do we? No, Professor. SHIELD uses everyone as weapons. They're probably running another Weapon X project to try and get rid of us, even though we outnumber them and grow at a relatively faster rate than they do. Wyndham sighed, giving a slight smile and looking at the screen where X9 appeared, the super soldier specimen who would eclipse Captain America himself and who would lead to the fall of the Avengers. And for that, you must join Alpha Squadron in Whitehall. Jessica nodded, and Wyndham smiled as he found zero opposition from the girl's side. The girl had contracted a disease due to uranium exposure as a baby and was frozen with spider blood in her system. When the girl's parents died, he had taken her under his wing and set her on the right path. He couldn't leave the girl helpless. She was a gem, like the mutant Hydra created, Weapon X. That's what I'll do, Professor Wyndham, Jessica declared, feeling that she was making amends to Professor Wyndham, who had cared for her for as long as she could remember. The memories of her father and mother were too blurred in her mind. Not a single memory remained intact or complete. She couldn't even see the faces of one of her parents. She was slowly forgetting them, and there was nothing she could do. But the hope of regaining her normal life without the remnants of spider blood, she could be a normal girl again, something she desperately clung to. Good. Now, Jessica. I must continue with the research on X9's blood. This boy truly is a gem, and I look forward to seeing what he becomes, the professor declared, dismissing the girl with a dismissive wave of his hand. Jessica Drew took off her mask and hid her face behind it, letting her hair fall only to the middle of her back. Without saying goodbye to the professor, the girl grabbed the doorknob and proceeded to leave, leaving Halbert Wyndham alone in the central laboratory of the Hydra Scientific Base, or BCH, as they had decided to shorten it. Wyndham stepped away from the microscope, pressing a button. Seconds later, X9 appeared in the room, wearing only black boxers, showing off his defined body. He seemed to have grown a little taller, and his muscles had become much more substantial. With just one look at the young mutant, the professor saw his improvement since leaving the capsule at least a month ago. His body had gained a little more muscle, finding a completely perfect shape. His hair was messy, with strands falling slightly over his eyes and reaching a little to his shoulders. He was a teenager, and he had achieved such an evolutionary feat. For Wyndham, the boy had achieved perfection from the start. The fact that his own DNA seemed to evolve in sync with his mutant gene led him to view Weapon X as a marvel within the human world. Oh, welcome. Wyndham nodded to the boy, flashing a smile, indicating he should sit. X9 walked over to the chair and took his place, being held in place by magnetic shackles seconds after sitting down. Don't worry, X9. This won't be too painful, I hope. Fearlessly, Professor Wyndham pressed a command and the shackles pressed needles into the boy's skin, cutting into his flesh and muscle, extracting blood and sending it into bags, thanks to wires connected to the same needles. Has Whitehall told you that you really are a gem? I don't think there's anyone else like you, really, but let's try, Wyndham declared, giving a smile. Let's see if with your help, we can manage to create a perfect Weapon X that will be able to fully aid Hydra as it should. Blue eyes, filled with pain and anger, were fixed on Wyndham. The The professor couldn't see them because of the helmet covering the blue-eyed blonde's face. The Avengers. The Avengers. A group of the planet's strongest heroes who had saved Earth from falling into the clutches of the Asgardian god Loki, the god of lies, Loki the trickster. Together they had defeated that same god and his Chitauri army, sending a nuclear bomb against the mothership of the alien fleet, nearly killing Tony Stark, one of the smartest men in the world. But in the end, the man who embodied Iron Man, had managed to escape alive thanks to one of the team's powerhouses, the strongest Avenger, Bruce Banner, or rather his alter ego, the Hulk, that brainless mass of muscle, capable of destroying an entire city and everything in its path without further ado. With Loki safely behind bars in Asgard, the Avengers had gone their separate ways until the next global crisis. Tony Stark faced Aldrich Killian, one of the creators of the virus known as Extremis, capable of increasing a human's strength, giving them fiery powers and mild regeneration. But being so unstable, the person carrying Extremis was practically a ticking time bomb. Killian knew this, and Tony confronted him when the AIM CEO took Pepper with him, kidnapping her, eventually taking the form of the Mandarin behind the scenes and destroying her home in Malibu. Tony saved himself by faking his death for a while, and thanks to a boy from Tennessee, Stark returned to the charge against Aldrich with force, discovering that the CEO of AIM had taken the president, enclosing him completely in Patriot and taking with him his Pepper, so he launched all his armor against the man and his army of enhanced humans. In the end, he hadn't finished off Killian. It was Pepper who had, thanks to the Extremis in her system. Knowing the woman he loved was in danger, Tony unleashed every resource and found a cure for the virus, saving Pepper while also undergoing surgery himself so he could live without the arc reactor connected to his body. Everything had worked out for them. For his part, Steve Rogers, the man wearing the Captain America mantle, the one who represented the American flag, freedom, the power to make your dreams come true and defend what was right, had to deal with Hydra, discovering, along with Natasha Romanoff, that the Nazi agency had been inside S.H.I.E.L.D. almost since its inception, infecting everything and having inside what they had called sleeper agents. Hydra had taken and brainwashed hundreds of agents, planting seeds inside the Global Protection Agency that were waiting to break out, led by Alexander Pierce at first, and that Cap and Widow had to deal with them, finding an ally in Sam Wilson, alias Falcon, and an enemy, the Winter Soldier, who was none other than Bucky Barnes, Steve's best friend. With some effort, Steve and his teammates eliminated Hydra by severing one of its heads, preventing them from unleashing Project Insight on the world, which would have killed thousands, perhaps millions. They destroyed the Helicarriers and stopped Pierce completely, dismantling Hydra and bringing down S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely. Without S.H.I.E.L.D., Rogers moved in with Romanoff at Avengers Tower. Clint had left both the agency and the team, so he wasn't part of either the fight or the trial when Natasha revealed all the Hydra information. But it was too late. No matter how many people the government arrested, Hydra was on top. Bruce Banner stayed away from all of his teammates' problems, including Thor's fight against the Dark Elves, being confined by his own will in the tower, staying completely calm and keeping Hulk away until it was code green, a call for his completely destructive alter ego, and with which he gave an advantage and strength to his team. Thor, being the last member of the team, had to deal with the Ether, a powerful cosmic form that his love, Jane Foster, had found by chance after following a series of phenomena. After encountering that viscous mass, the god of thunder understood that something bad was going to happen, and so it did. Loki managed to escape from his cell when the Dark Elves appeared, and his mother, Frigga, had died because of it, something that led his brother Loki to finally help him against Malekith in the final fight to save the Ether and save the universe itself from the clutches of the Dark Elves, ending the war against them completely. But his brother, whom he had hated and loved in equal measure, disappeared in the fight, dying in the battle, redeeming himself in the fight against the Dark Elves. It was something painful for Thor, who suffered the death of his mother and brother at the same time. Or at least, that was the way it had been at first. Being the god of trickery, Loki had managed to outwit his brother and revealed himself as the king of Asgard when Thor returned, seeing a figure of Odin on a throne, watching a theater performance. Knowing Loki, Thor realized who he was and pressured him completely until he revealed himself to him. Everything seemed to have taken a calm path for each Avenger, with Thor in Asgard and his friends, the 4 remaining members, in Avengers Tower. At least, until Tony Stark saw 7 attacks on 7 of his company's headquarters. Italy, Germany, France, Spain, England, Norway, and Sweden. Each country had experienced what looked like a terrorist attack. Or it would have, if Stark hadn't been too cautious. With each security camera, he'd seen the 6 main attackers, finding a cheap copy of the Hulk rampaging through each headquarters, taking out all the police and any other security measures in its wake. And while that was the beast he should have been primarily concerned about, it wasn't the one that filled his mind. The cheap Hulk copy was merely destructive. But the Cap copy was a different beast. The guy wore a completely black combat uniform with a black mask and red lenses, giving him a bloody look that aligned all too well with his job. Tearing through security guards, like an animal, a wild beast. Tony, along with Pepper, had to call a lot of families offering their condolences, finding himself unable to continue with another call, seeing his employees as simple bait for those beasts that were destroying his company, stealing weapons technology that never came to market, and even the vibranium stored in an area reserved for him. It was distressing. He couldn't keep saying the same words, almost sounding like a damn robot. It was annoying, completely tiresome for him, someone unused to opening up emotionally. He'd said the same phrases for hours, the lines etched in his mind. Tony. Tony. Stark blinked, coming back to his senses. He massaged the bridge of his nose with a flick of his fingers, feeling a sharp ache in the front of his head. He sighed, looking at his classmates. Steve had been calling him and had even placed a hand on his shoulder, looking at him with concern. Natasha's expression had changed, and although Tony swore he saw a glimmer of concern for him, it quickly dissipated and returned to his normal expression. For his part, Banner looked more concerned. Of the four, Professor Bruce Banner was the most prone to letting his emotions get the better of him. "I'm sorry. I was doing something else," the billionaire muttered, stretching. Tony ran his hand across the table, revealing the image of the 6 men who had been causing him immense headaches. These 6 guys have been causing destruction and death at Stark Industries, or more specifically, at the locations I have in various countries. So far, they've taken 7 of them and made off with all the technology available in the labs, as well as the vibranium I had stashed away for armor upgrades, and the occasional shield for Cap, Stark explained, staring at the thief with the dark shield, a cheap copy of Captain America. "That's Emil Blonsky," Bruce pointed at the largest of them all, looking completely dumbfounded. The last he'd heard of the guy, he'd been in a shield cell somewhere in Alaska, with no one allowed to free him. He should be locked up. He shouldn't be on the loose. Bruce clenched his hands, breathing raggedly, finding his heart crushed by fury. He closed his eyes, took deep breaths, and let them out through his teeth. "Hydra," Natasha pointed out, seeing the symbol on the shield of the shortest assailant in the group, her eyes narrowing. "He's behind all of this, even Blonsky's release. Every shield facility is now in enemy hands, so inside Hydra are free in the world, there will be the prisoners that Fury and his agents took." Stark deduced, observing the rest of the team, noting that Blonsky almost looked like a humanoid fish, with a dorsal fin along his spine. His green was more reptilian than Hulk's, who was more intense, brighter. If that's so, how will the government be able to deal with it? "What do you propose, Tony?" Steve asked, moving his eyes from the young man with the shield to the one who called himself Iron Man when he wore his red and gold armor, which he had been changing for modifications to be able to deal with other enemies. "We're the Avengers. We should be able to handle a group of attackers like this," Tony said, giving the holographic image a slight dismissive nod. "They've caused at least over 1,000 deaths, including all the security officers and branch employees affected. I don't know why Hydra wants the vibranium, but it's not in the least educational or bringing peace to the world. I swear your friends, Cap, are gearing up for war, and without Fury on the board, we're stretched too thin. I don't know who else could take out the villains now. Do we at least have any information on who the others are besides Blonsky?" Black Widow asked, looking at a blonde girl in her late 20s who seemed almost too familiar. She shook her head, sighing at the old memories. "Just their aliases. The blonde bombshell has been called Black Widow." Tony glanced at Natasha, imitated by the other 2 Avengers, finding in the Russian a neutral, slightly cold gaze. "The guy who looks like Reaper from Overwatch's Taskmaster, a military-trained and far too famous mercenary." The millionaire pointed to the other girl on the team. "Domino. The guy next to her with katanas and a black and gray suit is Deadpool. And him with a shield. From what the recordings captured, his colleagues have referred to him as X9 or Weapon X." Nothing more. Stark showed the image of X9, grabbing the head of one of the security guards. "He's like a dog off a leash." Steve crossed his arms over his chest, watching his clone throw the shield at several more guards before dispatching them with 2 blades hidden in his suit. "Hydra isn't a game, Tony. They could really take us out if they have a team like this," Steve muttered, finding the destruction caused by Abomination completely unnecessary. "We must be cautious. The longer we wait, the more victims there will be," the philanthropist pointed out, looking at his companion. "And I don't want to fill another child's heart with the death of their family member." Silence fell over the room as Tony slammed both hands on the table, his face defeated. Even though he'd regained his health and somewhat more stable mental state, Anthony Stark wasn't doing too well, thanks to the events within his company. Even Pepper was on the brink. They couldn't go on like this. It wasn't the money or the lost possessions, but the lives needlessly wasted. "We should figure out their next move," Natasha declared, cupping her chin. "They've targeted Stark Industries. What's your company's largest headquarters? They could go there eventually." At first I would say it was Stark Tower, but since it was changed to Avengers Tower, I think the largest headquarters of Stark Industries would be in New York, which is where my father started, right where Pepper works. That's where we should stay, Steve said, looking at a map Tony had shown of Stark Industries headquarters in upstate New York. Wait. Aren't those labs? Yes. We're investigating the potential uses of the AIM vibranium and extremis we confiscated from Killian, Stark said, recalling how they moved the merchandise to the headquarters in New York. The eccentric billionaire removed his glasses from his face, slumping back in his chair, completely defeated. If they get their hands on extremis, something tells me they'll be even stronger than they are now, Steve growled, sighing through his teeth. Captain Rogers massaged his neck, recalling his clashes with Hydra. He had to admit that the Nazi organization was capable of creating technological improvements that Stark still dreamed of taking. But that was all thanks to the Tesseract, really, while Tony's was all his own. And we can't leave something like that in there. Mr. Stark. Something is approaching quickly. Before even giving an order, Tony Stark saw a strange glow outside Avengers Tower and thought he heard a buzzing sound. Boom. The glass flew completely, destroying the floor where the Avengers were, filling the area completely with smoke that made it impossible to see anything. Tony crawled, curling up on an overturned chair, behind the debris of the table, his skin feeling slightly burned and cut. He felt blood running down his face. He moved his eyes toward the hole caused by the bullet, the one that had completely taken them out. But he saw nothing on the other side. Bruh. Shit. Banner. Roger's voice escaped in a faint whisper, revealing the super soldier emerging from under some rubble, his casual clothes torn to shreds, some blood showing from the cuts in his skin. The captain moved a heavy piece of the table away, revealing a dazed Natasha, protected by Steve. Are you okay, Nat? HMP. Is this okay? The Russian spy hissed, brushing strands of hair away from her face, revealing some skin on her torso, next to the underwire of her bra. Romanoff snorted and looked toward the gap in the glass. They found us. From crack. And the giant is coming for them. They both looked at Tony, who was already displaying the Iron Man suit on him. The question is, will we get there to help him? Or will it be too late for Banner? The brainless giant. Divide and conquer. That was what Taskmaster had in mind when he was given his mission after returning from Africa. To take the Avengers off the playing field indefinitely, the longer the better. And that was what the mercenary wanted, devising the ideal plan. Within the Avengers, Taskmaster had managed to find the Hulk to be the toughest wall to break down. Immense, powerful, full of fury, and without brains or scruples. He only knew how to babble, but he would be capable of taking them all down, something he knew, and something Whitehall assumed. That's why when the new head of the Hydra base they were in gave them that test mission to test Weapon X in a combat beyond human, Taskmaster had begun to devise plans to take on the Avengers. There were 7 of them, with the addition of Jessica Drew to the team and her spider powers, while the Avengers themselves barely had about 4 members, with the Falcon offline and the God of Thunder on another world, something that favored them. And he wasn't going to fool himself. If Hulk had followed Thor, he would be much happier. Dealing with the immense mass of green muscles and stormy strength that was the Avenger would be a pain. Taking into account Hulk mainly, the mercenary and captain of Alpha Squad had launched a direct attack on the tower, destroying the room where his enemies were, being mainly a ploy to anger Bruce Banner and draw him into battle before the others acted. If they took out Hulk, the other 3 Avengers wouldn't be too difficult. They had Abomination and X9, who could deal with Captain America and Iron Man simultaneously and take them down. Yelena could easily take on Romanoff. But if they couldn't get rid of the big gun, things could look very complicated for them. Bruh. Taskmaster drew his sword, enveloping it in orange flames, and placed the shield on his opposite arm. He looked ahead, at the column of smoke rising from the open hole. He's coming, Yelena pointed out, lowering her binoculars from her face and glancing at the group's leader. The mercenary stood completely still, thinking, analyzing the possibilities. Hulk. Hulk was capable of regenerating wounds, and bullets wouldn't work. They would need a heavy weapon to take down the mindless giant who was packed with muscle upon muscle. Knowing the beast, Taskmaster found some way to get rid of Hulk, and most would be difficult to manage. They didn't have Thor to unleash lightning on Hulk and disorient him, but they had Abomination to take on their heavyweight enemy, so they could unleash gas on the giant to put him to sleep. That's what I expected, Taskmaster replied, looking at the rest of the squad. Deadpool had been polishing his katanas and didn't seem at all worried, as if he knew what was going to happen in advance. Domino was the lucky one and was used to getting rid of anything heavy if she was lucky. Abomination was the most anxious about Hulk, and X9 seemed almost absent, like a puppet. Irachn Jessica Drew, is called Irachn during her time with Hydra, the new member's codename, was adjusting her suit and getting ready. Abomination, go greet our guest. "That's exactly what I was talking about," Abomination declared, giving a somewhat ugly smile and jumping through the window, disappearing into the street. They wouldn't be long in hearing the screams of the people, and then the two giants would crash to the ground, destroying everything. The key was to deal with the Hulk before he grew too powerful. Taskmaster grabbed a rifle from the table, took off the safety, inserted a stun gas grenade, and handed it to Yelena. "Turn off the giant," he ordered, pulling back a blanket. M16s were taking up the entire table, along with several stun gas grenades, courtesy of Wyndham, who had created them to take down a whale. And basically, the Hulk was a land whale. He pressed a button on the side of his mask and rested the rifle on his shoulder. "Any failure will lead to our deaths," he said, now looking seriously at the 5 remaining members, not counting himself. He knew that Arach and X9 would be spared since Wyndham and Whitehall wanted them alive, but the others were only temporary contracts until Hydra got bored of them. And that wasn't something he could afford. A stain on his record was completely unnecessary. As one of the most experienced mercenaries, getting a blemish on his record was something he couldn't afford. There were missions he failed, and fighting with the Avengers wasn't exactly going to be the one he wanted after years of having a spotless record. It would be something that would eat away at him and make him bitter. He watched as Domino and Deadpool grabbed 2 rifles, along with several of the grenades. The strange thing about all this was that Wade Wilson hadn't opened his mouth in exactly an hour, which was incredibly odd when you put those two together. Had something happened between them? Behind his mask, Taskmaster frowned slightly and sighed, shaking his head. "Pam." "Boom." Taskmaster looked out the window, watching from above as Hulk was being pressured by Abomination, who seemed to be struggling to take the Avenger with him. Hulk slammed his hammer down on him and threw him aside, leaping up and smashing everything with a double-barreled punch that sent Abomination into a crater, courtesy of the Green Giant's fury. "Go ahead. Take Hulk," he declared, followed by a click as he loaded the clip into his weapon. Without looking back, Taskmaster dashed toward the elevator. Meanwhile, the Hulk roared in fury, marching toward his downed foe, snorting. He was met with a direct hit from a chain, staggering him. The giant stopped in time, shifting his face and looking down at his standing foe, smirking at him, the chain swinging slightly. "Come on, Banner, it's time for you to sleep," the Alpha Squad member declared, taking a step toward the Avenger. The Hulk bared his teeth in an angry snarl, clenching his fists and preparing to launch himself at his enemy. "No Banner. Me Hulk." Hulk demanded, launching himself. Abomination grabbed his arm, slamming him into the ground with a judo-like movement. The supervillain crushed the Avenger's head into the ground, using his legs strongly to do so, with everything he had. Still, he was dealing with someone who grew strong with pure rage, and that was a difficult thing to deal with. Hulk was always pissed off. "Me Hulk." Hulk used his arms to get back on his feet, pushing Abomination away from him and grabbed him by the neck tightly, showing him his completely pissed off face. "See. Pam. Paw." And when Hulk was angry, his anger withered away with strong forceful blows. Abomination was pressured with these blows, receiving them full in his face, looking completely powerless. He tried to raise his arm, but Hulk broke it, then slammed it into a car, sending him tumbling into a park, destroying the playground equipment. Luckily, the crowd had moved away from the conflict zone. Hulk smashes. While Banner was calm, almost like a timid overgrown child, the Hulk was the complete opposite, a vortex of bloodthirsty rage, mindless, like a bloodhound unleashed on a warhound. He was a giant with muscle upon muscle, but not a shred of brain power. His speech indicated a retardation. His actions showed no rational thought behind them. A shell without content. Abomination parried another blow and returned at full force, staggering the Avenger, which Blonsky himself took as he launched himself at the giant, completely dragging him along like a rugby player. Hulk was dragged along, and several vehicles were taken out, causing them to explode and litter the street with burning wreckage. The villain stopped and Hulk hit him with his knee and then with both hands in a slam, sending Abomination to his knee. He stopped the Avenger's third blow and returned one to his side, staggering him slightly, and returned the second blow when it hit his knee, knocking the giant down with a clear crunch. He grabbed his face, and Hulk was slammed into the ground hard, almost like a doll, with no resistance on the Avenger's side, who was in a slight cloud because of his knee, which healed almost a second after being knocked down. Hulk kicked Abomination away hard and he was sent into a truck, destroying the container he was carrying. The Avenger got to his feet and rushed Abomination, preventing the villain from leaving the dented container. Hulk leaped onto his foe, completely shattering the truck. Boom. Both were surrounded by flames and smoke, and seconds later, Hulk emerged, expelled by a furious Abomination. The villain leaped, dragging metal with which he struck the strongest Avenger, creating cuts that closed after the blow. Hulk tried to get up, but Abomination slammed both pieces of metal hard, cutting the giant's skin, causing blood to fall to the ground and sending him sprawling with his leg. "You're going to look like the Hulk today," Abomination hissed, slamming the giant's face into the ground several times, using his leg to crush the hero's face against the concrete. Abomination moved his foot onto the back of Hulk's head, reveling in the sight of his fallen foe. He even allowed himself to smile slightly, his teeth showing in a wicked grin. Hulk hissed angrily, trying to get up, feeling the metal slowly cut into his skin where he was impaled. He roared in fury and tore one of his arms free of the metal, revealing a deep cut. But Abomination couldn't focus on the wound. Hulk punched him full force with rage and force, so much so that the villain was thrown backward. The green giant stood up, tearing off the other piece of metal from his opposite arm, now closing his wounds thanks to his regeneration and metabolism. He took a step forward. Clock. Hulk looked at the ground, finding a cylinder next to his left foot. Boom. He was hit by an explosion that enveloped him in a greenish gas that entered his respiratory system, making him feel like there was much more to it than he saw. Clock. Boom. More of those projectiles hit him, sending Hulk stumbling back, his left arm covering his face. But it was impossible. The gas entered his system every time he took a breath, even a small fraction, and the gas collapsed his lungs. The giant's mind began to shut down as he stumbled along, his eyes slightly closed. Hulk grunted and collapsed to his knees, staring at six figures in front of him, staring directly at a man with a shield. Slowly, Hulk backed away, giving way to Bruce Banner, the professor whom Alpha Squad tied up with an adamantium chain so he couldn't move. "The giant has been brought down," Taskmaster reported, taking Banner's pulse and finding him out cold. The mercenary smiled slightly under his mask, having been able to deal with the strongest Avenger in human eyes. "Yelena, take Black Widow. Domino, Deadpool, take Iron Man. Arachne and X9. Deal with Captain America." But that order, the Hydra agents mobilized, leaving him with Banner and Abomination aside, who was recovering from the blow from the Hulk himself when he knocked him down. "Wyndham wants some of the beast's blood." Taskmaster pulled out a needle gun, taking a vial and placing it inside the magazine. He inserted the needle and pulled the trigger, watching as the vial slowly filled with Banner's gamma-energized blood, who didn't seem to notice the invasive process in his body. The mercenary removed the needle from the professor's skin, watching the wound close in just a few seconds, and tucked the object into one of his belt pockets. He stood up and looked toward Avengers Tower, noting that the smoke had cleared, likely thanks to Stark's security and his emergency plans. "Now what do I do?" Abomination asked, glaring at Bruce and hoping to crush him. "Delay the police and military as long as possible," Taskmaster demanded, picking up his rifle from the floor. "Thaddeus Ross may be on his way with a large contingent, though I've seen him aspiring to be Secretary of State. In any case, we can't waste time with the police and military. Our transport will arrive in 20, and by that time the Avengers must be shot down or neutralized, and we'll be leaving. The rest doesn't matter." According to data taken from the comics, Hulk can be defeated with strong gases as shown in DC vs Marvel, according to the information obtained. Like two peas in a pod. Captain Rogers placed the shield with a star in the center right in front of the handlebars of his motorcycle, adjusting with a jerk his helmet that covered his face, and finished dressing him as Captain America, taking on his alter ego from the Second World War, the one who had fought against Hydra in 1942 and who faced the Chitauri in 2012 to deal with Hydra again 2 years later. Steve was not too happy to discover that the Red Skull's allies were once again on the world, reaching out for everything they could touch and making it theirs, as if nothing else mattered. Hydra was cruel, but advanced. Rogers recognized the Red Skull's ingenuity with technological advancements, his war effort, and his plans for world domination. But he didn't share the methods or the damage he had done. His childhood friend had been mentally tortured and turned into the Winter Soldier, a trained assassin and Hydra's asset, as well as a truly cruel version of a super soldier. Bucky suffered too much under Arnim Zola to deal with Hydra's mad scientists again, who would seek out their asset and drive him insane with their codes using the Book of the Winter Soldier, as Zola stated in his lecture at the base to Rogers and Romanoff, with the former being too surprised. The fresh memories were bothering Steve. He'd wanted to get rid of Hydra when it crashed next to the Tesseract, and he'd only just finished off the Red Skull, leaving Zola free to take over S.H.I.E.L.D. from its inception and infect the organization that should keep the peace with people too dangerous. Captain America hopped on his motorcycle and started it up, pulling out of Avengers Tower right behind Black Widow's all-black, curvy, and sporty car, giving an all-too-obvious impression of Natasha. He even allowed a smile to creep onto his lips, despite the situation with his partner and the orchestrated attack. He slid his wrist back, accelerating his vehicle even further, seeing plumes of smoke a few blocks from the tower. He shifted his eyes and saw Iron Man moving forward. It was in that split second that he heard something softly cut through the air. Steve turned his head and saw something advancing toward him, closing the distance and ready to strike him directly in the face. He grabbed the edge of his shield and swung it toward his enemy's projectile. Plong. Captain America watched as both shields neutralized each other and he stopped his motorcycle, trapping his vibranium shield with one hand and placing his foot on the asphalt. He squinted at the figure right in front of him, dressed in a uniform just like his own, with the Hydra logo right on the chest, where the star should be, in black and red. The only thing different was the mask, which covered his entire face, leaving the lower half of his face visible, just as his own helmet and mask did. All he could see were two blue eyes, empty, lifeless. He watched the Hydra man take up the shield, also like his own, completely circular, black and red, with the Nazi organization symbol shining brightly, almost laughing. Rogers gritted his teeth, finding it a mockery of him, of the dead. Plop. Steve Rogers dismounted his motorcycle, positioning the kickstand, standing about 20 meters away from his enemy. He adjusted the shield on his arm and analyzed the Hydra agent. He was athletic, shorter than him by a head, and seemed to have a similar build to his, lanky and showing signs of growing even taller. The teenager. The first Avenger ran his tongue over his lower lip, noticing the dryness of his mouth, and sighed, unsure of how to act. If the analysis of his first glance was true, he was taking on a boy in the midst of puberty. And he didn't like fighting children. Maybe, just maybe, I should try to convince the boy not to fight, to handle him with words. Then he felt it. He jumped back and raised his shield, stopping a double kick from a black-haired girl, feeling himself completely thrown backward, leaving marks on the ground from the force involved. He even thought the friction burned his boots. Rogers took this, moving the shield and giving way to his left arm, taking the right leg of the girl in the green suit and threw her into a lasso, thanks to her own inertia. He watched as the lady turned, falling into a slightly bent position, stretching her left leg, with her hand touching the ground and looking directly at him. He shifted his body, letting the black shield pass, and raised his own, moving it horizontally in a slight arc. The Hydra soldier passed under his arm, which surprised Rogers when he saw him, legs bent, sliding along the ground, completely evading the arm. Ham. Captain America grunted as he felt his ribs cave in from the blow, gasping slightly as his lung felt crushed. Steve grabbed the Hydra man's arm and slammed the shield down flat on the side, catching the full star on the side of his head and sending him tumbling to the ground. He distanced himself from his enemy, examining the blow as he placed his own shield on his back. Captain America groaned slightly as a bruise spread across the affected area and focused on the girl, hoping he'd sent the man to the realm of Morpheus. But as he took a step, Steve found his shield ripped from his grasp in a move he hadn't expected. He knocked the Hydra soldier's grip off course and snorted as his heel connected with him, sending him tumbling backward. He shook his head, gritting his teeth. It wasn't as hard as being hit by Thor or the Hulk, but the guy was certainly capable of hurting him, maybe too much. Was the serum wearing off his system? Captain America ducked, letting the Hydra agent's leg slide past him, and rolled on the ground, grabbing his shield and throwing it. Thap. Steve Rogers watched as his enemy, or rather one of them, caught his shield with his hand, just like Bucky did a few months ago when they fought. Considering the guy's strength, his apparent resistance to blows, and how he'd recovered and trapped the shield, Steve deduced that he was at least another super soldier created at Hydra's base, which left him slightly at a draw, if not with his own experience. He was outnumbered and outgunned, but not outgunned. Steve stood up, wiping some of the blood from his jaw, giving his opponent a level look. He adjusted his gloves and looked at the girl. "Who are you?" he asked cautiously. Steve was certain they were members of Hydra, but he didn't know how Zola's new Hydra operated behind the scenes, with its heights of power. "Hydra Alpha Squadron," the girl spoke, shifting her legs. "Arachne. And your partner?" "From what they told me, it's called X9. X9 let out a snort that was more like a growl, which surprised Steve but not Arachne herself, as if she knew something about that super soldier. However, no matter how hard he tried, Rogers knew when to analyze, and this wasn't one of them. The Hydra super soldier tossed Cap's shield aside as a signal to Arachne, who leapt at the captain. Rogers adjusted and grabbed the spider girl's hands, slamming her into a fluid headlock as he watched X9 run toward him, fists clenched and eyes wide with pain. Steve Rogers dodged X9's first jab. He gritted his teeth at the second and stopped the third, planting his legs on the ground. The two super soldiers stared at each other, blue eyes connecting. Rogers fired a kick and was quickly met with a headbutt from X9, feeling dizzy, a moment Arachne took advantage of with a flying double kick, landing squarely on Steve's torso and sending him tumbling into a cosmetics store. Captain America completely smashed the window, burying himself under feminine products. He gasped, rising slightly and pushing aside the pieces of wood and mannequins on top of him, along with some supplies. Steve spat bloody phlegm to the side once he was standing, ready for battle. Being a soldier with the serum allowed him to deal with similar situations. The captain grabbed a piece of wood from the shattered shelf and threw it at Arachin, who dodged the wood, something Steve expected, and dove in, catching her in an aerial lunge and sending her crashing into a car. Crack. They both heard a crunching sound and the car they fell on began to honk. Steve stood up, grabbing the Arachin mask and preparing to unveil it. But he was forced away from the Hydra girl by X9, who shoved him aside with violent force. Steve rolled on the ground and saw, for the first time, a burning anger in the man's eyes. The captain shook his head, getting back to his feet. He was a little shaken and hadn't thought about Banner, Stark and Romanoff. Had they found other members of the Hydra squad? "What are you looking for?" the captain asked again, watching the two Hydra members move. Despite having been knocked out of the air against a car, Arachin didn't show much pain from the impact in her broken ribs. Her labored breathing was what gave Steve a clue as to her condition, aside from the creaking in her chest. Arachin went to respond, but X9 charged at the Avenger, forcing the man to face him, firing punches and deflecting others. Both super soldiers engaged their moves, finding X9 at his most animalistic, savage. Steve saw his pattern and picked it up, finding the animal rage of the Hydra soldier. See. The right hook shattered Captain Hydra's or X9's mask, causing the Avenger to freeze, staring at the deep blue eyes, the blonde hair, the slightly tanned skin. He didn't understand how, but that eye reminded him of Natasha when she looked deeply. Taking advantage of Captain America's distraction, X9 struck him with a single blow, knocking him off his chin, staring deeply into his face. The soldier moved his hands and ripped off the remains of his mask, completely revealing his face. Steve raised his head, seeing the identity of his enemy, and stopped as he stood. His face was somewhat elongated, sharp, with a hard jaw. Loose blonde hair, falling a little over his eyes. Sharp blue eyes, almost as hard as ice. If he made his eyes warmer, Steve would see himself in that Hydra agent, with the blonde hair and blue eyes. He was like his twin blob. What? Rogers reacted too late and was hit by his double, sending him to the ground, feeling blood drip from his jaw. He grunted, processing what this meant. He heard glass crunching and moved, avoiding the piston on X9's side. X9 didn't stop, stomping the ground while eating pizza dough. Rogers spun around and ended up stuck to a car. The Avenger grabbed the hood and pulled, dislodging the car's frame with some effort. He used the hood as a shield and heard the crash. See. He watched for a bit, seeing X9's fist slam into the center of the hood hard, denting the metal and leaving his fist etched into it. Rogers spun it around and knocked X9's arm away and kicked him in the side, hearing him grunt in pain. He grabbed him tightly by the neck and watched him kick, gasping for air. "Who are you?" Rogers roared, wanting to be rid of his double, to find meaning. That face was his own as a teenager, a little softer and wilder at the same time. "Answer me." X9 kicked a little, feeling the air begin to go out of him. He wasn't going to die from being pushed, not unless he was pushed any further. Weapon X dropped his head forward and whipped it back, crushing Captain America's nose and causing him to loosen his grip. Seeing his opportunity, the mutant grabbed his enemy's arm and threw him into a judo throw, sending Rogers crashing to the ground. "Pam." "NGH." Rogers grunted, finding the ground too hard. He hadn't expected such a move from his doppelganger. Finding himself on the ground, Steve found himself thinking about X9. Was she a clone of his from the blood he gave to the government? He huffed, turning around and trying to get up, finding a boot pressing his head against the ground. X9 looked down at the downed Captain America, moving his boot over the hero's head, showing cold blue eyes. Click. He unfurled the blades of his suit, revealing two 12-inch blades with which he had dismembered the Stark Industries security personnel. He raised both and prepared to slice the captain through the back of his neck, bringing him to the other side. Floosh. A beam of energy hit Weapon X, sending it crashing 50 meters from the first Avenger, who was finally able to raise his head to see Iron Man at his side, showing himself in his red and gold armor, without finding anything on his face covered by the mask. When the dust raised by the body of the Hydra super soldier faded, both Avengers found neither X9 nor Arachin. Steve Rogers growled. "Who is that boy? Even beasts have feelings." He closed both hands, making his knuckles appear completely white, seeing nothing but darkness, as Wyndham had taken him after the mission to draw more blood and study it in what the professor had called Genesis, the beginning of the human race for an evolution that could place them at the top of the food chain, removing the mutants and inhumans, with whom they shared the earth, and something that Hydra had not and could not allow. For Hydra, anyone away from its clutches was nothing more than something to crush. X9 didn't know exactly how to act around humans, having spent exactly 3 months outside his pod with only his team and Hydra's top brass, who were far more interested in his DNA than his well-being. He was a tool in Hydra's service. He was merely a champion for the terrorist organization, human flesh with which to create an army. And even though Whitehall and Wyndham didn't believe it, he understood just by seeing how they used him, how his actions caused pain to others, and how he couldn't fathom the reason for that suffering. He was merely fulfilling the objectives placed upon him, creating and profiting Hydra, and serving only its purpose. Whitehall used him as his perfect stormtrooper, recreating a copy of Captain America, whom he had faced in New York exactly a week ago, fighting, using the same methods with a shield. And he had even seen his resemblance to Steve Rogers himself when he had locked eyes with the captains, his uncertainty and confusion being quelled by his own rage and savage instincts, which overpowered everything else as he fought, following his instincts, moving his body to grapple with Rogers and bring him down. He'd wanted to take it easy, a cool-headed fighter. But without knowing it, he felt the blood boiling beneath his skin, his instincts fully aggravated, pushing him to kill the Avenger. And he would have done so if Iron Man's energy beam hadn't knocked him down. "Well, it seems your regeneration caused the Man of Steel movement to fail," Wyndham stated, putting the case of the mutant super soldier aside, smiling slightly with pride at the evolution of Weapon X. He hadn't been the one to create it. All the credit would go to Whitehall. However, he was the one who caused the specimen to grow, as well as its cloning. Yes, Wyndham had taken Weapon X blood and recreated Alpha Squad with copies of X9, what he called X Squad. They were still in cryogenics, waiting for them to mature completely. But it was surprising how Wyndham had managed to create more copies of X9 with just blood, nothing else. He had taken several eggs and sperm from other patients to create what he had called the perfect fetus, and using the blood, he managed to create the clones. With the blood obtained from Banner, we could try to recreate it by joining it with your own blood, joining both DNA into a single, stronger one. Wyndham pulled back his helmet, observing the mutant's calm face, how completely still it was, lifeless in its eyes, connected to the needles that had drawn even more blood. Weapon X skin had turned paler. X9 took the needles in one hand, looking at them contemptuously, then looked at the professor's back. He pulled hard, and the sound of dripping caught the man's eye. He turned and found a hand on him, pushing it down his throat. What? Wyndham tried to speak, tripping over his own tongue. The professor gasped as he felt the strong grip of Weapon X as it was about to rip out his throat. X9 slid his hand out and took the vial of Bruce Banner's blood. He saw the name and how it was a dark red, almost black. Crack. Blood dripped to the floor as the young man smashed the vial, loosening Herbert Wyndham's neck. The man slid to the floor, coughing, pushing away the sting and pain in his larynx. According to Whitehall's intelligence and reports, X9 wouldn't rebel against anyone from Hydra under strict mind control. But that control had either weakened or simply failed miserably. That blood would be rejected by mine, X9 declared, dropping the crystals from the vial to the floor. He turned, staring at the professor on the floor as he tried to recover. "It's not strong enough." Wyndham finally stood, his left hand lightly stroking his throat, feeling the pressure. He coughed a few times, clearing his throat. "You know nothing about DNA, you're just a weapon," Wyndham spluttered, glaring at the teen. X9 examined Banner's blood on the ground, taking a few drops and passing them over his lips. After a few seconds, they began to steam. What? How? Your DNA should be mutating, not rejecting Hulk's blood." X9 said nothing. He pulled a piece of cloth from one of the gowns, wiping his lips as if the clothing were a simple napkin. "For my body to assimilate Hulk's DNA, it must be ingested in quantities greater than a vial," he declared, walking toward the exit door, stepping on the remains of the blood, shattering the crystals in the same vial even further. "You tried a simple drop of my blood combined with a drop of Arachn's. It worked because of the quantity. The superior intelligence you boast of it simply disappoints me." Wyndham clenched his jaw, staring at the bare back of Hydra's Weapon X. The boy took the shirt, completely covering his torso with a black garment. "You should be careful what you say, X9, Wyndham said when he recovered, collecting the crystals and cleaning up the blood spilled by X9's act. "You will be severely punished." With nothing to say, knowing that his role in the labs had been fulfilled, X9 left and the door closed behind him, leaving him between 4 special Hydra agents in charge of his security, as the dark-haired woman pointed out to him every second. But X9 hadn't been fooled by her. He knew she was always lying. His heartbeat was too unbalanced compared to the rest of the Hydra agents. He sniffed around a bit, trying to find the woman. He followed the scent of her perfume, the scent of her skin, finding her a few feet away, with more agents who would take him back to her room, a simple room that was more of a metal box than a room. Breathing heavily, he let out a grunt and began to walk, covered by nearly a dozen Hydra guards, all of them armed with the commands Whitehall had inserted into his head. Would the man really take him as a weapon? He'd abandoned any sense of kindness in his soul. He was an animal capable of gutting the 12 guards accompanying him and gutting that woman. With only about 3 minutes, he'd be gone. X9 stopped in his tracks, looking toward the door that was his room, finding that he didn't want to be there again. He wanted to find out why Captain America was a carbon copy of him. He wanted to know why his body shuddered with a strange feeling when he looked into his eyes. He scrunched up his face when he saw the door open and the cold of loneliness hit him. He took about 3 steps and the door to his room closed, leaving him completely isolated from everything, as if he were a dog, an animal. And in a way, he was. He felt it in his very blood. The wild rage wasn't that of a normal human, and he had that rage coursing beneath his skin, battering his mind in seconds. A rage that was almost impossible to contain no matter how hard he tried. X9 moved, falling onto the cot that was his bed, placing one arm under his head and the other on his stomach, observing the ceiling darkened by the lack of light, being illuminated by the faint rays of the moon that entered through the bars of his window. At least I had a view outside. What was he beyond Weapon X? Wyndham had always referred to him as X9, or more simply, Weapon X. But when Whitehall had brought him out of that chamber, he'd called him Uzumaki Naruto. Where did that name come from? What did it mean to him? Was it his real name? He frowned, turning in bed and staring at the wall with his blue eyes, feeling a tightness in his chest and drops of water falling from his eyes, as if he were crying. Am I crying? Weapon X caught a few drops slipping from his eyes, wanting to fall down his face. He was crying, and he didn't know why or what it meant. He felt guilty, used. And he didn't understand or comprehend anything he was feeling. She closed her hands, digging her nails into the skin of her hands and feeling the blood drain. X9 closed her eyes, holding back the tears that wanted to escape. She didn't want to cry. She didn't understand why she was crying. What was wrong with her? He stopped when he felt a hand on his shoulder, opening his eyes, but he curled up, unwilling to see who had entered his prison. It would be Wyndham, who needed more of his blood, or one of the Hydra soldiers who would take him for further experiments. X9, a female voice whispered, bringing the mutant out of his paralysis. X9 erased the traces of his tears and turned around, seeing slightly gray eyes watching him, showing some concern. Weapon X sprang up, sitting inches from Jessica Drew's face, who seemed amused by her partner's actions. I'm sorry I took your break. Drew smiled with some affection, separating from the mutant and sitting in the only chair in the hideout. The spider girl scanned the young man's anatomy, finding an athletic and well-formed body for her companion's 15 years. As helpful as she was to Hydra, the reality behind it all was far too different. Wyndham had brainwashed her, from which she recovered on a mission. Oh, well. I see you're a man of few words. Covering his mouth slightly, Drew let out a chuckle that X9 found slightly irritating for some reason. People tend to be a bit more social than you, my little companion. I'm not your little sidekick, X9 hissed, sharpening the gaze he was directing at the girl sitting in front of him. He ruffled her hair, pushing some strands out of her eyes. Little baby's first words and they are very harsh and cold, Drew stated, with a mocking smile. X9 frowned, making a face that resembled an irritated expression, and Jessica actually found it kind of adorable. She had been designated, being the closest in age to X9, to become completely loyal to Hydra. While Whitehall believed their codes had worked, Wyndham wasn't too sure about it. Your mind could be rebooted and everything erased and used as a weapon against Hydra, something Wyndham didn't want and the higher-ups wouldn't take too kindly to. Jessica scanned her companion's face, lingering on the boy's dull eyes, seeing how his soul seemed to have escaped. Though for several seconds, she found some emotions: confusion, pain, anger. He was containing everything behind a neutral mask that the girl praised for its portrayal. She would give him the Oscar for Best Actor, without a doubt. I'm not a baby, the mutant hissed, his eyes sharpening on Drew. Jessica saw it again, that wild rage that made the boy a terrifying fighter, like a wild dog off the leash. Babies are helpless creatures. I'm not. Oh, well. Tiger cubs aren't defenseless, but they're still cubs, babies, Jessica pointed out, comparing Weapon X to a tiger cub. The girl slid her lips into a calm smile, watching X9's frustrated grimace. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto, right? How long have you been with Hydra? X9 frowned, listening to the name Daniel Whitehall had given him coming out of the girl's mouth without fully understanding it. The young man shook his head a couple of times. No, my name is X9, and I've been in Hydra since I was born, he replied, not finding anything to refuse to give him the information. 15 years old. According to your file, you're 15, the spider girl declared, not believing the teenager's words. I don't have a specific reason to lie, X9 assured, frowning further at Jessica's words. Why was it so hard to believe? When he woke up, he was already in Hydra. With a few words from Whitehall, everything had made sense to him. When I left the incubation chamber, I was already at this age and serving, Whitehall, X9 explained calmly, as if talking about time. Jessica Drew raised her eyebrows and opened her eyes fully, swallowing a bit and calming down after several seconds. The superhuman girl brushed a few strands of hair away from her face and stared at the mutant in front of her, trying to discern the truth in his words, looking for some flaw in his arguments, in his explanation, and make him fall. 15 years old. Was she born 15? That was too ridiculous, even for a science fiction movie. But after talking with her partner, more because she wanted to than to please Wyndham, Jessica Drew discovered that X9, who denied being Uzumaki Naruto, had feelings. The human glow of them had been captured by his eyes. It was not a simple animal. The exterior. Wade Wilson wasn't a normal human, or rather a normal mercenary. No, he was a genetically superior mutant thanks to the X gene in his DNA, or so any scientist would have declared after studying his blood. Wade had achieved a mutation in his DNA thanks to the help of Francis Freeman, a mercenary who had given him a way to overcome his illness, his cancer, by giving him a regenerative power that made him truly immortal above all else, and no one could eliminate him, at least not in a simple and conventional way. The problem with giving Wade Wilson powers had been creating Deadpool, the immortal mercenary mutant who was more of an anti-hero than a hero, capable of eliminating anyone in front of him, whoever they were. Both Wade and when he was Deadpool had stopped fearing death and his enemies. Everyone would fall at his feet. This was what initially caught the attention of Hydra, but especially of Whitehall when he wanted to form a special team for his newly obtained Weapon X, passing his interest to Wyndham when he discovered the superior healing factor that Deadpool possessed, regenerating his body parts in less time than X9, who took a third longer than Wade to recover. But what Wyndham himself discovered was that X9 was improving his regeneration factor over time as his mutant gene seemed to evolve. But what Whitehall and Wyndham hadn't counted on was Wade's own personality, someone who would say anything and take his insanity as something reasonable, letting his schizophrenia run wild when he was in front of people, something annoying, and that gave the appearance of a madman. Most of the time, Wade talked to the wall of the room itself or to nothing, something that many Hydra agents had noticed when they saw him in the hallways, eating his prized chimichangas and carrying what he called the dead phone always with him, showing a red and black shell of his mask, not like the suit he was carrying with him. All of this made Wade Wilson unpredictable. During Alpha Squad training, Taskmaster had declared that defeating Deadpool was impossible for him. Even though his mind was able to see the mutant's movements, it couldn't find the pattern. Within a second, or even a thousandth of a second, Deadpool would change the move to something completely unexpected, even if it was a butt slap, as the mercenary declared. Crazy, unhinged, and too deadly for Taskmaster's liking. If he was the ultimate human mercenary, Deadpool was the ultimate mutant mercenary, and it had become all too clear to him. Dealing with Deadpool wasn't easy, not even for Domino, even though she knew him all too well. Author. Stop bucking with me. Wade declared into the air, pulling the trigger and causing the Hydra agents to stare at him blankly, dismissing the subject as if it were a normal occurrence. The mutant snorted, putting his pistols back into the holsters on his belt. His Hydra uniform was all over his body, his mask pulled up to reveal his scarred hairless, almost baby-skinned face. Paragraph. 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 Always trying to cram in pages of paragraphs and then the dialogue. And you do it any other way, you bucking author. I want more presence. I'm the star of Weapon X. Every person who passed by the mutant mercenary looked at him and continued walking, trying not to attract Wade's attention. But the same loud-mouthed mercenary moved, trapping one of Wyndham's aides in his iron grip. Where are you going, friend? The man asked, giving an overly amused, almost sinister and crazy smile, a gesture that made the man shudder, as if he had seen something too terrifying. To the dining room. Oh, so you don't need this, right? Wade Wilson showed the man his facility pass, giving him a malicious gleam directed solely at the man, who stepped back. The mutant caught the movement of his interlocutor's Adam's apple, smiling even wider as he grasped the real fear. He liked the feeling of being feared among Hydra's rats. Mr. Wyndham will be angry if he sees I gave it to you. Wade caught the pass, tucking it into one of his belt pockets, smiling too wide. He caught the bottom of his mask with his hands and covered himself completely with it, transforming into Deadpool. Nothing, don't worry. They won't catch you. At least until a few chapters later, my good friend. He patted the lab member on the shoulder, and Deadpool adjusted his katanas so they wouldn't fall off his back. He didn't want any kids trying to play ninjas or something with them. So, no need for you. You stay calm, I'll be nervous. You're weird. I'm hexily awkward, Deadpool shrugged at the man's words. He squeezed the man's neck and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Of course, I don't know if I should kill you or not. Would it be cruel to kill a mentally ill person? He grabbed the man by the feet and dragged him to a room, leaving him inside. Deadpool grabbed the backpack he'd left there and walked toward the rooms, passing through the Hydra guards as if he were a saint, someone who wouldn't destroy Hydra's entire main scientific base with just a few katanas and pistols. No, that wouldn't happen, right? Of course it will, idiot, Deadpool snarled, turning towards the loneliest room in that sector. Do you really think I'm in there to watch children suffer? I'm not that heartless, you bastard author. You, on the other hand, are crazy. Creating a multiverse between Marvel and Naruto. It's okay to create Naruto and Marvel stories, but interconnecting Weapon X and Iron Man's era in a crossover story for Secret War against Doom? That's gangster, man. Deadpool stopped in front of a door with only a few bars as a vent at the top. He reached into his pocket, took out Franklin Storm's pass, and swiped it through the reader next to the door. Click. With the green dot, the door made a soft click and moved a few inches. Deadpool kicked it open, finding what was more of a hole than a room. He frowned under his mask when he found X9 sleeping on the cold floor, curled up in a ball, and burying his face between his legs. He caught the young man's soft snoring and how he seemed to be moving through a small nightmare he seemed to be having. Deadpool entered the room, crouching in front of the mutant who was the feared Weapon X, but was really a young, parentless teenager being used as a weapon. He moved it slightly. "Hey, mustache-less buddy," Deadpool whispered. X9 shuddered a little, his eyes beginning to open slightly. He blinked a few times, about 5, stretching out on the cold ground and catching Deadpool's eyes on him, who was flashing him a peace sign like he was a hype man. "What are you doing?" The blonde moaned, sitting on the cold, probably frozen, ground. X9 rubbed his arm over his face, making the light fog that was covering his eyes disappear. "So Hixie woman has cleared your emo-style Sasuke?" "Hey, what?" "Nothing, just leave it. You're not a ninja or gay," Deadpool said, letting his voice sound a little disappointed. "Here." Deadpool threw the backpack taken from the storage room and X9 caught it in his hands, looking at it. Feeling curious as a cat, X9 slid the zipper and took a cap from inside, completely black and with a red bow on the forehead and a female figure in the center, Black the symbol of Black Widow, his mother in case you didn't know. X9 tilted his head and shifted his confused gaze to his teammate. "And this? What? You're planning on going for a stroll through New York in your combat uniform? Look, with Cap and the Avengers hot on your ass, you'd better fly under the radar," the loudmouth mercenary pointed out, standing up. "As much as I'd like to see your hexy, manageable body, I have to take care of the cameras and Wyndham's dogs. You change into your clothes." Before Weapon X could say anything, Deadpool left the room with another click, leaving the young mutant alone. He sighed with a low grunt and pulled out his clothes. A black short-sleeved t-shirt with Captain America's shield right in the center, dark ripped jeans, a black belt, and white sneakers. There was also a hoodie with the phrase Excelsior in blood red and snow white letters, Marvel's colors. There were even some boxer briefs with the phrase, "I love you 3 million. Highlighted in a light pink. Without thinking too much, X9 changed into the clothes his partner had given him, finishing by tying the laces of his sneakers. He'd also found a pair of sunglasses. Was it daytime? He usually only knew when he was taken out for a mission or some tests. The mutant took the cap and placed it on his head, flattening his messy golden hair, revealing a few strands sticking out and falling over his face. "Are you ready, hot baby?" Deadpool showed his face, leaving X9 to frown at the smell of blood, seeing drops of the liquid of life on the mercenary mutant's mask. "I think I've lost my heterosexuality, although I'm bisexual, so the meme doesn't affect me." "What is a meme?" "My little Padawan." X9 shrugged at his fellow mutant's strange words and slung his backpack over his back, which bore the phrase Avengers Assemble. "Where are we going?" X9 asked as he left his room, or rather, his jail, moving his backpack and trying to see if it would fall off. But the strap seemed strong. "A morning walk through the city that never sleeps, my good hexy blue-eyed friend," Deadpool answered simply, walking. X9 saw traces of blood, how there were marks and some drops scattered on the floor. "Calm down, Padawan. No one will see or hear anything, as if we had never been here." The young man didn't answer, hoping Deadpool would keep his mouth shut. He massaged Deadpool's neck as they left, greeted by the dawn sun, bathing both mutants' faces in its rays, embracing them completely. X9 took a huge breath of air, finding it completely fresh, completely filling his lungs and making him feel completely clear, as if he had no worries and nothing else existed. He moved his eyes, seeing enormous glass buildings that penetrated the sky, something that amazed him. He took a step and felt a tug. Calm down, puppy," Deadpool chuckled as a taxi pulled up right in front of them, with an Indian man at the wheel. "My good friend Dopinder." Deadpool pulled the back door open, shoving X9 into the back seat and then stepping inside himself, closing it. "Mr. Poole," the Indian taxi driver greeted back, giving what appeared to be a sly smile, or so X9 himself thought when Dopinder gave the smile to Deadpool. "Where am I taking you?" "Whoring again, Mr. Poole." No, I'm with a minor now," Deadpool declared, gesturing negatively with his hands. "Take us to get some churros for breakfast and then we'll tour New York. Do you need gas?" The mutant took out a can and passed it to the taxi driver, who took it without finding it strange, so the blonde deduced that Wade had already done it before. Afterwards, I also want you to take us to a place called Hell's Kitchen. They have good hot dogs there. Dopender shrugged, starting the taxi and heading off towards some street stall selling churros for Mr. Poole and the boy accompanying him. What are churros? It's really delicious. Not as delicious as chimichangas, but I think Tom Holland eats it a lot. I don't know who that is, X9 declared, looking outside, finding the enormous bulletin boards very interesting. He opened his mouth like a little kid, getting a little carried away. He had seen little of the outside when he went on missions, and especially when they faced the Avengers, but he had never stopped to observe everything in detail, so that it would remain engraved in his mind. He was a child in a teenager's body, despite his somewhat accelerated mental growth. He's supposedly Sony's best Spider-Man. I went with Andrew Garfield, even though they say Tobey Maguire is the best. Man, Venom was an alien, not a symbiote, in Spider-Man 3. And Mary Jane, Peter Parker's second girlfriend, appeared when the first was Gwen, Hot Eye Stacy. X9 frowned, and Dopender himself didn't seem surprised by the mercenary's words, accustomed to his madness. The young man himself was finding his madness entertaining. He moved his head toward the window and observed the buildings, cars, and people on the street, finding everything too quiet at that hour. Is this the usual volume of people? There will be thousands of people by noon, Dopender explained, while Deadpool typed on his dead phone. I'll be your guide around New York, sir. Naruto Uzumaki Naruto Weapon X introduced himself, taking the name that Whitehall had given him as a person and not wanting to leave any trace of his alias as a member of Alpha Squad. Naruto looked outside again, feeling the glasses protecting him from the powerful summer sun. The outside is full of interesting things. Reality. Eating a churro. Something people used to do as a normal thing was what X9 was discovering at almost 16 years old, spending 15 of them locked in the cryogenic incubator that formed him and the following months being a tool for Hydra. Now he was on what Wade called a well-deserved vacation, eating a churro for the first time in a long time, considering he'd been off-world for 15 years, coming into contact with the living after Whitehall finally brought him out of cryogenics. He'd mostly followed his instincts when he saw the man and his men, wanting to kill them. But Whitehall's words had mentally shocked him and he'd gotten carried away, not fully realizing what he was doing. When he went into predator mode, everything went red for him, following the simple animal instincts that Hydra seemed to stimulate using Whitehall's phrases. X9 had come to several times in the hole in the wall assigned to him, his hands stained with blood and feeling remorse for what he had done, as if he were a simple wild animal. He didn't regret it, but not knowing why he did it killed him internally and brought out his deepest feelings, something he didn't understand or know where it came from, but which made him look completely fragile to anyone who saw him. Hydra hated the fragile. He understood that being Weapon X was part of his duty to Hydra and followed Whitehall's plan, even though he needed motivation to act, to deal with the guilt, and it never came. He was alone, pressured to improve himself within Hydra's Weapon X project, now controlled by Wyndham, a man obsessed with improving human genetics to the point of experimenting on himself and other agents. He had created beings like the Jackal, a former university professor who had been under Wyndham's tutelage, only to be expelled due to his emotional instability, leaving a humanoid beast free to roam the world. Although Jackal had been a failure in X9's eyes, he recognized that Wyndham was far too clever and that failure would take hundreds of steps forward in the field. He had taken every mistake to improve X Squad. X9 found it somewhat disturbing to find clones inside capsules, being almost exact copies of him. There were 6 in total. X10, X11, X12, X13, X14 and X15, although Wyndham had named them Alpha, Beta, Omega, Gamma, Epsilon and Genesis, this being the one he put the most effort into, and being the only one with a feminine appearance. All the others were male, copies of him. Even the female Genesis bore a slight resemblance to him. That's when I got the collar that nullified my artificial X gene, so the chubby destroyer wouldn't cause chaos, and Cable would let him live, Deadpool said, taking a bite of his donut. X9 came back to his senses, looking at his own donut and taking a bite, finding that to be a really good thing. If the old man hadn't given me his time travel coin, I'd be completely dead. And I don't want to see death yet. Although she is very hexy, man. She's very buckable. X9 raised his right eyebrow, finding the mercenary's words odd. He shrugged, chewing his churro again, enjoying the sweetness as he chewed. Was this the chaotic world Hydra wanted to take over? Ever since Dopender had left them to get churros, where Deadpool took photos with various fans and followers, he'd realized that people weren't evil, nor did they need a DNA enhancement to be loyal to Hydra. Loyalty was achieved through actions, not control. Did you really stick a wire up that guy's ass with a metal bell on his head? X9 asked, biting into his churro again, making it a little smaller than before. His teeth chewed, grinding the piece of candy between his molars. Oh, that was really wonderful. Not like Kano has 1,000 years of pain, but close. I even saw smoke coming out of his ears, if he even had ears. With the helmet, it was impossible to tell, Deadpool declared, shifting his feet slightly and tapping his heel against the wall without fear. Both mutants, Master and Padawan as Deadpool referred to him, were sitting on the rooftop of a soup kitchen called Feast, where the homeless were admitted, something that X9 couldn't understand as he looked at him. Why were people sleeping in that place, receiving free food and lodging? The young mutant didn't mention it to Deadpool, who would have answered him if he had dropped his question. But he subdued his curiosity, making it clear he had little interest in continuing his ramblings and studies. There were millions of things he didn't understand and that Wyndham hadn't corrected, seeing him as merely a tool. That's not very nice, X9 finally said, taking another bite of his prized churro, finishing his small snack. But won't Wyndham notice I'm missing? Nah, the old man's busy with your clones, who'll wake up too soon and leave us defective, the mercenary said, finishing his churro after 2 more bites. The anti-hero lowered his mask and wiped the crumbs off his uniform. We'll deal with that bridge when we get to it. There's no bridge, Wade. What? Those bastards lied to me, Deadpool himself growled, thinking they'd find a bridge to burn later. The writer tricked me. What is a writer, Deadpool? Deadpool cupped his chin, humming. It's someone who writes stories to entertain people and help them enjoy a good day escaping from the social problems caused by human negligence. X9 scrunched his face in concentration. Too many things were beyond his mind, beyond the animal instinct that drove him on during combat. Everything he did was guided entirely by his instinct and his training, knowing where to strike to cause the maximum damage possible. Thank you, he whispered, not believing his partner could hear him. But Deadpool caught the word in his ears, not answering and knowing the boy didn't really want to be heard, so he had whispered his thanks. Deadpool took that without speaking, watching as several people entered Feast, including a brown-haired woman with a young man at her side with the same hair color as the woman. Deadpool Wade looked to his side at X9, seeing how the boy looked at the street, at the malnourished people, samples in life, and how several people were helping them. Do we do good working for Hydra? Is it good to cause the death we do? I see the people outside the base and not so happy, so normal, that I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. I don't know what humans are like, what mutants are like. I don't know anything about the world really, X9 declared, beginning to drop his doubts and insecurities on the mercenary, who said nothing while the boy spoke, feeling the confusion and uncertainty in the tone of his voice. He even thought he felt his sentences tremble. Does Hydra really need to control the world for the good of it? Deadpool looked down again, seeing the same woman and the same teenager, not answering the question his companion had left hanging. He sighed through his teeth, sending the voices in his mind to a deep recess. No. He isn't, Naruto the older mutant declared, looking at the young man at his side, speaking completely seriously. As crazy as he was, Whitehall and Wyndham had been wrong about him. They thought he wouldn't feel anything for the new Weapon X, and it was quite the opposite. The boy was like a little brother to him now. Hydra is evil incarnate, as were all those who created the Weapon Plus project, from which Weapon X branched off, and I was created as one of their Weapon XS, not turning out the way they wanted and discarding me as a failure of the project. Then the data fell into Hydra and they reopened the project, making a significant breakthrough with you, and now clones taken from your blood. But that only reaffirms the fact that they are the darkness in the world. Using you as a weapon isn't something a normal person would do. But for both the government and the organizations, we are only tools for some purposes, which are discarded afterward. X9 looked up at the sky, seeing the blue color above them, with the snowy white clouds hovering above them. Did the sky always look so peaceful? So I'm just a tool, a weapon. The young mutant said, finding a lump in his throat as he tried to get out the question he hadn't had time to ask and didn't want to know the answer to. Even with Wade, who would tell him the truth, he'd rather he be completely lied to. For Hydra, yes, you're just Weapon X, a tool they'll use to fight the Avengers and finish them off. When they do, you'll just be a base, patient zero with which they'll create their armies of super soldiers with mutant genes, Deadpool stated, not wanting to lie to the young man at his side. He needed the truth to know the reality of the world he was in, that he was just a tool for Hydra and nothing more. If he at least knew the truth, the boy could act on his instincts. Whitehall had treated him well, with a slightly iron hand, but befitting a good soldier. Wyndham had only taken it to a new level and seeing him as a laboratory specimen, degenerating the boy with the experiments. X9 watched a teenage girl her age, with golden blonde hair and blue eyes and a pixie nose, hugging a man in a police uniform. She felt a pang right above her heart and, for no reason, felt her eyes water. She cupped her face, wiping away the traces of tears with the back of her hand, sighing softly. So, Wade, is this the boy? Both mutants turned around, with X9 looking at the man behind them with distrust, while Deadpool himself showed a smile under his mask, taking on the appearance of a lovesick schoolgirl. Fable. The man known as Cable was a man about 2 meters tall, with a broad powerful build and grey hair. A cybernetic arm occupied his left arm, and he seemed to be carrying on his back an arsenal Hydra would only dream of possessing. Cable ignored Deadpool as he went to hug him, knocking the mercenary aside with his cybernetic arm, earning a groan from the mutant. X9 Scott Summers' son murmured, looking at Weapon X completely. Cable had seen a lot during his time in the future, knowing exactly what would cause a rift in the dystopian future he'd grown up and lived in. And one of those who had commanded his world, or kept it from destruction, had been the hero known as Weapon X, the very boy sitting before him. He'd seen his statues, his membership in the Avengers, and how he'd stood alongside the X-Men and X-Force. His resume as a hero had been long, painful, and filled with sacrifice, but he'd still stood tall in the face of adversity, scarred by his struggles. Someone who had fought alongside the Avengers, Captain America, Iron Man, and many other heroes, was a key piece in the continuity of the timeline. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wade has told me a little about you. Being Hydra's Weapon X is not something everyone would like. I didn't want to be one. I was forced to be one, X9 declared, frowning at Cable as Deadpool started taking selfies with a lettuce-losing chimichanga. I don't even know who my parents are. I don't know anything about my past. Wade. Cable grabbed the mercenary by the shoulder, stopping him. Haven't you told him? What thing? His past. Soldier X growled, squeezing the mercenary's shoulder, causing him to groan. Summers sighed, sending Wade Wilson sprawling to the ground, and turned to X9, finding a gleam filled with eagerness to know. Your parents, kid, are 2 Avengers. The one who gave birth to you was Uzumaki Kushina, an inhuman married to Namikaze Minato, an important loyal ally of Hydra with the Namikaze Corporation. But your real parents, who you come from, are. Loss. Cable stopped his words, moving his golden eye towards the black-clad figures that had appeared, all wearing the Hydra logo on their shoulder pads. Squad X. Deadpool squeaked, completely outraged, his eyes fixed on the 6 mutants in front of them. Above their heads, a military helicopter was hovering. This is like a thriller movie where the hero would beat the crap out of the villains. But we're being outnumbered, and I don't think Baby Yo can take them down, the mercenary explained, pulling out one of his katanas. X9 stepped back, standing up, looking at the dark figures in front of them, clenching his fists and taking on a completely serious look. X9, Weapon X. We came by order of Professor Wyndham to get rid of the fault, said one of the X-members, showing a wolfish smile, while his eyes turned slightly red, full of energy. Oh, looks like he used mutant DNA, Cable declared, noticing his father's powers in the so-called beta, gritting his teeth. X9 pushed his backpack aside, getting rid of his cap and sweatshirt, leaving him in a somewhat worn sleeveless t-shirt, showing off his strong arms. Beta. We're here for X9 to use as a base for more super soldiers, the woman from the squad calmly declared, propping her breasts with her arms under them. Our little brother is just a gene pool, nothing more. The young mutant stood next to Cable and Deadpool, baring his teeth like a beast, ready to fight. Bullshit. Beta declared, taking a step forward and aiming his eyes at the trio of mutants. I'll kill him. Floosh. Beta fired energy from his eyes, hitting the trio full on, shattering the rooftop and sending X9, Deadpool, and Cable tumbling to the concrete, kicking up dust from the energy blast. That was the reality. X9 was just a tool. Acceptance. He groaned in pain, standing up and focusing his gaze on the street in front of him, feeling his body heavy. X9 spat out some blood, leaving a bloodstain on the asphalt. He heard cars honking, yelling at him for standing in the middle of the road, blocking the way for vehicles. He grabbed a piece of the bone that ran through his shoulder and ripped it out, letting the blood drip onto the ground. The mutant looked down at the wound, watching as it slowly closed and the skin began to knit together, leaving his shoulder completely unblemished, without a single scar or mark to indicate it had been pierced. X9 raised his head, looking up from the fallen building, taking in the 6 figures above. He wiped the blood from his chin, sharpened his gaze, and bared his teeth in invitation. If they wanted to go to war, he would give them the bloody war they were waiting for. Beta, who had thrown the 3 of them into the street, was the first to get carried away, firing another blast at his brother X9, who evaded the blast by covering himself with his arms, being pushed back, his skin burned as blood trickled down. The healing factor erased all traces of the wound, and Beta leaped towards X9, displaying a ferocious grin as the rest of the clones watched from above. Receiving Beta, X9 passed under his clone's defense, delivering a hook against his ribs, earning a groan from Beta himself, who brought his arm down with force, slamming X9 into the ground when he grabbed him by the neck. He lifted the blonde and showed his red eyes, charged with energy and ready to shoot at him with all his power. X9 squeezed Beta's wrist and kicked him, tearing off the mutant's right arm, pushing him hard back, something that didn't worry Beta himself, who smiled, showing how his own regeneration was beginning to take effect, showing in seconds a new arm, dripping blood towards the ground. Beta threw the dead limb at X9's feet. "We're something better, dear big brother," Beta declared, walking slowly toward the one who had theoretically given him life. It was X9's cells and blood that had caused the creation of Beta and the other 5 Weapon X clones. "We've been evolved thanks to Professor Wyndham." X9 growled gutturally, like a wild animal, crouching and ready to take Beta by the jugular. He hated facing a copy of himself. He hated Hydra for using him as a lump of meat to create soldiers. Being Weapon X was something he'd never wanted, didn't desire, and certainly didn't need. "That's something I don't care about," X9 said, showing his completely cold blue eyes, while Beta stopped, showing his eyes full of energy. "Wyndham wants you alive, but I see a better future for us. We don't need you alive. And Wyndham must learn that with us, he no longer needs your imperfect self," Beta declared, smiling. The second clone was considered more powerful than the original, having the same characteristics as him, but with Scott Summers' power radiating through him like his X gene. Thanks to Wyndham's research, he had created mutant perfection. Beta walked toward his brother, as he'd called him, his eyes radiating power, their energy completely red. The clone smirked, ready to destroy his opponent. "Woo. Aye." But the swing of his katana, Deadpool severed Beta's entire arm, sending the limb tumbling to the ground as Cable appeared in front of the mutant clone. Floosh. Firing his energy weapon, Cable shoved Beta against the base of the building, sending the clone tumbling down. Soldier X switched clips, keeping his eye on the enemy. "This is what I was talking about," Deadpool said, swinging his bloody katana. Fighting to the death against copies of the Hexy Blonde. Cable didn't reply to his fellow mutant's words, looking in the direction Beta had been blasted to by the energy blast. He knew that a clone of the new Weapon X, managed by Wyndham, wouldn't be completely defeated by such a pitiful energy blast. "Proc. That was a lot of fun," Beta declared, emerging from the rubble, flashing an amused smile. "Very, very fun. Damn. Is he immortal or something?" Wade complained, pointing his katana at Beta, who cracked his knuckles. X9 frowned, still crouching for the fight. "Time for your mutant gene to kick in, Naruto. I'll end this." Floosh. Boom. Cable was thrown backward by the blast, alongside a bleeding Deadpool, missing his right leg and cursing the 7 hells. X9 clenched both hands, his gaze frozen only toward his inferior clone. Yes, he was the superior mutant, as Wyndham had dubbed him. Those were just cheap copies that had harmed his friend, and he didn't like it one bit. Snicked. 6 adamantium claws sprouted from X9's knuckles, dripping blood onto the ground, taking on a position too resembling a bleeding beast, a gesture that made Beta himself whistle, who smiled. "Is that mutant gene gel injected into your DNA? Pathetic." Floosh. He unleashed another round of energy blasts on the young Weapon X9, shifted his body and evaded the blast, running towards Beta with his arms forming an X and deflecting the second energy blast, reflecting it with the adamantium of his claws. Slap. X9 leaped, dodging the third energy beam, his claws swung in reverse, the blade facing his enemy. Beta focused all his energy into his eyes and fired a 4th time. Floosh. But the claws acted as a mirror to the concentrated sunbeams from the mutant's eyes, reflecting them in different directions, creating small explosions and making columns of smoke in the craters formed. Slash. Weapon X fell behind Beta, crouching, knees fully bent, staring down at the hole formed by Cable's shot and his enemy's body as he was dragged down to crash. Clock clock. The head of the Beta mutant, one of Hydra's Weapon X clones, rolled to the ground, leaving a bloodstain behind, followed by its limp body. X9 stood up, retracting its claws into its body, its bloodstained face looking up at the 5 figures watching it. Did they really think they would defeat him so easily? That he would be treated like a stray dog? At the simple question in his mind, X9 let out a growl, baring all his teeth at his enemies, those copies of him who wanted him back at the Hydra science base. He had tasted freedom and didn't want to lose it. Not to someone like Wyndham. He could understand Whitehall's motivations and even help him slightly in his goals. In one way or another, Daniel Whitehall had been his father, his creator. Wyndham was only a fool to try to follow in his footsteps. "Kid." Cable's thick voice stopped Weapon X in his tracks as he decided to take the rest of Squad X for himself. He turned his head, seeing Soldier X taking what looked like a jeep next to Deadpool on one. "Kid's leg. That was weird. Get in. We can't deal with Hydra now." Undecided, X9 decided to follow Cable's advice, running towards the vehicle, passing Beta's lifeless corpse and jumping into the back seat of the jeep while the other Weapon X clones watched the escape of their older brother, as they had dubbed him. Beta simply let her arrogance get the better of her, the only woman among the clones declared with cold calm, looking disdainfully at her companion's lifeless body, as if she didn't care about having lost one of her brothers. When emotions like anger and pride cloud the mind, death appears at the door, wanting our soul. So, Genesis, how will we take Weapon X to the High Evolutionary? Commented the tallest of the X9 clones, showing himself to be about 2 meters tall, with wide arms and body. Genesis didn't answer right away. She remained silent for a few seconds, watching as the jeep disappeared among the vehicles and disappeared completely from sight. The girl sighed, uncrossing her arms, still not responding to her brother's question. Weapon X is becoming aware of the world thanks to being free, something that the High Evolutionary disapproves of with all his soul. Setting free the one who has provided us with a base would be too great a loss for our father, Genesis expressed, now observing the corpse of her brother Beta, not letting emotions cloud her judgment. She was the leader of Squadron X, the superior of all her siblings, the one who would command them to victory, and in whom the High Evolutionary had trusted the most. We must deprive our brother of the longed-for freedom that now runs through his soul. And we must do it when he is loving her too much to destroy him completely and so that he does not resist the command of our Creator. The duty of each one of us is to be the Father's tool. Genesis's sentence sounded cold, almost icy. He completely lost sight of the jeep and turned, facing his 4 living brothers, watching them, trying to see the doubt or indecision in their eyes. But the new Weapon X had been deprived of any emotion by Wyndham himself, who had taken the name of High Evolutionary thanks to his advances in human genetics. He had been able to recreate Whitehall's perfect weapon by joining it with other mutant genes obtained over time, such as the power of Cyclops, Storm, Magneto among others. Using mutant genes, he had fostered the growth of his creatures, bringing his precious tools out of hibernation early, giving freedom to Genesis and the other Weapon X brothers, all because of the escape of X9 himself, helped by one of the members of Whitehall's Alpha Squadron. Since then, Wyndham had kept the other 4 under extreme surveillance, especially Taskmaster and Abomination himself, although the latter was too focused and not very attached to X9. But risks were not to be avoided if they were possible. And Wyndham hated to lose. Okay, we should head back to base and unleash Predator X after our prey, Genesis pointed out, walking toward the parked helicopter, completely black, with the Hydra skull on one side, red as blood itself. Meanwhile, X9 watched the sky, lying on the back of the jeep driven by Cable, next to Deadpool, who was acting as a chatty co-pilot, trying to imitate one of the desert racing co-pilots, or at least the mutant mercenary had pointed out, pulling a helmet and a suit from anywhere. No one could understand if Wade Wilson was capable of magic. He pulled any instrument from any place that one would think had nothing. The young mutant glanced away, his gaze fixed on the vast city of New York, aching to never return. But he knew Hydra would come after him. He was Weapon X, the perfect tool for an organization filled with cruelty and evil, something that wouldn't disappear from the world without someone destroying it. But would he be able to do it? X9 looked at his hands, more specifically at his knuckles, remembering how his claws had burst from his skin when anger had struck him, and he had let himself go, severing his enemy's head in a slashing motion. He closed his hands, flexing his fingers. Was this the mutation Whitehall had given him? He understood his creator's thoughts. Daniel Whitehall might be the leader of Hydra, but he always wanted the best for the world as a whole. Wyndham was the complete opposite, seeing humans as mere tools, using Hydra for his own scientific purposes. X9 breathed in, taking a deep breath, noticing the smell of sulfur that filled his nostrils. He blinked a few times, sitting up in the back of the vehicle, looking back, finding something he hadn't expected to see. An immense fanged monster running after them, lashing the ground with its immense tail, tearing up the asphalt behind it. How had they located them so quickly? He clenched his jaw. Shit. The underdeveloped lizard. Deadpool shouted, grabbing his head dramatically. This is bad. Abel glared with his golden eye, frowning. He could get rid of Predator X lightly, but it needed to be outside the city, not right in the middle of New York. Snicked. Both Deadpool and Cable looked at X9's back, showing claws similar to a member of the X-Men they both knew. Wolverine. Naruto. What are you going to do? X9 stepped on the edge of the jeep, as if about to jump, watching with his blue eyes as the beast ran behind them, gaining ground, slowly catching up. He gritted his teeth, sliding his lips together in a savage grin. He was the current Weapon X, a soldier trained for battle and blood, his instincts flared fiercely and drove him beyond staying in that jeep, fleeing like a beaten dog. He had accepted what he was. A mutant. A weapon. A soldier. But most of all, who he was. He was Uzumaki Naruto, alias X9, and he wasn't going to back down from those who destroyed his life. No, when their claws could be bathed in blood. Blood. Steve Rogers stared up at the pitch-black ceiling, filled with thoughts of the boy he'd fought with, someone exactly like him. Was he related to him? No, that was impossible. His parents died before he left for the war and there were no other relatives he knew of. He never heard from a Rogers in the United States, nor did he receive letters from lost uncles or cousins. So where did that resemblance come from, those blue eyes and that messy golden hair? He even thought the eyes were almost like Natasha's, cold, calculating, at least for a few seconds, but it was impossible, right? Could he be related to Romanoff then? That was even more ridiculous. Related to Natasha. And he looked like him. Completely insane and incomprehensible. They weren't united by any bond, except that of companionship. Romanoff herself had helped him against Bucky and Hydra when they rose again, fully revealing themselves to the world, filling it with terror, something he himself hated. Why was Hydra still standing? Red Skull died when the ship crashed in the Arctic, leaving him completely frozen. Would the infamous leader of the organization return? Rogers couldn't stay calm thinking about the return of Red Skull, someone he had completely dealt with during World War II. Rogers rolled over in bed, sitting on the edge, his head in his hands, trying to calm those memories, the short rest he'd taken only to wake up to a world completely changed for him. As much as he wanted to forget what Hydra had done and continued to do, it was too painful for him, remembering how the Red Skull and Arma Zola had toyed with his fellow soldiers, leaving them almost dead, just to recreate the super soldier serum. And it was horrible. He found Bucky half dead from Zola's experiments. If he hadn't arrived, he would surely be completely dead. But he preferred that to completely under the control of the Red Skull's Nazis. Winter Soldier. Remembering how he'd fought his best friend almost a year ago, when Hydra began to show itself and he'd sided with S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization charged with protecting the world until the rise of its enemy, who had left seeds within Fury's organization to regrow and completely tear its enemies apart. How had Hydra risen so high in S.H.I.E.L.D. or the government? Rogers couldn't understand how an organization like Hydra had achieved so much in about 70 years, destroying the entire system and leaving an organization that protected the world completely tainted and terroristic. That was another thing he couldn't fully forgive, although his mind couldn't contain irrational hatred. Steve had been raised to do good, to foster loyalty and camaraderie, as well as a love of the world's freedom when he was Captain America, both in World War II and when he was part of the Avengers the first time. Now he was even being given credit for defeating Hydra, when in reality the organization was operating in the shadows, creating super soldiers under the noses of the entire world, and he was sitting there on his bed, thinking about the past and rolling in misery. Had it come to this? Steve had never surrendered to Hydra when things had been at their worst, fighting the Nazis and the Red Skull. Hydra had had the Tesseract at the time, and now all they had to do was rely on super soldiers trying to get rid of them. The Avengers. Steve tangled his fingers in his slightly longer than usual hair, sighed, and stood up to open the curtains. Jarvis could probably do it, but he was from Brooklyn, from a time before machines helped people do everything. He liked being able to do something as simple as opening the curtains. Such a small gesture, but for someone from the 1940s, it was so normal. Sometimes, Steve thought he was getting too used to having things done for him. Cooking, cleaning, opening the curtains. Tony was the self-centered philanthropic billionaire, not him, a Brooklyn kid. Talk. The soldier blinked a little, twice, noticing he'd been too caught up in his own thoughts. He moved his hand, cupping a portion of his neck and massaging it as he stood up, revealing his torso. Thin pajama pants covered his lower body. Steve grabbed the doorknob and pulled it toward him, meeting Romanoff's green eyes right in front of him, a head shorter than him. Natasha. What's up? I was going for a run with Sam, Steve declared, looking at his companion and friend. Steve had been skeptical of Natasha Romanoff when they both worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. under Fury, especially when the organization's director himself had sent Agent Black Widow on a mission that went beyond official orders. A mission that he, Captain America, had been unaware of until he saw Natasha taking information from the ship they raided in order to recover the kidnapped agents from the hands of a terrorist group. A group that, under the current circumstances, Steve saw as a distraction to further Hydra's plans without anyone noticing. For a while, he thought Natasha was against S.H.I.E.L.D., some kind of double cross, and that Fury hadn't noticed the woman's movements. When he confronted Fury, Steve found distrust in the director of the global organization, as well as in Black Widow, only to later discover who their true allies were against Hydra. Well, Tony called us to a meeting, and Wilson is waiting with Banner, declared one of the most dangerous women in the world, scanning the captain's torso. You look good, Captain Rogers. Steve's cheeks heated slightly, a subtle pink color appearing on them. The super soldier cleared his throat, trying to draw Romanoff's attention away from his bare torso. Okay. I'll change. 5 minutes. I can help you if you want. No, thank you, Rogers denied, closing the door on the red-haired woman, sighing through his teeth. The Avenger turned and walked to his closet, grabbing the day's clothes without searching too far. He was somewhat more reserved when it came to wearing modern clothing, choosing things that only someone who lived through World War II would choose to wear. Like someone from a previous era, Steve Rogers left his room without giving too much thought to the clothes he was wearing, starting to head towards the meeting room they used sometimes, more for when Tony gave a party or meeting, but which was generally there for the Avengers and their team meetings. Inside, Steve realized it was just Sam, Tony, Natasha, and Bruce. With Clinton's retirement and Thor's disappearance, their numbers were a bit off, so he signed former military man Wilson to the team. "Finally, the prodigal son deigns to appear," exclaimed Tony Stark, moving what looked like a Rubik's Cube in his right hand and covering his eyes with his sunglasses. Since being attacked by Killian, his relationship with his girlfriend Pepper had cooled, separating them for a time. During which time Tony had decided to focus on parties, girls, and working as Iron Man. "I thought Romanoff's sight would be just the thing to bring you out of hibernation, Capipoletta." Steve grimaced, taking his seat next to Sam, who greeted him with a friendly punch on the shoulder. "Tony, why did you call us anyway?" Banner asked, looking directly at Tony. The billionaire spun around in his chair, waving his hand across the table, revealing a figure Steve recognized. It was the Hydra man he'd fought, his clone. "He's too much like the captain, isn't he?" Stark asked, lowering his glasses slightly and looking at Rogers. Steve frowned, noticing the mocking tone in the Iron Man's voice. "What are you implying?" "It's just too strange that a younger copy of you exists, Steve. Blue eyes. Blonde hair. Knows how to use a shield," the hero listed, placing the cube on the table, 2 centimeters from his index finger. "Even that hard look is too similar to the tough girl in the room," Tony expressed, giving Natasha a brief glance. "Really? Are you implying what I think?" the Russian asked, frowning as she found the meaning in Tony's words, not liking it too much. "Don't be silly, Stark. It would be impossible. The boy is at least 15 years old, and Rogers was still on the ice at that time." Steve flicked his eyes between Natasha and Tony, thinking about the words of both the Russian spy and the billionaire, his eyes widening slightly as reality hit him. "Does Tony really think he's our son?" The captain cupped her face in his hand, running it through her hair and pushing it back. She looked too much like him, he couldn't deny that. She even had Natasha's cold stare. But no matter how much he thought, he couldn't find anyone in his family tree who was still alive and, moreover, connected to Natasha Romanoff's family. "The DNA is not wrong," Tony Stark stated, giving way to the data, showing that of the blood obtained in combat, from the Hydra boy's side, it was 50% a match to Steve Rogers and the other 50% similar to Natasha Romanoff's. "That's impossible," Natasha said, looking at the holographic form of the Hydra boy with his blood data compared to hers and Steve's. Steve remained silent, absorbing the information Tony had left for them regarding one of the members of Alpha Squad, as Hydra had introduced them. How could he be his son? Or even more so, his and Natasha's son. It was impossible. They hadn't met or had any relationship until he woke up and joined the Avengers, where he met her along with the rest of the team. Could the Red Skull have had something to do with it? He was dead, but now maybe the Tesseract sent him somewhere, the captain told himself, trying to find something that would hold the boy's identity as his and Natasha's son in his mind, finding nothing, watching himself fall apart. There was no way he could have been with Natasha for so long. They had known each other for 3 years, no more. "Tony. If this is a cruel joke." "Not at all, Captain," Tony declared, sensing the anger in Rogers' voice. Captain Steve Rogers stared at Stark for a few seconds before the billionaire spoke again. "Even Jarvis and I couldn't find a way for the boy to be your son. Given the timeline, it's truly impossible." "Not exactly," Sam said, butting in between the three of them, earning Bruce's attention as well. "In vitro fertilization. From what I understand, the world's first test tube baby was born in 1978. Considering the boy's apparent age, he's about 15. With just 1 egg from Natasha and sperm from Steve, they wouldn't need anyone other than a surrogate." "Where would they get it?" Bruce asked, adjusting his glasses on his face, trying to think of a way for Hydra to get what it needed from his 2 companions. "The KGB stored eggs from all of their agents," Romanoff said, tapping the index finger of her right hand on the table, recalling her time training under the KGB in the Red Room, how she became Black Widow, the last one remaining. "But I don't know how they got Steve's." Wait. You were KGB?" Stark pointed out in surprise, earning a snort from Natasha at how shocked the billionaire looked. Tony looked at Sam and Steve. "You guys knew? Didn't you download the files Nat left for the world to see online?" "Right after I left, I grabbed a hard drive and saved them," Banner stated, flashing an amused smile at Stark's own exasperation. "I can lend you a copy. You know this is my house." "Don't be dramatic, Tony," Bruce hummed, getting up and heading to his lab. Tony followed shortly after, leaving the 3 heroes who had fought Hydra almost a year ago. Steve let out a heavy sigh, massaging his temples a little, finding a pounding headache as he tried to pinpoint the moment when they had gotten from him what they needed to make a clone with the super soldier serum. "Now the question is, what do we do?" Sam Wilson whispered, looking first at his friend, finding Steve looking overly thoughtful, his eyes closed and breathing calmly. I know it's amazing to know you have a son. But we should be able to investigate a little further, the flying hero declared, his eyes now shifting to the widow. Natasha kept up a rhythmic tapping on the table, humming, trying not to get too lost in her thoughts. If we let Hydra win. I know, Sam, I know, Steve cut off the winged Avenger's words, sighing as he opened his eyes. But I don't know how to deal with this. I have a son. A son I have to fight and who's been brainwashed to kill us. Every word that came out of the captain's mouth was like a dagger stabbing his own heart. It's not something I'm ready for, Sam. Natasha, without saying a word, stood up and left the room, leaving the two friends together. Steve didn't think anything of it, but Sam found the armrest slightly damp. That she cried in silence. The beast unleashed. When you start an investigation, getting to the end is crucial to getting what you want. And that was what the High Evolutionary had been doing lately. He'd used Weapon X to create an army of clones, combining various mutant genes he'd obtained thanks to Whitehall and Hydra, so he could fuse them with his own creations. Using its power, he enhanced the clones with the powers of the most sought-after mutants in the world. Cyclops. Storm. Magneto. Obtaining the blood of the X-Men had been complicated but too valuable for him, someone who loved genetic enhancement. It didn't take him long to finish his personal project, leaving the X-Squad free when X-9 disappeared from Hydra's scientific base, along with Deadpool. After the mercenaries' movement, Wyndham had ordered surveillance of the rest of his Weapon X teammates, while his own creations hunted him down to bring him back and be able to continue producing more clones. He never expected one of his creations to fall at the hands of X-9. Beta, the most arrogant clone, with Cyclops' mutant gene and standing slightly taller than X-9 himself, had been defeated by Hydra's first Weapon X, using the adamantium claws that the previous Weapon X had displayed, leaving him, Wyndham, looking like an idiot. And he didn't like being looked down on for mere tools. He hadn't just focused on creating clones of X-9. He also began to create a backup plan in case Whitehall's weapon became unstable, thus creating Predator X, a genetically engineered beast specifically designed to hunt mutants, guided by the X gene within their DNA. Although he had specially modified it to hunt X-9, giving it the boy's own blood and thereby leading it to its own death. Wyndham hated being mocked, being seen as an idiot, and had a cruel way of disposing of those who looked down on him. He shed the mortal name of Halbert Wyndham and was now the High Evolutionary. When his clones presented themselves, he alone unleashed the beast. Holy chimichanga of lights. Deadpool yelled, pointing at the immense lizard that was following them, rampaging through the streets, dripping toxic slime onto the ground, melting the asphalt and scaring people. Many police officers just stared at the being with wide eyes, not knowing what to do. Step on it, step on it, step on it. Abel slammed his foot on the jeep's gas pedal, veering left and racing north. X-9 fell to the side, grunting from the impact and displaying the adamantium claws he'd bared in warning of the mutant monster. Soldier X maneuver had had no effect on Predator X, who appeared, smashing several cars under his paw and then headed after them. It's following us. X-9 roared, staring at the massive lizard chasing them, its zombie-like grayish skin and sharp teeth, not exactly a pretty sight for a kid to see. The young mutant whipped his head around, staring at both Cable and Deadpool. What are we going to do? But just a second ago you were about to jump on him. If it weren't for your friend, Deadpool, I would have. X-9 retorted, baring his claws as his teeth bared in a savage, slightly angry snarl. We have to stop him. People are going to get hurt. Now you care about people? Deadpool asked, looking doubtfully at the blonde. X-9 growled through gritted teeth, standing up and facing Predator X, his 6 claws bared. He had sworn that he wasn't going to back down now. Not when his instincts were running wild, telling him to fight the beast chasing them. He took a deep breath, closing both eyes. He felt the air rustling his somewhat elongated hair. Blonde strands moved across the young mutant's shoulders, passing in front of his face. This wasn't something he had chosen. It was something he had been forced into. But it could be better than what Wyndham wanted. He could find a path not filled with so much blood, a way to understand why the world had brought him here and what Whitehall expected of him by making him Weapon X in its special project. I never wished to bathe in blood. It's on top. Crash. Crack. The trio was forced to jump out of the jeep as Predator X claw slammed down on it, completely shredding it into a flaming mass of metal and smoke. X-9 stood with his legs bent, staring intently into the flames in front of him, waiting for the Predator to make a move. Whoosh. X-9 moved his body on instinct, leaping onto a claw that tore everything in its path, turning vehicles into mere masses of metal. He roared and saw before him the immense jaw of Predator X, open, waiting to bite him. Knack. The beast's jaw closed, cutting off only air. X-9 looked up, finding Deadpool's face just inches from his own. He noticed beneath the same mask that the mercenary probably seemed somewhat amused by what was happening. And Wade made it clear. This is the most exciting thing that's happening to me in my life. Ploosh. An energy beam struck Predator X, knocking it back, leaving room for Deadpool to pin X9 to the ground, who ripped off his fellow mutant's arm. The younger man stood up, watching Cable face Predator X. How do we kill that beast? Weapon X asked, watching as Cable fired his gun again, changing the magazine after a few more shots, leaving a mark on the monster's skin, which slowly closed without leaving a trace beyond a small pool of blood. Are you really asking me, Naruto? X9 grimaced at Deadpool's question, watching as Predator X's tail whipped around, tearing apart everything it touched. Predator X raised his claw, and Cable repelled it with an energy blast from his weapon, forcing him to take a few steps back. Are you going to help? Soldier X scolded the other two, looking with his golden eyes at Deadpool and X9. Both members of the Weapon X project looked at each other, and in a second they turned their gaze back to their mutant companion and the enormous beast above him. "Meh, I don't want to get dirty," the loudmouth mutant declared, shrugging. "I'd better go get some food." GRWAA. Predator X overcame Cable's attack, sending Soldier X tumbling backward, crashing into a car, dropping the weapon he had been holding. The beast reared up over Summer's son, its mouth wide open. "And I lower it. Brush." NGHX9 strained, stopping Predator X's jaws with his bare hands, digging his claws into the mutant hunting beast's hide, tearing at its flesh. X9 stomped firmly on the ground, using all his superhuman strength to keep the mouth from engulfing Cable. "Oh, wait. Move your ass." Deadpool grabbed what looked like a bazooka from somewhere, dropping to one knee and pointing it at Predator X's face, looking at him seriously. Boom. The rocket slammed into the beast's face, causing it to stagger and slowly retreat. X9 leaped, taking advantage of the bazooka's shot, and swung both claws, tearing the beast's skin with his claws, staining them with viscous blood. The young mutant leaned against the side of a building and leaped towards Predator X's back, digging his claws completely into the skin. GRRR. X9 tore at the skin, staining it completely with blood, even his hair was stained, falling forward a little. Weapon X dug his claws in, fearless, letting himself be carried away. Ploosh. Another blast of energy from Cable slammed into the Predator, sending it crashing to the ground, kicking up dust, shattering the concrete beneath it. X9 swung his claws out, leaping in time to avoid the beast's tail. He spun through the air, slashing in a drill-like typhoon as he fell toward Predator X's mouth, ripping it apart internally, tearing its entire body from the inside out, shredding its skin and muscle, and emerging from the other side of the bloody mass that was now Predator X. Inheritance. X9 gasped, tucking his claws back inside his body, staring down at the corpse that was now Predator X. Blood was slowly dripping down Weapon X's body, even dripping with gastric juices, but the blonde mutant didn't seem to mind too much. X9 shook his head a little, wiping away some of the blood and viscera covering him. He pulled a piece of bloody skin from his face, staring with his visible eye at the other two mutants. The FFF Deadpool didn't hold back when he saw X9 completely covered in blood, letting the cruel, hurtful laughter escape from his throat before the neutral eyes of Weapon X, who let the skin fall to the ground, turning his back on Predator X, as if the beast hadn't tried to kill them about 2 seconds ago. Cable shook his head, placing the energy weapon on his back. When he traveled back in time to save his family and the wrath of the growing mutant child, he never expected to be caught up in all that history, to meet one of the most important mutants in history. He had been one of the few who survived the mutant-free era due to M-Day, a timeline that almost completely destroyed the mutant race. "You need a bath," the loudmouth pointed out again, sniffing at the blonde and holding his nose. "Ugh. You stink." "At least I took out our pursuer," X9 growled, giving his partner a sharp look and earning a frightened whimper from him when he saw the blonde's eye. X9 sighed, looking down at his hands covered in blood and gut scraps. "There. It's them." He tore the beast to pieces. Guided by the screams, the blonde man looked up from his hands, looking at the people surrounding them, all of them holding smartphones, pointing them directly at them. X9 didn't understand what they were doing, but he felt anger growing inside him, with a desire to literally tear something apart. The hand stopped him. "We'd better go. We've drawn too much attention to ourselves, and I'm afraid the Avengers might show up," Cable declared, looking seriously at the police cars that were beginning to cordon off the area. X9 watched them as well, not understanding Cable's own urgency. "Too much attention isn't good, Naruto. Maybe we should take you to the X-Mansion." "What is the X-Mansion?" "A place full of mutants who could help you manage your powers," Cable explained, understanding the boy's possible fear, the reluctance towards his powers and mutant gene. Many young boys had refused, if possible, to show their powers to the world and remain normal people within society, an extra weight they carried on their shoulders and inside their souls. It's run by Professor Charles Xavier, a man who wants the well-being of mutants and peace with non-mutant people. I'm not a mutant, Weapon X declared, not understanding the concept of a mutant that Cable was playing with. Cable calmly looked at the boy. He understood that his mind was too tied to Hydra and that he lacked the proper information to fill his head, which caused a boy to be unable to understand simple things that others understood. But this wasn't the time to explain things. Hydra would be chasing them, and the Avengers would emerge from their tower at any moment to hunt them down, leaving them completely exposed if they stayed there, being filmed and taken by the police. Cable didn't want a confrontation with the humans. He preferred to remain unnoticed for the most part, and if possible, he didn't want to be involved in the current battles. He had more important things to do, and none of those things were dealing with the human police right now. Giving you a lecture on the basics isn't something we have time for, Cable declared, taking X9's arm. X9 snarled at the older mutant's quick gesture, looking at him with angry eyes. Taking you to Xavier is more important than sobs. Rash. Drawing his claws, X9 disposed of Cable in one swift motion, surprising Soldier X, who took the cut right to his chest and fell backward, leaving the young blonde to start running, away from the white-haired mutant. Cable wanted to get up and chase Weapon X, finding the barrel of a Colt right in his forehead, courtesy of Wade Wilson, who was eating a hot dog as if it were nothing. I'm not going to let you take my little brother to the X-Men and ruin him. Scott will see him as a weapon, and I have no desire to destroy your father, Deadpool said, touching the trigger of his gun. The beast has been unleashed, Cable, and it doesn't want to be controlled. A strange boy. Investigator. It was a tough job, where you were paid only when the job was completed. A job that could lead you to fight against regular drug dealers, who always used guns and blackmail for control, or against people modified to be those superhumans who had recently appeared in the world, remaining visible to the normal world. Although many hid within Manhattan, more precisely in the city's sewers, others remained above ground, using their powers or genetic modifications to harm ordinary people, seeking control of the city and making money for it. Many became followers of more influential people within the underworld, like the Kingpin, the current Kingpin of crime in New York, who had kept the city, or rather the underworld, under his control. Kingpin was almost more of a title for the Kingpin of crime than a real name. Whoever was the current king would use Kingpin as his alias to instill fear and keep everyone under his command and control, with no one escaping his influence. As Kingpin, the Kingpin of crime could get whatever he wanted, without fear that anyone could actually stop him, no matter how hard they tried. He was impossible to track down and identify, and many heroes had been sidelined, killed by the Kingpin's Supermen, or simply given up when they couldn't find anything on Kingpin. Then there were the private investigators, like her, Jessica Jones, a superhuman dedicated to finding unfaithful husbands, missing people, and wanted criminals. And now Kingpin was one of those she was hunting, along with Hammerhead and members of the Magia, at the request of a man who had deposited nearly $500,000 into her bank account. Something truly odd, but for such a fee, she wouldn't pass up the job. That's why, contrary to her custom, Jessica had gotten up early, taken a shower and dressed in her casual work clothes, putting aside the beer and even brushing her hair a little. Her breath didn't smell too much of alcohol, indicating that she hadn't had anything first thing in the morning, when she usually had her morning drink to keep her mind occupied, ridding herself of the memories of her time under a villain's control. Thanks to her adoptive sister, she had briefly taken on the role of hero, thanks to her super strength and ability to fly. She encountered a wall that was too strong and made it clear to her that she wasn't a hero, so she took a job as a private investigator, a detective. She had a certain talent and a special way of getting answers. Jessica pulled at the zipper, feeling a bit of icy cold hit her, covering her neck with a scarf, while the collar of the jacket also provided some warmth and prevented the November chill from chilling her skin. Shit. This is the last time I'm going out at this hour, Jessica told herself, noting that it was barely 9 in the morning, with the sun rising and sending its rays over the horizon. Because of the tall buildings, the sun wouldn't fully embrace New York until almost noon, and the heat wouldn't reach all of the city's inhabitants. Jessica Jones wasn't a morning person. She fell asleep late at night, next to an empty bottle of alcohol that hadn't even left its ass, and woke up in a bad mood, grabbing the phone when it rang and answering rudely. Her past still haunted her, and the Kingpin case wouldn't make her worries go away. Not when the case of Hope Schlottman, a student and athlete who had disappeared when her new boyfriend appeared in her life, separating her from her classmates and family overnight, was revealed. She'd followed the evidence, Hope's credit cards, and even though she didn't want to believe it, it had all led her to the places she'd frequented when she'd been under Kilgreve's influence, a man she wanted to erase from her mind. But she couldn't. He was present, and he was alive. This isn't a good time to be working 2 jobs, she told herself, taking her camera and biting her lower lip, walking towards Hell's Kitchen for the investigation she had to follow, looking for clues about the king of crime. She wasn't too interested in getting involved in the life of a criminal who could take out anyone with just a blink of an eye. But $500,000 in her bank account, plus the promise of another $500,000 when she was done, was truly tempting, and she wasn't going to pass up. She didn't adhere to the morals of heroes, nor did she even know for sure if there were many like her, with powers. Kilgrave was an exception. He wasn't like her. And the Avengers didn't count for much. She knew about the superhumans under Kingpin's command, but little else, and it wasn't a world she wanted to get involved in. She let out an overly tired sigh, and Jessica looked toward the building where her benefactor had told her the Kingpin's men met, in broad daylight, without fear of being discovered by the police, bought by the Kingpin. With the police and the judges bought, trafficking under the Kingpin's command was too profitable and lucrative for the Kingpin himself. Am I really in this? The detective wondered, looking at the rusty orange brick building, its windows boarded up with wooden planks, slightly rotten and capable of being shattered with a couple of tugs. But Jessica knew they were watching her. She felt their eyes on the back of her head. The sense of danger followed her as she approached the building. The private investigator paused, clutching the camera in both hands, wearing gloves with cut fingers that showed off her light skin. She snorted, brushing back some dark strands of hair, and took another swipe, now scanning the street. Jessica Jones saw the homeless, somewhat malnourished children, thinner than expected, with their shirts too loose. Even in November, they seemed to be bursting with warmth when the chill set in early in the morning. They should be in school. Jessica took several photographs of the street, the children, and the building, moving the lens around the area, trying to find something even stranger. But then, a hand stopped her, covering her lens and forcing her to look up. "If I were you, I'd drop the camera," the woman exclaimed, giving off a hard look that would have scared or made anyone uncomfortable. But the blonde eyes of that blonde-haired boy simply remained flat. They showed no discomfort before her eyes. Jessica recognized that the boy had the balls to bother her when she was working, gathering information. She hated being interrupted and certainly didn't have the patience to put up with people. Antisocial, somewhat brusque and rude, that's how she was. "If you don't want. You shouldn't be wearing this in front of that place," the blonde man pointed back at the dilapidated building, appearing calm. "These guys aren't people to deal with. What do you know about them?" The boy's lips curved into a smile. Jessica allowed herself to examine him, taking in his shoulder-length hair, a light beard covering his face, and a hard, slightly pointed visage. He appeared to be about 5 feet tall, almost 80, with an athletic build. He was well-groomed but smelled like a wet dead dog, which wasn't pleasant. The detective observed his dirty hair and skin, slightly blackened from being outside. I think people usually pay for this kind of thing, if I remember correctly," the boy declared, a slight wild glint in his eyes. Jones shook his head. "How about breakfast? I don't think you've eaten." "I've probably eaten more than all of these," he reported, amused, waving his arms around all the vagrants in the place. "I don't have many scruples." "You eat everything." A light laugh escaped his throat as he moved Jessica behind a tree, leaving them both slightly covered. The blonde man placed Jessica between him and the tree, lowering his head, looking at her, as he approached Jones. "Don't even think about it, bastard." "Nor will I." Before Jones could speak again, the boy stopped her with a finger. "Look, I'm right behind these guys, too. The drugs they're pushing make people's skin burn. Their pills seem to grant superhuman powers or enhancements in experimental subjects, and they test them on the homeless in Hell's Kitchen without fear." Jessica wouldn't say it outright, but she was surprised, maybe too surprised. How had someone managed to obtain information that was so important to her? She frowned slightly, feeling the boy's breath on her. "How do I know it's true?" Jessica asked, emphasizing true, gripping the camera in both hands. She hadn't let go yet. "Because the people who supply these guys with their merchandise aren't just local criminals. They're a globally dangerous organization. Even that Kingpin should be very afraid of them," the boy assured, finally separating from Jones, moving his left eye to see 2 men in black accompanying a woman with dark green hair, green lipstick, and wearing a skin-tight green latex combat suit. "Do you know about the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D.? "Everyone knows about that, mutt," Jessica declared, covering her nose a little with her hand, due to the blonde smell. "Then you'll know about Hydra." "Well, Kingpin and Hydra are in the same bed," said the blue-eyed man, finally separating from the detective, when the members of Hydra. Wait. Hydra? "I'm not dealing with something as complicated as Hydra," Jessica said, frustrated. Now she understood why so much money. She was tracking not only Kingpin, but a terrorist organization currently controlling the world, hidden by ignorance. "How do you know about Hydra and you're still alive? You know too much, you're a loose end." The boy cracked his neck, sniffing the air, trying to capture the scents. He sighed when the green-haired woman's scent disappeared. A month and a half on the streets, and all his senses were heightened, as if he'd been forced to improve himself to survive pedestrians. It was an animal. "Let's just say I've learned a lot from the streets," he declared, looking over his shoulder at Jessica. "A lot more than they taught me while I was in their care. That's not something you learn on the street." "Oh, really? That's not what Wade usually says." The boy shrugged, as if he didn't care too much about convincing Jessica. Jones herself realized this. Was he making fun of her? She hated it when people made fun of her. Crack. He lightly tapped the tree trunk, displaying an angry look directed only at the blonde, who had begun walking toward the building, as if he now didn't care about being seen, as if he had waited for the other 3 people to leave the house. Snicked. Jessica Jones would have dropped the camera in her hands if she herself weren't specifically a physical marvel that few could ever achieve. She knew about Luke Cage and the Avengers, hell, everyone knew about the Avengers and the Almighty Hulk, who was the strongest hero. That's why the surprise wasn't too much for her, but it was still surprising. She didn't expect someone with gifts, as Luke said. Humming too, Jones saw the boy stop in front of the door, 1 foot on a step, being stopped by the bouncer, a huge muscular black guy with a body you'd see on security guards or pub bouncers, always broad and strong. Even his t-shirt clung to his body, highlighting every muscle he seemed to possess. "Hey, Brett. Go play at home or you're really going to." Slash. Jessica watched as, with a single movement, the homeless boy removed the jigger's head with a single gesture, a slash of his claws that were stained with dripping blood. And he didn't seem to care, climbing the remaining steps, smashing the doors with a kick, sending them inward, off their hinges. "This guy is strange." The strength-enhanced researcher brushed her hair aside, placing the camera to one side, dangling but protected. She adjusted her gloves and decided to follow the blonde, waiting to see what he did to each of Kingpin's employees. She wasn't entirely keen on dealing with Hydra. But she also didn't know who her benefactor was. He could be even worse than the Kingpin or Hydra. And the boy seemed to be handling the latter group well. Jessica Jones entered the building, ready to use her fists. But what surprised her was what he did with the snifter. The sight of bodies lying there, bleeding, stunned her for a few seconds as she smelled the blood mixed with the aforementioned drugs. "And no, please. NGH." He turned, walking toward the groan of pain. He moved his hand, pushing the wooden remains away from the door. Crack. "You really are an idiot," the blonde declared, turning his back on Jones. Jessica saw the wounds on his body, bleeding from the gunshots. But the wounds were healing. "Tell me, who was the woman?" "That Kingpin will kill me." "I'll kill you first." One movement and the blades plunged into the man's hand, slicing through skin and muscle, causing the man to scream in pain. Okay. She called herself Madam Hydra. "I don't know anymore." And those were his last words. Uzumaki Naruto. He emerged from the bathroom completely refreshed, sending the scent of death into the mere oblivion of his nostrils, ridding himself of the smell of urine that had lingered on his clothes, which he'd burned at the urging of the woman who'd given him a roof over his head. Hydra had given him shelter, food, and training as a soldier, as a weapon. But he didn't feel what he felt at Alias Investigations, the home and workplace of Jessica Jones, the woman who'd taken him off the streets before the police or anyone else could ask too many questions about the blood soaking his hands and clothes. Even his hair had been somewhat stained with the red liquid. When he'd finished off the man, digging his claws into the Kingpin's gang member's windpipe, he hadn't expected the female investigator to help him. He'd expected to have to fight his way out, with more gunshot wounds, leaving a trail of his blood staining the crime scene, as Jones had scathingly stated. She didn't seem to like his actions. Was it wrong to kill just anyone? It was a question that had been on his mind ever since he left Hydra, leaving Cable behind, who had wanted to take him to Professor Charles Xavier, a rising mutant advocate. There was speculation that the same professor had founded a home for the same misunderstood people, something no one had yet proven. If Wade Wilson hadn't stopped his partner, he'd probably be tied up with the professor and his idiotic followers now. He had to get rid of Hydra, and he couldn't play the hero when the Nazis were taking the war into the shadows and winning. It was rumored that S.H.I.E.L.D. had resurfaced, but it was nearly impossible to contact the organization formerly led by Fury. He had too many things on his mind. Wyndham would be looking for him with those copies of himself. He'd gotten rid of Predator X. But he probably had another specimen in the chamber to unleash on the city, behind him, to kill him. And that wasn't something he would make easy for him. He would rather die than return to Professor Halbert Wyndham. He massaged his shoulders a little, brushing back a few strands of hair. He'd had a rough haircut from Jones, as well as a razor he'd used to shave off his beard, leaving his face completely hairless. His hair was now messy, golden blonde, and clean. He was grateful for the shower Jones had allowed him to get rid of the smell. He didn't know how to get rid of certain smells and dirt. "So, how old are you?" Jones asked, placing a bag full of clothes on the bed. The boy approached, rummaging through them. He pulled out a pair of boxers and socks, then grabbed the light blue, slightly ripped jeans. "You don't look like a teenager." I'd guess you're about 21. Tall, his body had undergone a complete transformation in the month and a half he'd spent outside of Hydra. He'd grown to 5'7", developing well-defined muscles, losing all baby fat, and moving toward almost complete maturation. From what I understand, I'm 15 years old, the mutant reported, entering the bathroom to put on his clothes. He dropped the towel on the cold bathroom floor and covered his privates with his boxers, moving on to the jeans he adjusted at his waist. "Come on, stop joking," Jessica declared, somewhat cynically. She'd sat up in her bed, moving the empty rum bottle, leaving only a few drops. 15 years old. That was impossible, at least for her. The boy had a grown-up well-formed body. A somewhat sharp fat-free face. Teenagers weren't that hot. Jessica Jones shook her head, sighing and pushing those thoughts to the back of her mind. She was tied up with the Kingpin on one side, Hydra on the other, and dealing with Kilgrave in between, so she could get Hope out of prison. The tasks were on her shoulders, making her feel overwhelmed by grief. Memories of her time under Kilgrave's control were ever more present, like a mosquito circling around her ear. "I'm not joking," the mutant declared, standing on the other side of the bathroom door. Jessica didn't believe it, still reluctant to believe that a 15-year-old boy could be so fully formed. "I've had a growth spurt. I'd ask for your ID. But if you didn't even have a measly coin, I doubt you have any documentation to back up your own words," the detective declared, rummaging through the nightstand. She really needed some alcohol in her system. Her mind was being pummeled with memories, giving her an unbearable headache. Shit. Where do I get alcohol when I need it? A hand extended a half-empty bottle of rum to her. Jessica took it and looked up, scanning the well-built torso of the boy she'd pulled off the street. Anyone would think she'd done a good deed, that she'd felt the need to help the boy. They wouldn't be more wrong. She'd pick the boy for the information he might have on Kingpin, along with the information she seemed to have on Hydra herself, as if she knew the structure of Hydra from the inside out. She didn't particularly like having to deal with the most powerful organization in the world right now. She didn't even want to get involved in the work of the Kingpin of crime. It was too much work for her. She wasn't used to dealing with powerful men. She hunted infidels and took care of Kilgrave, the man who was screwing her life up. "I found it in the bathroom," the blonde said, taking the socks. "When you released the curse, I thought it would calm you down. Do you read minds now?" Jessica flicked the bottle cap, taking a long swig of the last of the drink. It wasn't much, but a little always calmed her mind. It erased the images of Kilgrave raping her, making her kill people, jumping into the sky. "No, that's a ridiculous power, unless you can give the person reading your mind a headache," the boy emphasized. He had covered his feet with a pair of Chinese sneakers. Somewhat frayed and with worn soles. "Who are you?" Uzumaki Naruto introduced himself, now covering his bare torso with a black tank top with white stains, probably from bleach, and a couple of holes at the bottom of the same shirt. Jessica had probably gotten it from some homeless person or a clothing dumpster. "That doesn't answer my question." Naruto smiled, rummaging through his bag and pulling out a dark green hoodie with somewhat thick sleeves. Just enough to protect him from the winter chill. "There isn't much to tell." "Oh, really? How do you know about Hydra?" "You talk about them as if you know them personally," Jessica declared, drinking from her bottle again, completely losing the alcohol. "I don't know them that well," the young mutant replied, trying to make Jessica completely forget the question and her knowledge of Hydra. Revealing too much could lead to the detective's certain death. "Why do you follow Hydra?" "It's too dangerous for a normal person." Opening her eyes slightly, Jessica Jones looked at the boy, not knowing whether to laugh or cry from laughter. What was a normal person? Technically, he had super strength, he could jump extremely high, and normality hadn't been a part of his life for a long time. The urge to laugh at Naruto's words was too great and she was barely able to control herself, letting out a small snort. "Really? Kid, if you were normal, you would have lost your life just by stepping foot on the Kingpin's property. You're not exactly someone to tell him what to do," she declared, throwing the bottle at the trash, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. "I'm not normal. I'll never be normal," Naruto frowned, adjusting the collar of his hoodie. It was baggy, too loose, as if he'd lost all that size when he'd never been overweight or fat. "So what would kill a normal person won't kill me." "You say it too confidently, as if you were the only one with gifts in the world," the woman made the statement, waiting for the boy's reaction. Weapon X didn't answer right away, moving his hood. No, he wasn't the only one with a gift in the world. He had met with the Avengers on one of their missions orchestrated by Wyndham. If that wasn't enough, most of his squad, excluding Taskmaster and Yelena, the rest had powers, including Jessica Drew, the girl with spider powers, thanks to the professor himself. The world was plagued with people with powers beyond human understanding or even caused by human experiments themselves, as he was. It was created by Whitehall, and it was something that Naruto knew and understood completely, something he couldn't get rid of. I know perfectly well that I'm not the only one, Jones, Naruto spoke completely calmly, feeling that his body really did weigh too much. An adamantium skeleton prevented him from moving at too high a speed. Thanks to his superhuman strength, he managed to support the weight and be able to move forward, along with what he obtained from the mutant gene in his DNA. A normal weapon can't do too much damage to me. You saw it when Kingpin's thugs shot me. The wounds closed and the bullets fell to the ground without more, leaving only small blood stains. You could say that I am immortal, both thanks to my superior regeneration and my adamantium bones. Should you be giving information to someone who could soon be your enemy? And you wouldn't be able to stop me, Naruto declared, feeling overly confident. Without a way to kill me, you'd just be wasting your time and energy. I have plenty of energy, feeling challenged, Jessica returned the barb towards Weapon X. Naruto only raised one of his eyebrows, watching with amusement as the woman seemed to have felt insulted, challenged by him when she wasn't interested in starting a competition against that private investigator. You don't know me. Nor you to me, Naruto declared, wanting to end the argument. The mutant shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. Look, Hydra isn't a game. Taking on Wyndham isn't a game for children. Jones frowned, staring straight into the blonde's eyes. Did he expect him to know who Wyndham was? Anyone other than Kilgriver Kingpin wasn't on his list. He'd categorized Hydra members as Hydra and nothing more. He didn't want to have anything to do with anyone within that world-famous terrorist organization. Hydra completely owned companies, global corporations that provided them with cutting-edge equipment, placing them at the top of their game. Their investors were millionaires, giving Hydra so much money that anyone who saw the organization's accounts would simply die for the zeros after the first number. Who's Wyndham, anyway? I don't know anyone from Hydra, Mutt, Jessica declared, dropping her insult on the muscular teen. Naruto wasn't offended. He responded with a light laugh and a shrug. Albert Wyndham is a researcher of human DNA, finding a way to achieve the higher evolution of humans by giving them those gifts that some possess, explained the blonde mutant, still standing, while the brunette had her hands moving in her lap, slightly annoyed at needing alcohol. He's not that smart. He had to use my base to create perfection. Wait. Your base? What do you mean? Intrigued, like any private detective, Jessica wanted to discover the secret hidden in Naruto's eyes. My DNA. Like I said, I'm not normal, Naruto answered without too much fear. That they knew about his powers, his mutant gene and anything else that another would have considered delicate didn't matter too much to him. Hydra had files with his data, and that was much more dangerous than a researcher from New York knowing his secrets, a person without political power and without the necessary money to be able to form an army or recreate himself, as Wyndham had created Squadron X, the same name that the High Evolutionary had designated for the clones. Hydra created me from scratch. From scratch. I was born, modified to serve Hydra even before I left my incubation. For 15 years, or almost, I was hibernating, being educated through recordings, mentally indoctrinated by Hydra, leaving orders and phrases that would be like a switch in my mind. I am a Hydra asset, a weapon, Naruto expressed, lowering his head slightly, covering his eyes a little with his hair. Jessica noticed the sadness, the pain in his tone of voice. He felt frustrated at having been used and had too much hatred for Wyndham. Jones realized that he didn't hate Hydra itself, but he did hate those who were linked to his own suffering before he was born. If you obtain some files from the Hydra scientific base, you will find many directed to X9, the genetic weapon created by the Weapon X project. The result of that same project, you see it before you. I am Weapon X. Being a private detective. It was a weapon, a tool that Hydra had used to get rid of its enemies, to be able to reduce what remained of S.H.I.E.L.D. to simple Hydra-controlled puppets and take on the organization's enemies from the front, being the perfect Weapon X, according to the data that Whitehall had used so many times that it was completely engraved in his memory. He never expected to find himself living in an apartment that was also used as an office by a detective with super strength, with gifts like him, working as an assistant to the same woman in her office at Alias Investigations. Naruto had accepted when Jones offered him a place to escape the winter cold, a place to eat hot food, and a place away from Wyndham's clutches, although he ruled out the current leader of the Hydra research base giving up. The man was unhinged, loving genetic evolution even more than his own life, or the friendship that had bound him to the father of Jessica Drew, the girl with spider-like powers. After escaping from Deadpool and Cable, Naruto had decided to learn about the world, the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra and their higher-ups, especially Namikaze Minato, leader of the Namikaze Corporation, and Halbert Wyndham, the current head of the Hydra science base, who had caused him the most trouble when he used his blood for cloning to create the beast he had killed. He hated Wyndham. He was unhinged, he had lost his humanity. If he had been under his command any longer, he would have ended up unhinged, truly a weapon without feelings. But Wyndham had forgotten the protocols that Daniel Whitehall had left to keep him under control, and Weapon X had used that to escape with the unexpected help of Wade Wilson, but he was willing to leave a trail of lifeless bodies covered in blood to escape the place. Naruto took all that information and stored it in his mind, enhanced by the serum coursing through his system, along with the enhancements the gene had given him. He didn't know who had given him those powers, those genetic enhancements, but they allowed him to slowly improve over a short period of time, as he saw throughout his time out of Halbert Wyndham's clutches. Hydra wanted him under their control, so they hadn't allowed him to evolve too quickly. Something Wyndham saw as a waste, and when he took over the Weapon X project from Hydra, he had allowed Naruto to learn with his powers, to slowly improve under the custody of Taskmaster and the professor's collaborators. That was the only thing he was grateful for in Professor Wyndham. He had allowed him to evolve a few steps and, with that, had made him realize who was pulling him, like a puppet. Realizing that, Naruto had decided to flee Hydra, not wanting to be under its control. And had ended up in Jessica Jones' home office. Naruto was grateful to Jessica for the bed, food, and shelter he needed. He was able to take a few showers and stay as clean as he could. She'd even given him a job as an assistant at her detective job, something he found amusing. He, a wolf-like mutant with heightened senses, was a detective who hunted for cheaters, trying to give his employer the results they needed. Whatever they asked of him, Naruto would find it with his enhanced sense of smell, which was sometimes a real nuisance, especially when he was the one who stank. Now that he was clean, the scent of shampoo filled his nostrils, along with the cologne Jones had given him. Jessica Jones. Private detective. Investigator. Whatever people wanted to call it. Just by looking at her, Naruto had seen in her eyes how the woman was hiding something, a suffering that slowly ate away at her from within, giving her sleepless nights and late mornings, in addition to the bottles of alcohol thrown on her mattress, all over the room. Alcoholic, rude, depressed Jessica Jones was a woman who was acting strong, who didn't allow herself to cry or give way to her inner demons. That was what Uzumaki Naruto had learned in a week with the woman, as they now rode the elevator to her adoptive sister's house, as Jessica herself had somewhat sarcastically called it, if she could be clear. Naruto was leaning against the elevator wall, his arms draped over his chest, covered by a tight black t-shirt that highlighted his slightly muscled abdomen. Over the t-shirt, he wore a black leather jacket, a gift from his job with his boss, Jones, as he'd decided to call her. The woman was easily stronger than anyone in Alpha Squad, save for Abomination himself. But still, that guy wasn't human now. Pling. At the sound of a bell, the elevator doors opened and Jessica stepped out, walking somewhat hurriedly. Naruto followed her a few seconds later, hearing something, a murmur coming from the floor they were going to. They had left the elevator and Jones was knocking on the door. Trish. Trish, open up, I know you're there. Jones shouted, slamming his fist against the door, clearly slowing down his swings so as not to send the door flying with one of his blows. The doorman told me you're not out. Naruto stood behind his boss, hands shoved into his jacket pockets, watching as Jones banged on the door and tried to drag his sister out of bed. Maybe she's busy, the young mutant dropped in a murmur, closing his mouth when Jessica's eyes focused on him, looking somewhat hard. Okay. I'd better shut up. Cling-clack. The door opened, revealing a woman with blonde hair and somewhat dark blue-green eyes, dressed in a purple robe that clearly covered her nakedness. Naruto imagined some comment from Deadpool, likely Highschool, and emphasizing the woman's body and what it would do to her. And Domino would shut him up with a direct blow. Oh Jess. I was kind of busy, the young woman stated, grimacing. Trish moved her eyes to Naruto, scanning him up and down, raising one eyebrow as she looked back at her adoptive sister. Jess. Now I explain, Jones said, entering his sister's house without asking permission, causing Trish Walker to snort, standing glued to the door, while Jones talked about Kilgrave and what he had discovered. Uzumaki stood in the doorway, rocking back on his heels, not wanting to be too rude to the woman. He cleared his throat slightly and smiled at the woman. I'm sorry. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Jessica's assistant, he introduced himself, extending his hand towards Trish, who accepted it somewhat hesitantly, frowning a little. She's never had an assistant. But anyway, come in, Naruto. It would be rude to let my antisocial sister in and leave her partner aside, Walker declared, stepping back slightly. Naruto entered and walked toward the living room, his hands inside the pockets of his somewhat worn leather jacket. Jess, stop your monologue. You didn't even deign to introduce me to your assistant. He can do it himself. He's grown up. Jessica answered from the living room, interrupting her conversations about Kilgrave and Malcolm and the photos he was taking of her, delivering them to Kilgrave at 10 in the morning every day. Now for the important part. Getting Kilgrave a little sedative will be difficult, but not impossible now that we know who he's meeting with. Kilgrave. You'll need more than just a gun. A getaway vehicle, a plan, and a good shooter, a male voice said, causing Trish to lightly cover her face with her hand as the man left the room, wearing only his boxers. Oh, perfect. When did you go from hating him to sleeping with him? Jessica asked, glaring at her sister. Trish Walker snorted and Naruto felt out of place. I can be the driver. No. It would be better if one of my companions did it, the man said, walking toward them. The young mutant examined him, finding that the scent of Jessica's sister was impregnated on the man, as well as his own on Trish. A point-blank shot. Naruto scratched the back of his neck a little, truly uncomfortable. He could smell the scent of Hex from across the room, and it would have made him blush if he weren't a living weapon. Please. That would be a waste of time, Trish said, frowning at being belittled by her partner, as well as her adoptive sister. I can do that. It's just driving a van with an unconscious Kilgrave. And alive, Jones pointed out, giving a lot of credence to the fact that Kilgrave was alive. From what her boss told her, Kilgrave had forced many people to do horrible things, as well as a certain Hope who ended up killing her parents, as a simple game for Kilgrave himself. Better off dead. He's no bucking used to me dead. Jones yelled in frustration, glaring at the cop who tried to kill her sister. Naruto frowned, finding another scent on the PD officer. Kilgrave's worth way more alive now. Naruto tugged on Trisha's sleeve, forcing the woman to get a little closer to the boy. Is it always this intense? How long have you been with her? A week or so, Naruto said, keeping his eyes on the officer and his current boss, watching as they argued briefly over whether Kilgrave should live or die. Naruto was suffering from a slight headache and he understood why Jessica drank so much, wanting to forget anything that was giving her a headache. Jess is always intense when it comes to Kilgrave. She's suffered a lot throughout her life, which has led her to who she is now. And Kilgrave has been the catalyst for her suffering, Trish explained, glancing at her sister, hoping she hadn't heard her. She sighed and looked back at the boy. When everything is about Kilgrave, she takes on a somewhat defensive stance. It's even strange to see her move against the man who had ruined her life. Naruto frowned slightly, considering. Had Kilgrave ruined Jessica Jones' life? The tough detective Jessica Jones. How had he done it? If a person had managed to break a person with gifts, surely that same person had mind control abilities. Could that have been the case? Fine, he'll be taken alive. Happy. The police officer caved to Jones' pressure, which made both Trish and Naruto smile, who looked at the poor officer in amusement. And who is that boy? The police officer shifted his attention from the detective to the young former Hydra agent, who, though much more of a weapon, was still one. Naruto raised one of his eyebrows at the New York police officer's admittedly contemptuous, jealous tone. Me? I'm Jones' assistant, he replied calmly, examining Walker's lover. He still had that strange, somewhat familiar scent, not linked to the Hexwell scent of the two blondes. Did you have an assistant? A recent intern, yes, the brunette woman nodded, looking directly at Naruto. You'd be surprised at what he's capable of. Do you trust him, Jess? What if he's being controlled by Kilgrave? Trish asked, worried that Naruto was an agent of the brainwashing villain. Trust me. It isn't. How do you know? The agent inquired, looking a little towards Weapon X, who snorted a little upon noticing the policeman's gaze. Sleep at my house. Trish's mouth fell slightly open, blinking at the words that had come out of her adoptive sister's mouth, not believing what she had said. What, was she sleeping at her house? Was she taking that much of a risk? Jessica Jones trusting a stranger was beyond her imagination, given how distrustful her sister was. What? Wait, you brought a stranger into your house. That's new, Jess. Jones shrugged at her sister's words. Yes, she had stopped trusting people thanks to Kilgrave's presence in the city. But Naruto was above suspicion. He'd been with her for over 12 hours and had never once escaped from her apartment. She'd watched him sleep while she continued working, haunted by her own personal demons. The memories, the images, were returning as if they had happened yesterday. Kilgrave was pushing her, and her sanity was reaching its limit. Soon, she would need more than alcohol to handle it properly. Kilgrave had driven her to it. He's been away from Kilgrave, Trish. He's been sleeping at my house for a week and hasn't moved without my help, Jessica said, bringing the discussion to a close. Now, let's plan Kilgrave's endgame. The hunter. He adjusted his jacket, pulling the hood up to cover his face, leaving a few strands of blonde hair visible. Blue eyes stared at his reflection in the mirror. A man around 6 feet tall, his face clear of fat, a sharp face that had lost its former paleness and was slightly tanned, thanks to the sun's brief exposure to the winter sun, its rays peeking through the dark clouds of winter days. He was wearing torn jeans, a rather oversized jacket covering his entire torso. His hands were covered by fingerless gloves Jones had given him, and a t-shirt was under the jacket, short and dark as night. If anyone saw him, they would undoubtedly think he was a vagrant somewhat better dressed than the others. Uzumaki Naruto took a good look at himself, examining his body, checking the mobility of his arms and legs, testing the flexibility of the fabric with the somewhat abrupt movements of his legs, and being able to run perfectly. The Hydra suit was actually better, rubber or Kevlar, he didn't know exactly, but he could run and do things more comfortably than in those civilian clothes. But he couldn't demand too much either. He had put Hydra aside for now and didn't have the money for a suit made of that material. He didn't worry too much about it. Bullets wouldn't do anything to him, and his superior regeneration, as well as an advanced metabolism, made him immune to even permanent wounds. So far, no bullet had caused him a permanent wound or caused him any pain beyond enormous discomfort and a burning sensation. Naruto thanked Whitehall for his superior regeneration. He tugged at the gloves, staring at his fingers, and left the bathroom completely. Jessica had left at least 5 minutes ago, following Malcolm toward Kilgrave, while Trish took the van that Detective Inspector Simpson's friend had provided. He was surprised at how easily a New York cop was drawn into the criminal side of the world. I didn't trust him. Ever since he'd seen him at Trish Walker's house, he'd felt a prickling in his nerves. His nose had picked up scents he'd noticed in Hydra's labs, with the drugs made for the Weapon X project, but they were muted, as if he hadn't been in contact with the substances for a while. But all it took was for him to remind him of the Weapon X project, and his trust in the man would never come. He could be a Hydra member looking for him. But how did he get to Trish Walker? Maybe he was an outsider, like many mercenaries loyal to the Hydra regime. Anyway, he didn't have time to think about Hydra and its potential assets around the world. What concerned him now were those in New York, under the command of Madame Hydra. He had to get rid of the woman before she came after him to capture him on Whitehall's orders. Or would Wyndham have kept his mouth shut after his failure? That would really come in handy while he was dealing with Kilgrave and later the Kingpin, a Hydra benefactor. My head hurts. He massaged his neck a little, leaving Joan's house office, pulling the door shut. Naruto found the place cozy, even if it wasn't a Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark mansion, but at least he had hot food and wasn't pressured like an animal to obey. Just help us if you want. It's not your problem, Naruto. Naruto sighed, remembering that he was getting into trouble that wasn't really his, but he felt indebted to the woman for taking him under her wing, feeding him and taking care of him when he wasn't a family member or friend. He was unnecessary in that house, and Jones never complained about his performance as a helper. He dropped folders and files several times, and Jessica never scolded him. She was too good to him. Clang. The Uzumaki felt the pull, clutching the elevator wall. Within a second, the elevator's light went out, leaving him in darkness, with only a small emergency light. Oh, come on, the blonde groaned, walking toward the elevator doors. He reached in, his fingers gripping the edge of the doors themselves, and pulled with some effort, hearing the doors creak as they were forcibly moved. He didn't know what floor he was on, but he could pull himself back down to earth if he held onto the edge of the floor. Naruto grabbed the edge and pulled himself up, sinking into a crouch. Now he'd have to take the stairs, only a few floors from the exit, which was too much of a hassle. He moved his head, sniffing, catching the scent of gunpowder, sweat. Bang. He felt something hit his neck, tearing the skin and muscle, releasing the warm liquid onto his skin. Naruto cupped the affected area, then looked at his palm, watching the blood trickle down it, dripping onto the ground. Switzerland. He lunged to the right, evading his attacker's blade. He swung his arm at the second swing, stopping the man's arm, a Hydra soldier with an electrified rod. How? He punched the man in the side and threw him hard into the stationary elevator. He felt the dried blood sticking to his skin as he craned his neck, standing up, looking at the contingent of Wyndham's men waiting for him. How had they found him? There was no time to dwell, not much. Sobs. If you came to play, fine. Let's play. Uzumaki Naruto ran towards the Hydra soldiers, while the shots erupted, were heard, impacting the mutant's body, leaving the shells on the back wall and the elevator doors. Swiss. Naruto's claws moved, following his lord's commands, as the young man advanced, showering the ground with blood. Inert bodies were left behind by Hydra's Weapon X when it reached the door that led to the stairs, completely covered in blood. Naruto pushed open the door, knowing what he was going to find. A second squad of Hydra agents were waiting for him. They pulled the safety on their semi-automatic rifles and aimed when he appeared above, staring at them with blue orbs. Bang bang bang. Unloading their magazines, the Hydra agents fired at Weapon X at point-blank range, forcing him to cover his face with his arms, taking each shot in his skin, clenching his lips in pain. Despite having superior regeneration, Naruto was feeling the bullets entering his body, hitting his bones, staying inside as they couldn't pierce through the adamantium bones. Quick change. Are you out of ammo? Naruto asked, slowly wiping his arms. He spat out a bullet that had tried to pierce his throat, which he caught in his mouth, completely shattering it with his strength. It's my turn. Before even a single magazine had been exchanged, Naruto, assuming his predatory stance, launched himself at the Hydra agents, using his claws as weapons, shielding himself from their blows, and leaving inert even dismembered bodies all over the stairs. The mutant reached a corner. He leaped over the railing and went straight to the ground below, where more Hydra soldiers were waiting for him. He swung his claws, forming a six-lined X, slicing through the soldiers' weapons in just a couple of motions. Naruto swung his arm, impaling the last of the soldiers with the claws of his right arm. The man soon drowned in his own blood, falling to the ground as the mutant retracted his claws. Slowly, stepping on the shell casings of his enemies' rifles, Naruto walked outside the building, completely covered in blood, covered in the reddish liquid of blood, and leaving a trail of it behind him, as if it were a hallway. He moved his head, scanning each black military vehicle waiting outside, as if it stood as a barrier between him and the people. He noticed the Hydra logo on the soldiers' shoulder pads. It seemed like it had only taken Wyndham a month to find it, almost two. Uzumaki Naruto, no, we'll call you X9, Hydra's Weapon X. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the female voice's statement. He turned his head slightly, not surprised to see Madame Hydra standing there, staring at him with dark eyes and a green combat suit that clung to her body, showing off her feminine curves. Even her weapons were emerald green. Madame Hydra, he blurted out, frowning. He'd hoped the woman wouldn't hunt him down until much later, that he'd have time to deal with Wyndham. I see you know me. The High Evolutionary contacted us about your return to the base in a less than pleasant manner, the woman declared, giving the boy a small smile. But Wyndham is a fool, a madman. I don't like that he thinks he's superior to me. Your arguments with him aren't my problem, the boy said, tossing aside his jacket, completely covered in blood. Where were the police when he needed them? Naruto threw away his gloves as well, leaving his hands exposed. Leave me out of your amorous encounters, okay? Madame Hydra frowned, her lips tightening, her smile fading completely. Just a few words, and the powerful woman in charge of the Hydra cell in New York was already taking full control to prevent the boy from being let go. You're a fool, the woman hissed. Naruto heard the click. He saw the Hydra soldiers aiming only at him, removing the safety catches on their weapons. He bared his claws. I like me the way I am, thank you, Naruto declared, taking a step forward, daring the officers to shoot him. He couldn't see their eyes, but he hoped they would hesitate, wanted them to. Now, will you let me through? Madame Hydra took a pistol from her holster, grimacing in a truly angry way. She slid the weapon out, pointing it at the mutant. We can give you Wyndham. Try it, Weapon X challenged, baring its teeth in a ferocious gesture, resembling an angry, rabid dog. But we never said in what state. Naruto charged at the woman, his claws swiping out and ready to slice her neck in one motion. Clink. The blonde man moved to one side, evading with his own claws the claws of his opponent, an immense mass of muscles a little over 2 meters tall, who showed wild blonde hair, teeth more animal than human. His attacker lunged at him, and Naruto jumped back, dodging his enemy's double claw. Shit. Naruto began to dodge his enemy's claws, feeling slight cuts on his body caused by the Hydra ally. He felt himself pushed away, and the wild blonde's left hand grabbed him, slamming him against the window of one of the cars. He felt the glass penetrating his skin, even tearing at his scalp. Is this the prey, Viper? The older mutant's voice reached Naruto's ears in a thick, sarcastic tone. It's one of Logan's pups. No. More like Cap and Widow, contradicted Viper, who was Madame Hydra, the woman at the top of the organization. Sabretooth, don't kill him, but leave him completely incapacitated. Sabretooth grinned widely, staring at Naruto with wild eyes, licking his lips at the thought of destroying the boy. He moved Naruto, causing the young man to feel his skin cut by the crystals. I'll enjoy it too much. Slash. Sabretooth opened his eyes, feeling his claws slashed, his skin pierced by cold claws like his enemies. But he couldn't respond. Naruto grabbed the mutant's arm and threw him down with all his strength, using the enemy's weight against him. Crash. The Hydra hunter crashed into the roof of one of the vehicles, denting it and setting off alarms, surprising Viper with its strength. He really is like a super soldier, the woman told herself, stepping back and watching as Sabretooth launched himself at Naruto once he recovered. Viper smirked, holstering the weapon, ready to enjoy the fight between two beasts. Wyndham might be the head of Hydra's science base, but she had the real power on her side. He'd hesitated when Whitehall told him about their Weapon X, the one they dubbed X9, the perfect super soldier. He'd hesitated when they told him about Alpha Squadron's missions at Stark Industries. He'd hesitated when they told him about the spirit of Weapon X and how it wouldn't fall easily now. At this moment, he was confirming everything. But Uzumaki Naruto was the prey and Sabretooth the hunter. Family. Sabretooth launched himself at Naruto, grabbing the young mutant's face and slamming him into the ground, causing him to spit out blood. He swung his arm, bringing out his claws, which descended on the blonde, tearing at his skin with his bladed weapons. Naruto screamed, feeling the tearing, as the older mutant tore him apart internally. He swung his arms out. He grabbed his enemy's wrist and pulled outward, pulling the claws from his chest. He let the blood fall, showing bloody teeth, clenching his lips from the effort he was making. What was happening? And his strength. Naruto found a space, moving along the ground and away from his enemy, his arm bleeding, falling dead. He couldn't go any further. The cordon of Hydra agents prevented him from leaving that street. Naruto sighed, catching his breath a little. That mutant was really strong, maybe not as strong as him, but he at least had the experience he lacked, and he had picked up a scent too similar to the narcotics used in the Weapon X project, which would indicate that Sabretooth was a member of it, or at least an earlier version, like Wade Wilson was. But then, who was Sabretooth? How many abilities did he possess? Was it just his claws, his superhuman strength, and his ability to regenerate? What differentiated him from the old mutant was only the material of his claws. While Sabertooths were made of adamantium, Sabretooth seemed to be able to generate the same claws, but in a bony form. Naruto found this strange and attributed it to the fact that Whitehall had injected him with adamantium to make him look exactly like the previous Weapon X, whom he was impersonating. The boy wiped the blood dripping from his chin, yanking out a piece of bone, grimacing. How long had they been fighting? His eyes darted around, taking in the Hydra soldiers, Madame Hydra standing with her arms tucked under her chest, waiting for something to make her act. Naruto turned his attention to the enemy mutant. Clang. He was knocked back by a direct blow from Sabretooth, who launched an attack. The Uzumaki planted his feet on the ground, seconds before his enemy appeared upon him. He ducked, dodging the mutant's right claw, and raised his arm, slashing at the man's arm as he grabbed the man's wrist and threw him to the other side. Or so he hoped. Sabretooth didn't let himself move, stopping his hold on his prey when he planted himself firmly on the ground, taking the younger mutant's head and slamming it into his knee, feeling the boy let go of his arm. When the blonde wasn't looking, Sabretooth used his claws and dug both into the young man's chest. Cough. Naruto spat out an insane amount of blood as Victor Creed grinned at him. Creed picked up the young mutant and threw him against a fire hydrant. Under Naruto's own weight and the force with which Sabretooth threw him, the fire hydrant itself shattered, sending gallons of water into the sky like a geyser. Naruto stopped moving, using his claws as a grappling hook, and became completely drenched. His blood mixed with the water, slowly blurring, resembling some kind of paint that had dissolved in the colorless liquid. He made an effort and managed to stand on his legs, feeling his muscles truly shredded. He looked up. A gaze filled with concentration directed solely at his enemy. He shifted his weight to his left leg, placed slightly behind, and launched himself at Sabretooth, who was on the other side of the geyser of icy water, so he didn't see Weapon X until he felt something forcefully push him. The enormous mutant looked down, finding adamantium claws tearing at his skin. He tried to grab Naruto with his hands. But the boy retracted his claws and slid under his legs, falling behind the savage mutant. The Uzumaki spun and slammed his elbow into Sabretooth's back, using all his super strength to push the mutant back against the geyser of water, hoping to buy himself a few more seconds. Seconds he gained when the water clouded the hunter's vision again. Naruto leaped upwards, retracting his arms back, bringing out his claws again, falling on the enemy mutant, who was in the middle of the expelled water. Sabretooth tried to find Naruto using his sense of smell, but he was too late. X9 had acted as Taskmaster had taught him. Swiftly and relentlessly. Weapon X fell upon the hunter, tearing into Sabretooth's shoulders with its adamantium claws, causing both of his arms to dangle, unable to move, giving Naruto several seconds to act. Slush. Slash. Oh. Sabretooth roared, feeling the cuts all over his body, like tendons being ripped perfectly by what should have been his prey. Naruto crushed the mutant's face with a kick when he fell to his knees, slamming his head against the concrete, landing on top of it, breathing heavily. It had taken him too long to get rid of Sabretooth. Is that all, kid? Naruto reacted late, and Sabretooth's claws tore at him internally, making him completely lose the air he had taken. Sabretooth stood up, dragging the young man with him, bringing him close to his face as he grinned wildly. So you're Hydra's Weapon X, huh? You're a bit of a disappointment, I'm afraid. You're no Wolverine, the mutant declared, digging his claws deeper into Naruto, who gritted his teeth as he felt his insides being ripped open. You're a disappointment to us, I'm afraid. If Hydra had agreed to my request. That. Whitehall didn't tell you. I'm part of the previous Weapon Plus project, more specifically the Weapon X branch, along with Wolverine and other mutants for the project. He offered me to Whitehall when he found me in Siberia, telling him he wanted adamantium bones. The idiot pointed out that he wanted to create a Weapon X from scratch, one that would surpass the previous Weapon X in the project and be superior, the best super soldier after Captain America, definitely something too juicy, a huge project that required funding. And from that project, after 8 failures, you emerged. Sabretooth smiled, bringing Naruto a few inches from his face, releasing his breath on the young man. The boy gasped, trying not to cough at the breath of smelly air. What does Whitehall see in you? And Wyndham? I don't understand how a brat can be something great. You're not even a warrior. You don't have a bloody streak. Crack. Sabretooth slammed Naruto into the ground in one motion, shattering the young mutant's head a little, staining the cement with blood. Grrrr. You're even trying to look like a beaten puppy, aren't you? That's pretty funny. I still remember how Wolverine used to do the same thing. Sabretooth explained, crushing the young blue-eyed mutant's head, earning a more pronounced growl from Naruto. Enough, Creed. Viper shouted, pushing Sabretooth away from Naruto. We need him alive, not dead. Come on. No need to growl now, Viper. The boy has superior regeneration and far greater than normal stamina. They really put a lot of effort into his creation, if I'm honest. Victor Creed praised Whitehall's work, watching Naruto try to get up. So fear not. He won't be dead when you get him. Just very tired. Sabretooth pushed Viper aside, walking towards Uzumaki Naruto, showing his claws, showing his fierce smile as he raised his right hand ready to destroy the young mutant's face. He quickly lowered his arm. Clang. A shield deflected the mutant's arm inches from touching the boy's face, and 2 legs kicked him away from Weapon X, revealing Captain America, who caught the shield with his left hand, placing it in one motion, thanks to Stark's magnets. Captain Rogers, Viper hissed, seeing the Red Skull's archenemy standing there, at attention, between his prey and the hunter who was after it. He knew of Rogers' connection to it, but he hadn't expected the oldest man alive to show up to save Hydra's weapon. Sabretooth wiped the blood from his chin, looking at the stoic and serious Steve Rogers, standing at his 6'5" height, with his face covered, leaving only his chin exposed, followed by serious, almost cold blue eyes. Captain America, the long-lived mutant said, smiling at the sight of the first Avenger facing him. He had expected a somewhat difficult task given the training of his prey. But now things were a bit more interesting. Rogers didn't answer either Viper or Sabretooth, glancing at his son, his gaze softening. He took a deep breath, feeling the oxygen rush through his nostrils, into his lungs, and out his mouth as he sighed. The Avenger grabbed his shield and swung it at Sabretooth as he charged toward him. Creed deflected the shield, finding Rogers hit him in the solar plexus with a direct forceful blow that caused him to hunch over from the force, at which point Captain America leaped to catch the shield, swinging his arm and slamming his symbol into the mutant, knocking him out of the line. Quickly, the first Avenger covered himself with his shield, receiving a hail of bullets from the Hydra agents and Viper herself, who had made the decision to get rid of Rogers and stop playing with Whitehall's Weapon X to take it to Wyndham. Sam. I don't think I can go on. Rogers yelled into the distance, taking a pistol from his holster and firing at the Hydra soldiers themselves to stop their attack. I'm going. There's going to be a big entrance up top. Sam Wilson's voice reached his right ear, where the communicator he had taken from Tony was. But the soft sound, a figure appeared above the Hydra agents, who looked up at the arrival of the Avengers' newest recruit. Falcon, the aerial hero and Steve Rogers' companion and friend during the rise of Hydra. Boom. Viper watched as Falcon dropped some grenades, and in a second his men were thrown out, covered by fire or sent to the ground by the unexpected explosion. He took his pistol and pointed it at Falcon, sliding his finger across the trigger of his weapon. Pam. The leg knocked her weapon aside, and she was forced to duck under a right hook from a retreat, feeling her arm go slightly numb. Madam Hydra blocked the third blow and deflected the fourth, putting her in a one-on-one confrontation with Black Widow. Natasha grabbed both of her stun rods, igniting them with a jerk, and unleashed a blow on the Hydra leader in New York, forcing Viper to flinch from her attack. Natasha attacked again, and Viper blocked both of the Avengers' arms, using her own strength, struggling. He smiled. How does it feel to see your child as an experiment, Black Widow? It wasn't too difficult to obtain your eggs from the KGB, Viper stated, trying to unsettle Romanoff. Black Widow didn't even flinch. She coldly pushed Viper back, beginning to gain ground, so Viper herself jumped, drawing her weapon and firing at Natasha Romanoff. Bang bang. Blood dripped to the ground as the bullets pierced their victim's skin. Romanoff launched herself at Viper, who was completely still. See. With force, harnessing the anger she felt into that blow, the Avenger knocked Madam Hydra down with a powerful blow. She quickly turned, looking at Naruto with her worried green eyes. The boy had moved, taking the shots that would have killed the red-haired woman. Son. Whispering, Natasha wanted to hug the blonde. Crush. Viper grabbed the fabric of Romanoff's clothing and launched herself, delivering a double blow to the Russian woman's back, leaping towards one of the vehicles that were cordoning off the area. Natasha stared coldly at the woman, seeing the venomous mockery flashing in her eyes, directed at her. The Russian woman pursed her lips, watching her leave the war zone. Slut. Romanoff shook her head, getting to her feet. She hadn't expected the blow to her back. But it was her fault for getting distracted. But who wouldn't be? She looked at the blonde, blue-eyed boy who was covered in blood, staring right at him. "Hey Cap, he really is your son," Falcon declared, falling down beside Captain America. Rogers had handled Sabretooth with some difficulty. He hadn't defeated him, but he had forced him to flee. "The eyes and that hair are yours." "Sam, stop," Rogers cut off Falcon's every word, walking over to Natasha and her son. He placed the shield on his back and removed his helmet, looking directly at his younger copy. He still remembered how they had fought on the bridge when their paths had first crossed. Naruto looked at the trio of Avengers, trying to understand why they had shown up to help him. A few months ago, not that many, he had tried to kill them without remorse, and they had saved him from Sabretooth and Hydra. It made no sense to him. This Natasha tried to speak, searching for a voice within herself. She'd only been able to say one word, and the silence had suddenly fallen upon her. "Boy," Steve came to his friend's rescue, standing between Black Widow and the man who, according to Tony's information, was her son. "We don't want to hurt you. We'd like to take you somewhere with your family." Strain. He looked around the room he'd been assigned when he followed Captain America to Avengers Tower, being escorted by the police and, surprisingly, the press, trying to get statements from him. Naruto hadn't taken kindly to the journalists and had almost wanted to tear them apart, only to be stopped by Black Widow, who gave him a sympathetic look. The boy saw the glimmer of sadness and joy mixed in her green eyes and couldn't deny her request to gut the journalists, who were doing their job. A mediocre and unnecessary job in this world, if you asked him. Who cared if some famous person sneezed on the flan he was about to eat? Naruto had too much on his mind to deal with mediocre people with uninteresting lives. He wasn't famous. The Avengers were. And the fact that a teenager with powers was living in the home of the world's greatest heroes was gossip that all of America, and even the entire world, must have known. Politicians and high-ranking officials didn't understand why the Avengers would take a boy, unregistered in the United States, under their wing. But there wasn't much they could do. They owed Stark a couple of favors and expedited all the paperwork for the boy's adoption, under the care of Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff, two of the most famous former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and heroes. Even they owed Rogers far more than they owed Stark himself. Captain America was the icon of the entire world, and they couldn't snub him. He had been the cause of the Allied victory over the Third Reich controlled by Hitler and Hydra, who was back to his old tricks and the center of attention. Many important companies fell into the hands of a certain Daniel Whitehall, and all employees found themselves with Hydra agents controlling them, financing the Nazi organization during World War II. Everything seemed to be going slightly dark for the United States, so creating a schism between Captain Rogers and the state's top brass wasn't on the agenda. At least not for the intelligent and intelligent ones. There was always some member of the House who was against it, but even though it wasn't a unanimous vote, the unknown boy was left in the care of the two famous and important Avengers, especially with Hydra being under their noses and not knowing who they could trust, so those who voted against were under extreme surveillance imposed by the new Secretary of State, Thaddeus Ross. The former United States general had taken his role completely seriously and made sure to keep a close watch on Hydra's movements and any politician who seemed suspicious. Within a week, Naruto was in a room on the same floor of the tower that had been assigned to Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff when the two former agents joined Banner inside Tony's former home, who remained somewhat in the dark about the blonde mutant's presence. Naruto understood the Iron Man's attitude, and Steve and Natasha themselves didn't want to push the issue too far. The rope was already taut because of Naruto's actions when he was with Hydra, and it could snap at any moment. Tony understood Naruto's motives for acting, being controlled by Hydra to do whatever they wanted, to overthrow the false regimes and take over the world. But the boy had left thousands dead in his wake and didn't seem remorseful. Why? Why didn't the boy apologize? The question gnawed at Stark, and he couldn't be present in the same room as the boy, no matter how hard he tried. All those Stark Industries employees died for nothing at all, and that bothered him deeply. Still, he couldn't keep the boy away from his parents, his real parents, and what was truly a surprise. How would Hydra have taken Rogers' sperm and Romanoff's eggs? After Natasha's own explanation, he understood where they got the latter from, but the question of Rogers still remained. Had he hooked up with a Hydra agent during his time in World War II? Tony was determined to find out no matter what, because it was a mystery that kept him a little awake. Another issue that kept him away from Morpheus's arms was his relationship with Pepper, which had completely cooled off, and he didn't know what to do. "Hey Tony. Do you have a moment?" Stark looked up from his glass of bourbon and toward Banner, who appeared wearing an old lab coat. Bruce had taken over one of the floors that had belonged to Stark Industries' R&D department and converted it into the Avengers lab, where he focused on technological research and various projects, now even more focused on the blood Tony had given him from the boy. "What do you need, Banner?" Stark asked. The billionaire was wearing a somewhat worn t-shirt along with dark pajama pants, probably with some coffee stains. "I still don't understand why you're examining the boy." "I don't trust him," Tony declared, turning back to his glass, not wanting to talk about Naruto. It really bothered him to focus the conversations on the Cap's son. "I remember everything he's done to my company and the deaths that have been left at his hands, Bruce. It's something that bothers me. No matter how hard I try to forget it, I can't." "You should." Bruce immediately fell asleep when the elevator doors opened, revealing the boy who had been the center of attention, the focus of every conversation, and the main topic of every show. Naruto was wearing blue jeans, black sneakers, and a tight-fitting black t-shirt. He didn't seem cold. The air conditioning at Avengers Tower was the best in the world, something Tony would boast about if the opportunity arose. Tony Stark watched the boy exit the elevator, hands in his pockets, and was surprised by the resemblance to Steve and the sharp face, those eyes that promised danger from the teenager, as he had seen several times in Natasha's eyes. "Good morning," Naruto greeted, giving both Avengers a slight smile. The boy had accepted all of that, but his mind was truly occupied by chaos. Captain America was his father and Black Widow his mother, having been conceived by the wife of a high-ranking Hydra official, as well as the leader of a company that was now devouring the entire technology sector when it took over Hammer's weapons research. "Good morning," Banner returned the greeting, giving the boy a brief smile, while Stark didn't take his eyes off his glass until Banner tapped him on the side. "Hey, kid," Stark murmured, a thin smile on his lips, hollow and devoid of any emotion. Tony stood up and walked toward the balcony, too much on his mind. "Don't hold it against him," Banner pleaded, glancing at Naruto. The younger man had glanced at Tony when the man shifted, sensing his discomfort and how he avoided his gaze. The Uzumaki was no idiot. Under Hydra, truly Weapon X, he had killed hundreds of Stark Industries employees, and now Tony was seeing it every day, his face, the face of the man who had killed hundreds of people at his side. He was making the Iron Man suffer and struggle. He probably wished he could kill him, rip his head off, but that would have put him at odds with his partner, Captain America, and Black Widow would be on the captain's side. He's got 1,000 things on his mind right now. He needs a vacation, like everyone else. Naruto shook his head. He was the one who should be apologizing, not Banner, for Stark's behavior. He should be apologizing for the deaths of Stark's employees. He should be apologizing to Banner for the beating he'd received, for the blood Wyndham had obtained with gamma traces in it. He had given Hydra weapons that placed the organization above all others. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. was now nothing more than remnants, mere ashes of the worldwide organization Fury had led. No one opposed Hydra, and they had obtained everything they wanted to stay at the top of the food chain. "I'm sorry." Bruce caught the murmur escaping the blonde's throat. He approached the boy, patting the Uzumaki on the back and putting his arm around the blue-eyed boy's shoulder, pulling him closer. The strongest man in the Avengers gave Weapon X a slight smile, calm, completely relaxed. "Don't worry, kid," Banner declared, now separating himself from the blonde and trying to give the boy a comforting image. Bruce knew that Naruto would be confused, hurt, thinking about every death that was on his shoulders and the pain he had caused to innocent people without having done anything to him. Being a simple teenager, he had a lot to assume and lacked the maturity of a normal young man. Banner had studied the case of X9 or Uzumaki Naruto, understanding behind it that the boy had not been raised like other children. He had no real perception of what was right or wrong. He lacked a sense of morality, which in other young people would have been instilled since childhood. For him, as a mutant, killing anyone was okay because Hydra had raised him that way, with a brainwashing, putting codes in his mind to control him at any moment. "Everything will be fine, believe me. Each of us understands your motives for acting and that you have never had an idea of right or wrong, an ethical role model to follow. You were raised to fight and just followed orders. But how do you carry the guilt?" Naruto asked, looking at the man beside him, his expression growing weary. While he'd been on Hydra's side, he'd never questioned any of the orders Whitehall had given him or what he'd done. To him, everything was completely normal. Everything he did was the right thing to do. Now he hesitated, feeling confused and unable to sleep because of the victims' remorse for their actions. Bruce Banner looked at the boy with some melancholy. He understood his thoughts, his suffering. He understood his inability to rid himself of the victims of his own actions. Like the Hulk, he had harmed innocent people in his fits of rage, and there were surely victims, lifeless bodies that weren't being recognized and had been lost. Captain Jr. Sam Wilson entered the room wearing a pair of workout clothes. His t-shirt was sweaty, showing signs of it in the dark area around the neck and back. The former soldier wiped his tanned face with a towel, keeping the sweat out of his eyes, but a little bit of it continued to drip. Wilson smiled as he took a pitcher of ice-cold lemon water, even though it was winter. From what Naruto knew from his father, Stark had built a gym on one of the tower's many floors, complete with a sauna, a boxing ring, and all the necessary machines to keep them in shape against enemy attacks. Rogers used it, and Sam seemed to have come from the same gym, judging by the tremendous sweat running down his face, soaking the flying hero's workout clothes. "Hey Wilson." "Good morning," Banner greeted, nodding to the young man. Sam picked up his glass of lemon water and sat down next to Naruto, less soaked than before. "Intense training." "Steve's always intense," Sam said, remembering how the Cap had passed him hundreds of times the day they met. "And I'm not up to keeping up with him." "He has a serum that makes him literally superior to you," Banner smirked, throwing the punch at Wilson. Sam grimaced slightly, sipping his drink as the professor looked at Naruto. "Steve is usually in the gym, almost the same as Natasha. Both of them don't do anything else until a mission comes up." "Oh, I understand." Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff. They were both his parents, his true parents. He didn't know how Captain America and Black Widow had conceived him and ended up in the hands of Hydra. But it wasn't a topic he needed to discuss right now, his mind in turmoil from his own insecurities. "That must be unfair," Sam complained, putting down his glass completely empty. "Fighting a super soldier. It's not very fair. He's stronger than a normal human, and he's truly an expert in hand-to-hand combat." Naruto remembered his training under Taskmaster, how he'd pushed him to the limits to learn how to be a natural fighter, not just a street brawler. As much as he hated the way his teammate had treated him, he had to admit that his body, strength, and reflexes had developed remarkably from what he'd heard from Wyndham. "Maybe a little training will do you good," Sam declared, snapping the boy out of his thoughts. The newest Avenger threw his towel at the mutant, who caught it with his hand, looking down at it. "Sometimes exercise helps the mind." "That depends on the case." "Oh, well, Banner. We all know you only think like a scientist, not like a normal person," the flying hero laughed, narrowly avoiding the apple Banner had thrown at him. "Come on, boy wonder. Let's see what you're made of." Sam took Naruto by the arm and pulled the boy into the elevator, leaving behind the tension he felt when he noticed Tony Stark's gaze on him. A gaze filled with anger, pain, and understanding. It wasn't fair what Hydra did. Eyes. The Avengers Tower gym was in no way inferior to the gym used by Hydra agents or the one he'd used when he'd been training with Taskmaster. In any case, it was the Hydra science-based gym that had to be the envy of the one the Avengers used. Fitness machines. A boxing ring. Sandbags for the fighters' punches. Weights. Exercise benches. Every piece of equipment a fitness enthusiast could wish for, this place had it, brand new and in the best condition possible. Inside the gym, or the floor that served as the gym, the heating provided the ideal temperature for those who came to train. Not too hot, not too cold, thus preventing anyone inside from sweating excessively or freezing completely. A good place to get in shape. All it needed was a pool and it would be complete. Naruto watched the punching bags, seeing how several of them were stacked in a pile, releasing their load of sand onto the floor and slowly becoming empty of the same sand, which ran underneath the fabric that formed the instruments. The boy nodded at a sound, as if he were a dog picking up something, and saw Captain America hitting another bag with his right hand, rocking the bag with each blow he delivered, creating a slight jingle from the chain that held it. He watched the man hit the bag, like a boxer, keeping his feet still, his legs completely planted. Steve moved his hips with each blow, landing his fist directly in the center of the bag, keeping his arm motionless and raised, as if waiting for the bag's response, always keeping his guard up. His arm, the one protecting the side of his face, remained completely still, like a wall separating the captain's face from the enemy's fist, completely firm, his muscles tense, defined, ready to receive his enemy's counterattack, no matter how strong. The same thing happened when he switched attacking arms. He felt a tap on his shoulder and saw Sam walking toward the ring, a towel draped around his neck. The man jumped over the ropes and entered the ring, revealing a pair of gloves. Naruto followed without question, waiting to see what the Flying Avenger had in store for him in their sparring match. "I hope you've thrown a few exhibition punches before," the dark-haired man declared, tossing another pair of gloves to his opponent. The mutant caught them with one hand, looking at them in confusion. He'd never used gloves for a sparring match before. "And if you haven't, death isn't part of the rules." "I'm not an idiot," the young man snapped, slipping on his gloves. He slipped the Velcro over his wrists, adjusting them perfectly and revealing his tanned fingers. "I'm not going to kill you." "Of course, you couldn't in reality either," Wilson stated, giving the blonde a slightly sour smile. Naruto raised one of his blonde eyebrows, looking at the Avenger with amusement. Sam jumped on the spot a couple of times, doing a couple of stretches. "Anytime." They were both dressed the same. Gray tank tops, black shorts with the Stark Industries logo, and dark sneakers with white socks. Almost like the stereotypical Brooklyn boxer. Naruto lunged, shielding himself from his opponent's potential attacks, staring at Wilson. The Avenger remained in place, waiting for an approach that would catch him off guard. His advantage was speed and experience, something the boy in front of him, who looked at him seriously, lacked. Uzumaki fired a right that was blocked by the brunette, who responded with a left jab. Naruto blocked it with his forearm and was pushed back a bit. He stomped his feet, finding himself surprised by Wilson's sheer physical strength. He tilted his head, evading the third jab, and blocked a fourth, distancing himself from Sam by about 2 meters, beginning to circle him, the two of them moving in circles around the ring. He took a deep breath, calming his nerves, and moved his leg to close the gap, meeting a direct blow aimed at his chin from the Avenger's side. He took it full force, his jaw completely numb, his lower teeth hitting his upper teeth with a light chatter. Naruto spat some saliva to the side, staring at the bloody phlegm left on the cloth. He shook his head, turning to Sam. The young man moved again, now much more focused. He scanned Sam's defensive posture with his blue eyes, trying to find any gaps in his defense. Normally, he would have ripped his enemy apart with his claws, but fighting with only his fists wasn't really his style. He was used to using every inch of his body, being able to move freely, using the obstacles in the room to his advantage. He ducked under a second straight jab from Wilson and delivered a swift hook to his opponent's chin. Naruto saw Sam move, step back, and narrowly dodge the hook, which made him smile slightly. He could put the pressure on his sparring partner completely. Good. That nearly took my head off. Sam wiped the sweat with his forearm, trying to keep it from falling into his eyes. The stinging would only make the whole fight much more difficult than the boy's super strength. I expected nothing less. Naruto didn't respond to Wilson's words, and Sam grimaced, seeing the boy's intense concentration. The older boy deflected a left jab and felt himself pressured with just a touch, pushed back into the corner. It had become clear that Naruto had his father's strength, or even greater strength. I don't talk in training. I see. Sam Wilson launched his own punches at Uzumaki Naruto, trying to pressure him. Naruto countered with his own punches, deflecting the brunettes or taking them, but cushioning the damage, finding an opening on the Avenger's side. Sam opened his eyes, feeling his ribs seem to want to break, and his body hunched to one side, as if the right side of his body was sinking inward, pushed by the fist of the boy he was training with. He gritted his teeth. Naruto felt his body vibrate with Sam Wilson's effort to do something to him. But even with that mere blow, the Avenger would have taken most of the damage, thanks to his adamantium bones, something his adversary didn't know, but which was significant. If his bones had been of a normal bone structure, his ribs would likely have been caved in by the former soldier's blow, who had concentrated all the force possible on a human to attack him. The Avenger was thrown against the mat, crashing his back against it when Naruto grabbed him by the arm and used judo against him, taking the man's arm between his legs and arms, using the vice grip on Wilson. Shit, boy wonder. I'm just boxing. Sam moaned, trying to free himself from the lock, while Naruto just smiled, stretching the man's arm towards his chest, feeling how Sam fought, using his own strength to not leave his arm tense and at the mercy of his opponent. You never said just boxing, Sam, Naruto stated, laughing at Wilson's frustration. Desperate, Sam twisted his body, managing to stand up, his left arm at Naruto's mercy. He gasped slightly, closing his eyes slightly, and tried to lift the boy with his own strength, only to find that he weighed a ton. Shit. He received a kick to the face, feeling his lips slightly split and blood mixing with his saliva. The hero muttered a curse, parrying a second kick from Naruto's side, looking at him with frustration in his dark eyes. How much do you weigh, damn kid? Exasperated, Sam asked, trying again to lift Naruto with his arm, stopping the teenager's third kick. 140. Sam's eyes widened in surprise, a moment Naruto took advantage of. He used both legs and his superhuman strength to knock the hero falcon to the ground for the second time, even causing the ring to creak slightly. The air escaped Sam's lungs, and he felt his body want to completely give in to his enemy. 140. Naruto released Wilson's arm and rolled onto the floor, crouching down, staring at his training partner. Sam gasped, covering his face slightly, and sat down in the center of the ring, thick beads of sweat running down his face. I don't know how much it actually weighs. But I know it's quite a bit, Naruto stated, giving Wilson a small smile. The ex-military man snorted, swearing, and stood up. His arm was quite sore from the kid's hold, and his muscles had gone a little numb from the young man's extra weight. Sam wiped the sweat with the bottom of his shirt and sighed, finally returning the smile to the blonde. Damn, kid. That was pretty good, Wilson agreed, looking at his left arm. I didn't expect that hold. I was really hoping to get you in one and you got me in your hold. We never made it clear it was just boxing. Naruto laughed softly, standing up as Sam had just done. He was barely breaking a sweat, and a brief sparring session with the Avenger hadn't caused him enough exhaustion to require any drastic breathing. "I'm a better fighter when I use my whole body," he explained to Sam's approval. "When I use my whole body, I feel better, without tension or useless gaps inside me. That's how I've trained since I left." The words died slowly in his throat and he massaged his neck a little. He'd started talking about Hydra again and the discomfort was too present. He didn't want everyone on his tail for being a mere experiment by the Nazi organization. "Oh, well. Natasha uses her whole body too. I guess, being a mother and son, you must have inherited something from her," Steve said, placing his arms on the rim of the ring and observing his friend and his son. Naruto looked at his father, feeling a chill run down his spine. He took a few breaths, calming the tension in his body. He wasn't used to having parents. All he'd ever known was Hydra and their training and indoctrination. "You always inherit something from both parents," Sam declared, removing the gloves from his hands. "The boy has your looks and Natasha's battle smarts. Too deadly, if you ask me." Steve gave a light smile. "Of course, I'd have to bring out Nat's worst side," the captain murmured, crossing his arms over his chest, a smile spreading across his lips, looking at the two. "My worst side?" Rogers opened his eyes and Sam laughed lightly, while Naruto watched Natasha Romanoff appear behind Steve with a small smile. "I don't have a side," the Russian sentenced, looking at Wilson, who didn't contradict her words, and went on to look at her son, feeling nervous. "Good day, Naruto." "Mother." "Father." Those were two words that had never been in Weapon X dictionary. Yes, he'd been curious about his parents, but that had all died when Cable told him about the Namikaze Corporation and the Inhumans, believing him to be the son of a high-ranking Hydra official and his wife. But now, with blood and DNA evidence, two people he'd hurt were his parents. He didn't know how to react, how to deal with seeing them both standing in front of him, acting as if he hadn't killed thousands of innocent people, that he hadn't harmed them. "I am sorry." Steve softened his gaze even further, while Natasha gazed sweetly at her son. It was strange for her to have a teenage son with powers and capable of murder like she had. "Naruto. You mustn't." "Yes, I must. I didn't act under mind control or on orders. I was aware of the blood on my hands, of the innocents I took to the grave." The boy cried, closing his eyes, clenching his fists and crying. I was aware of every death. I saw it. I felt the breath of my victims. I saw their dead eyes. The life escaping their bodies after their last words." Big tears ran down her face. "Naruto. I don't even know who I am, what I am. Everything seemed fine, right, normal. Being a soldier and killing on the orders of the man who had taken care of you, that was what saw good in me." Naruto slowly spoke, pouring his feelings into his words. "And I don't want to feel used again, I don't want to be Weapon X, I don't want to be Hydra's weapon." Before Steve or Sam could move, they both watched as Natasha slid into the ring, taking her son in her arms and holding him close to her chest, stifling Naruto's sobs as she shed a few tears herself, running her fingers through her boy's blonde hair. She understood. She knew what it was like to be a weapon. Black Widow was her alias as an assassin, as a weapon. And she understood how her son felt. And he never wanted that for his son. "Now you have us, my little baby," the Russian woman whispered into her son's ear, trying to be strong. Both mother and son felt other arms squeezing them, stronger. Steve Rogers would never abandon his son. Never. Laura Kinney. Racism. Homophobia. There were different ways of treating a human being, a little different from what society had established, from what completely normal people pointed out in others as an illness or something bad that God had sent them like a plague or that they couldn't tolerate because they believed themselves to be perfect. When the X gene appeared within human DNA, modifying people since the Second World War or even before according to the records, humans initially took those special people as gods, giving them everything they wanted, granting them privileges, and portraying them in history so that the whole world would know about them, so that there would be a record of the divine people who had appeared in the world to save them, guide them on Earth and protect them. That belief faded, deteriorating over the years, becoming completely forgotten. The special beings gradually disappeared, going into hiding, until they reappeared during the Second World War. Within a Jewish camp, a child showed signs of the mutation in his DNA when he was dissatisfied with the harm his relatives suffered at the hands of the followers of the Third Reich under Hitler, the most powerful man in the world at the time, if you excluded the Red Skull, the man who used the Tesseract to create an army completely loyal to him. After the demonstration by that boy, a Jewish boy barely 10 years old, covered in mud, forced into the Jewish concentration camp, events unfolded over time, revealing people with a mutation in their DNA, some more visible than others, creating the mutant race on Earth. A race oppressed by people's fear and incomprehension of what was happening in the world. Mutants were the step toward the next evolution of humans, and they wanted to crush that evolution, eradicate it from the world out of fear of the unknown. They even invested funds in financing weapons that would only harm mutants, creating projects like Project Weapon Plus. Weapon Plus. It had been the government's most ambitious project in years, generating near-perfect living weapons. The first had been Captain America, with the super soldier serum created by Abraham Erskine and given to Steve Rogers, when the project's leader himself found in Rogers a true soldier, a brave man despite his scrawny frame, his pale skin, and those health problems that would prevent any man from becoming a soldier. Steve Rogers, who took up the mantle of Captain America, was the first subject of the Weapon X project, which would yield other, more beneficial results in the search for the serum. The project that created the first Avenger had been dubbed Weapon I or Project Rebirth, which would pave the way for the subsequent Weapon Plus projects. After the creation of Captain America and the death of Erskine, the secret of the serum was lost, and many scientists tried to recreate it, resulting in the appearance of Hulk by Dr. Bruce Banner or the Winter Soldier by Hydra, leaving failures scattered around the world, enhanced people, and the creation of the previous Weapon X, the one now called Wolverine, and whose trail was completely lost. Or almost. Dr. Martin Sutter had reopened the Weapon X project around the same time as Daniel Whitehall, recruiting expert mutant geneticist Sarah Kinney, a woman who had studied everything related to mutants, their DNA, and how the X gene worked within them, in order to understand it. Within Sutter's team was also his protege, the boy who had grown up to be a good scientist in his field. Xander Rice was the son of Dale Rice, a scientist killed by the original Weapon X. The boy grew up with a hatred towards Weapon X and dedicated his time to making it disappear, investing his work in Sutter's project to recreate Weapon X or make a specimen close enough so that the project would not be cancelled. But all were failures over time. No Wolverine clone could make it, and Sutter grew frustrated, unable to understand how to recreate Weapon X. They were wasting time. Sarah Kinney found a way to recreate Weapon X. But the possibility of it being a male had to be ruled out due to some problem with the genome, something that Sutter ruled out, but that Xander Rice approved and gave the green light for the birth of X-23, the final test to recreate Wolverine. Surprisingly, it worked. A baby girl with midnight black hair and green eyes was born to Sarah Kinney, who began to see the same girl as her own, despite the fact that it was a surrogate, and grew concerned for the girl's well-being, not wanting her to be a weapon for Rice. Over the years, watching X-23 take innocent lives, being just another soldier, Sarah came to a decision. To get the girl out of the clutches of the facility, an organization in charge of all the genetic weapons projects they were recreating. Nothing went as expected. Rice, knowing of Kinney's emotional involvement with X-23, decided to spread the essence that was driving the girl crazy into the woman herself, all while X-23 killed all of her clones and destroyed the place, leaving no one alive, much like her father once did to those in charge of the Weapon X project that created it, leaving no one alive to recreate it. When X-23 left the place, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies and destruction of the property itself, throwing away Sutter's entire project, whom she killed on Xander Rice's orders a month earlier, she found her mother waiting for her, files in her hand and smiling. But X-23's nostrils picked it up. Xander Rice, hating Wolverine as much as he did, created an essence based on the original Weapon X so that his weapon, X-23, would brutally kill anyone who carried the scent of the long-lived mutant, turning the girl into a true killer, a weapon, a completely bloody beast. And that was the essence that Rice placed in Dr. Sarah Kinney, making the woman the focus of the murderous intentions of X-23, her daughter, whom she loved. With her last breath, in just a whisper, Sarah forgave her daughter for everything she had done, for killing her. Sarah gave her daughter a name. With her last words, she named X-23 the name she would have wished. Laura Kinney. Leaving the dead behind, Laura set off, not knowing what to do, with the clear intention of eliminating all the members of the facility, the organization that had created her and killed her mother, erasing all traces of any Weapon X member, something completely difficult. But she had been trained for worse things. Deciding to get rid of every member of the Weapon X project and eliminate the installation, Laura Kinney decided to pursue a job that was not too well regarded in society, but where she could obtain much more information from important people. At 15 years old, almost 16, she was easily prostituted in an important club after making a name for herself and met various politicians and associates of the installation, which led her on a very good path. He hated himself for doing that, but it was the only way. He kept a low profile while tracking his enemies, like a hungry wolf, ready to pounce on its prey. She wasn't the only hunter on the board, and the installation didn't want to lose their Weapon X, almost as much as Hydra didn't want to lose theirs. Laura. The dark-haired mutant shifted her head slightly, looking at a woman with soft red hair and smiling at her. She was scantily clad, but her body was completely curvy and slightly tanned. Someone's calling you. Hurry up. Laura moved, freeing her client from his body covered by black leather pants and a leather tank top, revealing much of his slightly tanned, somewhat whiter skin. He felt a hand grab his wrist, and Kinney looked over his shoulder into the pig-like eyes of a fat MP. The man didn't look very happy. Finish what you started, you little bore. I don't pay for unfinished work, the man hissed, letting go of the girl's hand and pointing down. Laura looked in the direction of the man's eyes and then met his gaze. What are you waiting for? Are you deaf? You wouldn't even please your poisonous hand with that shit, Laura Kinney responded, turning completely around and walking towards the exit where her partner's head had appeared. The young woman closed the door behind her, but her enhanced hearing fully captured every sweet word that came from the mouth of that immense mass of flesh. A grimace of disgust crossed her face, and she even thought she felt a brief shiver. Laura wasn't a fan of her work. She wasn't an nymphomaniac or a weak girl lured into the world. If she had wanted that man no, all the men who had been with her would be completely dead, their heads gone, leaving their lives in the sheets, and their wives would be much happier. She took the phone that Candy, the girl from before, handed her and hoisted her body up onto the bar. While Wolverine was coated in adamantium every inch of his bone, she only had her claws made of the material. Yeah. It was strange that they called her a prostitute with no family and no one to care for or return to. Hello Laura. I hope you haven't forgotten about me, dear. Before she could answer or even hang up, the door to the establishment was broken down by armed men, all pointing their guns at Kinney's small figure. Laura held the phone to her right ear, staring at the facility agent staring at her, all of them pointing their guns at her fearlessly, as if she were just a pretty fragile-bodied prostitute. Kimura, the mutant hissed, glancing sideways at each assailant. She wasn't nervous. She wasn't afraid. She remained completely calm, hearing the woman's breathing on the other end of the line. That woman wasn't a game, and she knew it. Click. Laura shook her head, hearing the intruders raise their weapons, unclipping the safety catches. They were carrying high-tech weapons, probably made for her. So cold, X-23. You should welcome the family with open arms, dear. We're not family. Laura spread her legs, staring fiercely, her eyes obscured by her hair, at each facility agent standing before her. She felt the scopes trained on her, the infrared pointers on her skin. Don't give me that shit. If you want it that way, the installation requires you. You won't get anything from me, Kimura. A pity. A real pity. We'll have to do it the hard but fun way, then. Ah. Laura spun around, dropping her phone and shielding herself from the hail of bullets that would have riddled her completely. She brushed a few strands of hair away from her face and sighed, brushing others away. Sobs. He showed 2 claws on each hand, plus one sticking out of his foot. He hissed a little, feeling the burn of the adamantium. He had always hated it when claws protruded from his body. Go for it. Laura leaped over the bar, propelling herself toward the facility agents, baring her claws, which were covered in crimson blood in mere seconds, leaving bodies inert. She swung her leg and plunged the blade into another agent's neck, fully reaching for a Glock, and fired. Bang. 1 shot. 1 dead. She pulled her adamantium claw from the man's neck, causing him to choke on his own blood, and twirled like a ballerina, deflecting another agent's weapon and ramming the man's head through with the claws of her left hand, feeling blood trickle down her arm. She had revealed herself to be a hated mutant. She felt a tug, and seconds later, she felt herself thrown, her body crashing through one of the brothel's windows and slamming into the side of a car, setting off the alarm that began to blare in the middle of New York, the city that never sleeps. Laura shifted her body, feeling the blood trickling down her chin, and looked at her attacker. He recognized her. That woman with black hair and dark cruel eyes had been his tormentor during his time at the facility when he was being trained as another weapon. You haven't changed, Kimura. Kimura smiled a little smugly, walking down the steps of that porch toward the green-eyed mutant, fearless, as if the girl couldn't do anything against her. And she couldn't. She was the complete opposite of X-23, the weapon to block any ability of the Wolverine clone. You're such a flatterer, darling. Crack Pam. Kimura moved, slamming Laura Kinney's head against the car body, denting the door inward, leaving the girl's blood dripping. Too strong. I can handle this, Laura declared, swinging her right arm toward Kimura, intending to pierce through his skin. Kimura responded to the movement, catching his enemy's hand and crushing the mutant's grimace. Gah. Yes, you can do this, the woman smiled triumphantly. Kimura reached out, pulling Kinney's face toward hers. You've been a bad girl, a very bad girl. And it's time for punishment. Filler. Kimura moved his hand, wiping away the bloody phlegm Laura spat toward his face, still smiling. He clamped down with his other hand and crushed X-23's chest against the side of the car, preventing the girl from moving or even breathing. I won't mind killing you, kid. But there are people who still need you. Although I can give them an arm or something. Whis. The facility agent dodged, avoiding what appeared to be a pen that had tried to pierce her head. She spun around, meeting a body that slammed into her hard, surprising her, knocking her off her feet, and pulling her away from her prey. Kimura crouched, kneeling, staring at the intruder. A boy in street clothes, blonde with icy blue eyes, messy hair, tall, and a strong build. But the boy was hiding something. How had he moved her? He stood up, wiping his lip. "The regular customer, Laura. Young love is truly wonderful. But I don't have." "Ham?" Kimura gasped, taking a blow that she was forced to block with her forearm. But what shocked her most was the boy's torn skin. Beneath it were bones made of a strange metal she couldn't identify. A hand caught her, slamming her against the windshield of the car where Kinney was leaning. He threw a punch at the boy's side, finding that it didn't move him more than an inch. Crash. Once again, the blond man slammed the mutant's head against another piece of glass, this time that of a moving van, which then hit the projectile that was Kimura. For the facility agent, things had gotten a bit complicated. Unbreakable. He stared for a few seconds at his fists, at his knuckles, seeing the adamantium metal gleaming in the sunlight as blood slowly trickled down his hands. He slid his gaze from his hands to Kimura, watching the woman look at him, examining him. She was an expert fighter, an assassin on the hunt, and he had wandered in. Not that it had been his interest to get involved in the hunt for another assassin. But as he walked through the area, he saw the girl being beaten by the woman, while the scent of blood filled his nostrils for several seconds. This fully awakened his instincts, and an impulse drove him to get between the two women, grabbing the assassin. That December day had been normal for Naruto since he got up, showered, and changed to go to school, specifically ordered by his mother. And he wasn't about to disobey the most dangerous woman he'd ever met. Like a good son, Naruto grabbed his backpack loaded with books and headed to the school bus stop, boarding that ugly yellow vehicle and standing next to other teenagers like him, driven by hormones and feeling somewhat uncomfortable, especially because of the looks he received. His first day was actually worse. When he showed up at high school, accompanied by Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff, he'd become the popular kid from meeting two Avengers, the most representative of the people of New York. Above all, the weight of being Steve Rogers' son was greater than that of Natasha Romanoff, which always made him feel inferior. That day had gone normally, with Spanish, biology, and math classes to spare, taking notes that his mother would later review thoroughly, which prevented him from cheating or putting off taking notes. When he got home, he always had to show his notebook to his mother, who had been in charge of his education, since Tony had suggested a private tutor he would pay for himself, all to keep him under some sort of control. Natasha got really angry. The only thing different from the other days he'd been with the Avengers that month had been his walk home. While he always waited for the bus with the other students, today Naruto had felt a certain need to walk, get some fresh air, and not feel too pressured by training with his father or Stark's inquisitive gaze on the back of his neck, as if he were going to go crazy at any moment. Naruto understood Tony more than anyone would believe. He felt the same way, distrusting every action he took, wondering if it was something he was really doing, or if it was Wyndham or Whitehall instigating. He couldn't stop thinking about the two men who had marked the beginning of his life, how they seemed to pull the strings, as if he were merely a puppet under their control. In a way, it was. The young mutant had had, and continued to have, internal struggles, unwilling to let out certain latent instincts in his mind, which told him to go out and get rid of the Avengers, of every person who walked in front of him. For nights, Naruto stayed completely awake looking at the city of New York completely illuminated, with the bustling people moving through the streets, enjoying the cold, almost freezing, city nights. He had stared at that sight for hours, until the breaking of dawn had greeted him, somewhat pale, with dark circles under his eyes. Nightmares, memories, and the little faith he had in himself prevented him from falling asleep. He was practically a zombie. So, wanting to forget about his sleepless nights, he had strayed from the path and decided to walk all those miles that separated him from Avengers Tower to try to find the peace of mind he needed. And everything had gone well until he turned a corner he shouldn't have turned, finding the confrontation between the hunter and her prey, watching with his own eyes as the girl, who seemed more or less his age, took out claws like him, made of adamantium. He noticed with just a glance how she took out two in each hand and one in each foot, different from how he showed his own. They seemed like a slight genetic modification. And, feeling the urge, he had charged into the fray as the smaller girl was being pummeled by the older girl, delivering a blow that left her adamantium bones exposed, shattering her skin and revealing her bloody knuckles. The blond man pulled his eyes away from the bloody hand, grimacing. It had been like punching through immense concrete walls, and his skin had been completely torn apart. It hurt, it burned, and it was truly uncomfortable. But within seconds, the wounds had healed. Sometimes, clients of Boars fall in love, Kimura stated, giving a sardonic smile directed at Naruto. Weapon X smiled back at the woman. So young and so naive. And you're so old and a bitch. Kimura threw a punch straight at Naruto's throat. Seeing the woman's movement, Naruto planted his feet on the ground, twisting his torso slightly as he grabbed Kimura's arm and threw her to the other side, forcing her to rock forward with her own weight, strength, and speed of movement. That was good, Kimura declared, giving the boy credit. He straightened his body completely, brushing away a few strands of hair that had entered his mouth. I'll enjoy destroying you. Just try it. Kimura launched herself again, charging again, faster than before. Naruto took cover and was pushed back by the woman's force, dragging him along. He tried to stop, but the concrete shattered, exposing the path the boy had passed through. Weapon X, he secured his feet again, sinking down, remaining like a completely still post. Kimura jumped, unloading a second blow, hitting the blonde full in the face. Ham. He felt the woman's crushing fist connect with his face. He felt his bones give way, his jaw move slightly. Red liquid dripped down when he lowered his face, spitting on the ground. Kimura didn't waste a moment, spinning around. He grabbed Naruto's head and pulled, placing the young mutant in a submission hold, both hands cupping the Ajizal's head. Naruto grunted, trapped with his feet planted on the ground, unable to move freely. Swing. Laura attacked an unsuspecting Kimura, taking her sworn enemy by surprise, separating her from Naruto. The boy grabbed her legs and pulled them out of both holes, spinning on his heels to watch the two brunettes fight. The hunter was stronger, more experienced. But the younger girl was a fighting beast, a savage. Naruto moved quickly, finding a gap in Kimura's defense, taking advantage of Laura attacking from above. Sobs. Swing. He swiped his claws sideways, slamming into the mutant's tough, unbreakable skin. Both Kimura and Laura were surprised to see the claws of the original Weapon X emerging from a young boy who could not possibly be the first Weapon X of the Weapon Plus project. Laura landed on the Uzumaki's back and leaped, swinging her claws to try and sink them into the woman's corneas. Kimura grabbed Laura's wrists and threw her away from her, causing the Logan clone to skid across the ground, growling at the older mutant, who smiled cynically. Kimura took a step, and arms grabbed her torso tightly, preventing her from moving. She huffed, kicked, and threw a headbutt backward. But Naruto spun, throwing his enemy like a suplex, slamming Kimura into the ground. Naruto wiped the dust off his jacket. That was good. I hope her head turned out like a squashed watermelon, he declared, looking at his sparring partner with some amusement. Rash. Naruto felt the claws pierce his skin, making him groan a little in pain. Who are you? Why do you have that? Laura Kinney pointed at Weapon X adamantium claws, who looked at them for a few seconds before shrugging. She knew he was Steve and Natasha's son, but she never knew about his powers beyond what the serum her father had granted him. Oh, cheesy, Kimura cracked his neck, grinning bloody grin. He peeled off the pieces of glass and concrete from his clothing, facing the two mutants. But this is even more interesting now. Kimura's arm rose over both mutants. He grabbed Laura's head, slamming her into the concrete. He spun around and swept Weapon X down, knocking it silently to the ground. A groan escaped the blonde's lips as he spun around a bit on the ground. Kimura picked up Laura, seeing the bleeding face of the Logan clone and smiled madly, showing his teeth completely, almost resembling a cruel clown. Ham. Ah. Kinney's whimper escaped. Kimura's fist twisted against the girl's stomach. Bitch. I'll tear you ngh. Ham. Kimura smiled, dropping Laura onto the hood of a car. He pulled X-23's arms up and let the girl's head hang over the edge, her hair brushing the asphalt. What will happen if I break your neck? Will you come back? Kimura asked, running his tongue over his lips. Let's try it. She raised her leg, ready to smash his head with a downward heel strike. I had made a mistake. Swing. Naruto slid his claws, cutting Kimura's leg, which he was raising for the blow, and which he made softer, so he could lift it and descend on Laura. Kimura groaned and found herself slammed into a fire hydrant, sending her tumbling backward. Blood trickled from her leg, and she began to limp slightly. At least until the wound closed, which was in a few seconds. Naruto seized with force, launching himself at the woman. He ducked, evading a jab from Kimura, and slipped under her guard, catching her wounded leg, which he rammed home with his elbow. Crack. Son of a bitch. Naruto smiled inwardly, receiving a powerful save from the woman that sent him crashing a few feet back. Kimura looked down at his right leg, feeling the shattered bone, the splinters moving through his flesh. He bit his lip, staring with fire in his eyes at the claw-wielding boy, who was looking at her with amusement, as if he hadn't suffered any real damage from the blow. Who was that mutant? Kimura kicked the ground, checking that her leg was fully recovered, and smiled. She started walking back toward Naruto, ready to kill him. She was clear about it. She would get rid of the boy and then deal with X-23 for the facility. Naruto stood tall, his claws bared at Kimura, fearless. Blood dripped from both sets of claws, appearing somewhat sinister to the eyes of any normal person. Come on, let's see what you've got, Kimura asked, starting to run towards the mutant, hardening his body. Weapon X closed his eyes, and the second he opened them, erasing any human side of his being, locking Uzumaki Naruto in the depths of his soul, and bringing out X9, Hydra's Weapon X from the darkest part of his soul. She had asked for it. Clink clang. The two collided, the blonde Weapon X slashing at Kimura's indestructible skin, who smiled, hardening it further, preventing the young mutant from piercing through it. The facility agent threw an uppercut, and Weapon X responded with a double slash, blocking the blow and being thrown backward. X9 turned around, standing a few meters away from Kimura, slightly upright, arms hanging down, showing cold eyes. Weapon X dodged a downward kick from the woman, stepping to the side. He slashed at her neck, finding his adamantium unable to penetrate. He ducked, dodging the arm, but found Kimura's knee in his stomach, feeling his inside stir a little. He blocked the second kick and caught it with both hands, sending the woman tumbling to the ground in one swift motion. Kimura latched on and pulled X9 down with her, slamming her leg into the mutant's head. Crack. Kimura smiled, seeing the blood leaking from the boy's mouth. He slid down, straddling X9, placing both legs over the boy's two arms, preventing him from moving them. "Now, doggy, I think you've been bad." Pam. The blonde's head slammed into the ground after Kimura's punch. Kimura looked at his glove, seeing the dead skin and the mutant's blood. "Are you a descendant of Wolverine, the original Weapon X?" The woman dropped the question, looking intrigued at Weapon X. But she was only greeted with silence, with dull, icy eyes. Kimura hit the young man's face again. "I'm going to smash your face in." "Pillar." The spit hit the mutant's face, causing her to frown angrily. "Pam." The third blow sent Weapon X bleeding to the ground, even though he was already completely knocked down. Kimura sighed, wiping the mess of blood and saliva from his face. "You're like X-23. Just a wild animal." Kimura raised both arms, bringing them together, ready to crush the boy's head. Crack. His eyes opened wide. "Is that all?" Naruto asked, grinning, blood running down his face from his shattered forehead, showing some of the adamantium in his skull. Before Kimura could respond, X9 spun around with all his might, throwing the mutant into an oncoming, speeding truck with a driver dressed in a red and black suit. Edmon on the march. Beep, beep. Crash. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Laura Kinney watched as Kimura was run over by the 18-wheeler, with Deadpool branding on both sides of the container, and dragged across the highway. If they were lucky, the mercenary would take her to a lake in Central Park. "It sucks to be good." Naruto slumped down, sighing. Even his hair ached. Fact. Many will think that since Naruto and Laura haven't killed Kimura well, for comic fans, they should know. For those who have only seen the Marvel movies and don't know anything else, Kimura is a mutant created by the Weapon X project of the facility, with a mutation of being able to increase the density of her body so much so that adamantium bullets have no effect on her, which is why the claws of both of them don't affect her unless she lowers the density of her body. As she did when she tried to crush Laura and Naruto took the opportunity to cut her. One story. Two protagonists. Normally the wounds would have closed within minutes, leaving a slight stinging and hardly any fatigue on his body, no sweat running down his skin, and being able to stand on two legs and continue fighting all day. Kimura had pushed him to the limits of his own enhanced endurance. Superhuman strength. A new Captain America. Naruto wasn't a new Captain America, and although he was a hybrid mutant with a human, with a constitution superior to that of a normal human, he had met his match in the strange woman. If Deadpool hadn't come by with his Deadmon, as he had called it in a scream that was heard throughout New York, he probably would have died no matter how much Weapon X it was. And that wasn't something he wanted right now. They had gotten rid of the rest of the facility's agents, as the girl had told them, and had left the place, crawling despite being mutants with superior regeneration. It would take them several minutes to recover, and they were far from Avengers Tower, the only ones who could protect them and keep them safe. Naruto had seen in Kimura's eyes the madness, the darkness, the desire of a hunter who was obsessed with his prey, almost like Ahab when he was chasing Moby Dick, the immense white whale that snatched his leg, which was his obsession for years and which almost cost him his life. He saw the same obsession in the woman's eyes. She wouldn't give up and would chase the girl she was dragging through dark, damp alleys, both showing signs of a struggle, dried blood, and torn clothing. They'd confronted a crazy woman and forced her to retreat in their fight, thanks to Wilson's presence and the way he'd run her over with the truck. She should be thanking him if she ever saw him again. He pulled the brunette's arm, forcing her to move to the side. The two mutants saw police cars passing by on the street, sirens blaring, clearing the way for ambulances moving down the street toward the place they were leaving behind. He took a deep breath. Slowly, he felt his bones knitting together, the lung pierced by one of his ribs closing, and the blood stopping flowing into his mouth. Naruto felt his side, groaning slightly at the blood. The more superficial wounds had closed completely, leaving his skin slightly reddened, dried blood sticking to his skin and clothes. "She's a crazy old woman," Weapon X growled, snorting at the end of the sentence. He poked his head over the top of the dumpster, seeing the completely empty street, hardly any people. "Come on. We have to get to my house as soon as possible." Naruto began walking out from behind the container, putting his senses on full alert, ready to take down any facility or Hydra agent that might appear. "Why are you helping me?" Suspicious, baring her claws and giving a fanged grin, Laura stood completely still, staring at the blonde boy's back. The super soldier's son stopped, shifting his attention to Logan's clone, raising one of his eyebrows. "What? I literally messed with a nearly indestructible chick, with skin my claws haven't shattered," Naruto stated, quite offended by Kinney's words. Laura didn't feel offended or threatened by the seriousness in Naruto's tone of voice. She kept her face impassive, her brow furrowed, threatening Weapon X like it was a wild dog. "I don't even know who you are and I saved you." "It was the schizophrenic who saved us," Laura countered, crossing her arms over her chest and raising her head. While Naruto stood almost 6 feet tall, Laura stood almost 5 feet 7 inches shorter than her savior. Though the mutant thought the last word ironic. She didn't ask for help. She didn't need it. She could have dealt with Kimura alone. "You stuck yourself in where no one wanted you." Naruto snorted in amusement, now fully facing the girl. The jacket he'd been wearing until the fight was gone, revealing a black bloodstained t-shirt, torn, leaving the boy's torso exposed to the girl's green eyes. "Please. If I hadn't butted in, that bitch would have ripped your arm off, or at least crushed the bones." "Kimura?" Laura Kinney let out a small warning grunt. She didn't like repeating herself a second time. "His name is Kimura," she answered, somewhat harshly. Laura looked suspiciously at the mutant with the same powers as her. She knew he was a clone of Wolverine, the original Weapon X. But what about the boy? Although he had the same powers as them, his physical appearance was completely opposite. He wasn't small or flexible. He was tall, powerful, blonde, and had blue eyes, like 2 sapphires. He looked nothing like Wolverine or herself. "He was my instructor within the Weapon X project at the facility." "Are you part of that project too? Is the facility with Hydra or something?" the blonde man asked, looking at the girl in confusion. Laura raised an eyebrow, not understanding the question he had asked her. Naruto cleared his throat. "I'm part of the same project." Kinney opened her eyes briefly, staring at Weapon X, who felt somewhat uncomfortable in the girl's green eyes. Sobs. "Tamp." Naruto caught Laura's arm just as her claws were about to pierce through his lung. He grunted a little with the effort, but held his ground, straining and preventing the mutant from piercing him. "What the buck are you doing?" "Pam." Laura Kinney spun around, bringing her heel down on the blonde man's face, almost knocking him backward. She pulled out her claw and spun around again, ready to slam it into the blue-eyed man's forehead. Fling. Claws collided as Naruto effortlessly stopped Laura's blade from falling. He looked into the teenager's rage-filled eyes. A visceral, unthinking rage. She was completely lost in her frustration, in the desire to kill him. She strained. She pulled away from X-23 and jumped back, baring her own claws. "Are you crazy?" the blonde man asked, examining the girl's posture. Her breathing was somewhat labored, her eyes darkened by irrational hatred. "I'm going to kill you. I'm not ready for a wild date." Swing. Laura's claws slashed down on Naruto's head. Weapon X had ducked, dodging X-23's move without much interest. She boosted up a bit and kicked the girl's chest, sending her flying into the alley. If they continued fighting, they would attract even more attention. "Can we leave it for another time?" She dodged a second swipe, stumbling back slightly. She stomped hard, grabbed Laura's arm, and spun around, throwing the mutant against the wall. She leaped, placing her claws on her neck, applying pressure. "Grr. You're a wild dog," Naruto declared, sliding the cold adamantium along Laura's skin. Kinney shuddered a little, noticing the sharpness and coldness of the claws. "What is this madness? I helped you." "I didn't want your help," X-23 spat, glaring at Naruto with blazing eyes. The young man flinched slightly. But he didn't move away from the girl. He didn't want to die young. "You're one of them." "One of what?" "A biological weapon like me." The girl screamed, trying to escape Naruto's grasp. The boy stood his ground, barely noticing that Laura was kicking him weakly. "And I swore to end every single creation of the facility, to sink the Weapon X project into oblivion, forever." Naruto opened his eyes, understanding what Laura meant, what she felt. He felt a contraction in his chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. That girl was a Weapon X like him, and given Kimura's intention to take her, she was probably the most important one the facility had ever created, and they wanted her back as soon as possible, so they could reproduce her and create an army, just as Wyndham had done with him. They were 2 protagonists of a story. Taking advantage of the fact that the pressure had dropped, Laura kicked her captor's chest, spinning and knocking Naruto to the ground, while her claws dug into the left shoulder of Hydra's Weapon X, impaling it against the ground. Laura Kinney stood over Uzumaki Naruto, her other pair of claws nearly touching the boy's hair. Naruto kept his eyes fixed on the green eyes of the Scarlet, seeing the hatred, the desire to kill him, always guided by his memories. "Could you get off me?" the boy asked, truly uncomfortable with the position they were in. Laura on top of him, straddling him, with one claw digging into his shoulder and the other claws threatening him, which wasn't very discouraging for making any movement. "It's uncomfortable." Laura didn't respond, hesitating whether to drive the boy's head through her. She studied the mutant's face, sniffing a bit, taking in his scent, always on guard. Should he kill him? He'd vowed to exterminate every member of the Weapon X project, to leave no evidence of the project that had left weapons all over the world, mutants capable of killing entire armies. She wanted to kill him. But her muscles wouldn't respond to her commands. She couldn't pierce the boy's head no matter how hard she commanded her arm to move. And she'd tried at least a dozen times, moving her arm, piercing the boy's skull. But nothing. Was she regretting her pact? She'd been trained to kill. Laura bit her lower lip, truly confused and unsure of how to act. The boy had saved her from Kimura, but he was a member of the Weapon X project and she couldn't leave him alive. Nor could she leave anyone who knew about the project to get it back on track. Confused, she moved off Naruto, who took a deep breath as the claws left his skin and the wound slowly began to close, leaving another hole in his shirt with blood stains on it, his skin flushed a little as it was new. "You almost killed me," Naruto sighed, letting out a somewhat hollow laugh, realizing that his life could have ended twice that day. Once when Kimura caught him by the head and the other when Laura was about to impale him through the head, from side to side, and even decapitate him. He didn't know what the girl was thinking. "And I want to live." But Laura remained silent, lying next to Naruto, looking at the dark sky, covered by pollution, and preventing the stars from being visible. She had broken her promise. She had failed to kill anyone from the Weapon X project, and the facility, led by her attack dog, Kimura, was on her tail, wreaking havoc in their wake. Both destroying the organization that created her and burying the Weapon X project in oblivion had become too difficult a task for her to accomplish alone. Kimura had nearly killed her. If the boy at her side hadn't arrived, she would be dead. And she struggled to recognize it. She didn't want to recognize them. Laura kept her eyes on the sky, watching as the darkness grew darker and darker with each passing second, as if it were slowly closing in on them. He jumped to his feet, brushing off his clothes, what was left of them, actually. "Where are you going?" Naruto looked at the mutant, noticing from her posture that she was deep in thought, dealing with something. He stood up as well, not caring if his clothes had gotten wrinkled. "Are you planning on going after Kimura? And also end the Weapon X project? And?" Naruto sighed, saying nothing. He kept his eyes on Laura, understanding her thoughts. She'd been used as a weapon and she wanted revenge, as did he to a certain extent. He didn't want to deal with Hydra right now, but in the future, he really wanted to make her disappear, along with her members, if he could even spare any of them. And a fight of such magnitude was beyond anyone's control if he went it alone. If the girl went through with her plan, she'd be dead by the end of the year. He really hated having deaths on his conscience. "Let me accompany you." Laura turned her head, almost cracking her neck from the speed and force, staring blankly at Naruto. "That?" The boy let out a sigh that Laura fully captured, slightly frustrated at having to repeat himself. "I told you, let me accompany you. Because you won't be able to fight a battle like the one you're planning alone. I don't know how the facility operates. But if it's even remotely similar to how Hydra operates, you won't get out of their plans alive," Naruto said, looking at the girl with some understanding. "You have family. Why fight for me when you have important people? You're Steve Rogers' son." Dimly, "I recognized you." Naruto let out a soft laugh. "The media hasn't stopped talking about Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff's son. It's kind of annoying," he said, certainly amused. "But they'll understand. I have someone to deal with, too." Hell's Kitchen. The corrupt city, filled with gangs and drugs, under the control of a powerful crime lord, the one who pulls the strings with one hand while donating to the city's needy foundations with the other, presenting an overly kind face, followed by a tragic story that drew the entire city's support to the man who had emerged from the shadows. Wilson Fisk, a major real estate developer. Fisk had risen to the top in the sector, arriving in Hell's Kitchen with important changes, wanting to grow the city, to change it, so no one would see it as less than. He had grown up in the same city under the heavy hand of his father, coming to a tragic end with his father's death. Everything was hidden, with no one really knowing what happened to Mr. Fisk. Hell's Kitchen, despite Fisk's support, continued to be rife with corruption. The police were bought off. Judges lived in important penthouses in the city's most prestigious neighborhoods, protected by a security system the rest of the city lacked. Every step, every drug dealer in Hell's Kitchen was under the control of a single man. A powerful man who controlled organized crime. The Triad, the Russians, the Yakuza, every organization within Hell's Kitchen had to first pass under the watchful eye of the Kingpin, the king of crime, a man no one had ever seen, nor would ever see. He kept his face, his status, hidden, preventing anyone from recognizing him, driving away rivals with his power, with the deaths that littered the streets when someone went against him. The Italians discovered this when they refused to be under his control. The Kingpin crushed them without much effort, uncaring that the blood splattered him. Every member of the Italian mafia was crushed, leaving their descendants dead, lying on the cold ground to be found by passers-by the next day, already accustomed to death and lifeless bodies. Hell's Kitchen wasn't at its best, with dead bodies everywhere and gang warfare raging in the streets. Both Wilson Fisk and the Kingpin made their own moves on one side or the other, trying to maintain a modicum of control. But chaos, no matter how hard someone tried to keep it under control, always ended up exploding in the face of whoever was trying to control it. And that was something the Kingpin didn't tolerate. He hated it when everything got out of his control and he couldn't control it. He had an assassin who had destroyed the cocaine trade he maintained with the Triad and pushed aside the Russians. Even the Maguekio was having trouble with that person. The Irish had ended up bleeding and the underworld was in chaos now, looking for a man, one with a skull on his chest. He was stirring dangerous waters and every criminal had one eye on that person. But they say that where there is darkness and chaos, there is always light and peace to counteract it, maintaining a balance that would prevent one side from taking total control, which would end up plunging the city deeper into darkness and death. That light was nothing more and nothing less than a vigilante, an anonymous hero who kept Hell's Kitchen as safe as a human could. The devil of Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil. Many claimed he was the devil himself, a monster capable of ending a life without remorse. Others claimed he was a guardian angel who would protect Hell's Kitchen until his very death. The latter would not be wrong. Daredevil wasn't your average hero. While the Avengers were known around the world, even saving lands far from the United States, Daredevil never left Hell's Kitchen unless absolutely necessary, involving his beloved city. He always kept his eyes and ears on Hell's Kitchen, protected by the night, accompanied by the moon with its silvery light, representing the devil on earth. Cruel, slightly bloodthirsty, Daredevil would strike criminals, even going so far as to break several of their bones, with the intention of turning them away from his path and giving up their life of crime. Those who listened to him and even left Hell's Kitchen never heard or saw the devil of Hell's Kitchen again, wrapped in his red suit with a double DT on his chest, one slightly overlapping the other, with his horns on his forehead, in his mask that covered even his eyes, leaving only his chin visible to the devil's poor victims. He had become an urban legend, a hero to some and a devil to others. Daredevil would never bring pain on an innocent person, on someone who didn't deserve it. Following his own path, wanting to keep his city under control and free from organized crime, hating drug traffickers, the devil would face the Maguekio and Kingpin with all his might, always alone and not caring how many times he was struck down by his enemy. That was how the Hell's Kitchen watchman worked, without fear, without the fear of death, believing that someone would always pick up his mantle if he ever fell. Hell's Kitchen needed a protector, and there he was to wield it, a representation of the devil, a light for the city's inhabitants. In this case, though, that symbol wasn't at its best. Facing off against an important member of the Maguekio and the Kingpin's hired assassin, Daredevil was leaning against a wall that prevented him from falling to the street, blood running down his chin, his right abdomen feeling completely caved in, his ribs completely shattered. He was breathing heavily, with long intervals between breaths, indicating that he was having trouble breathing, which could have been due to a rib piercing his lung, or simply the pain of his shattered bones. The man without fear, the devil's defender, had followed up on an important lead against the Maguekio from a police contact. The police had uncovered a major drug trafficking ring and let it go. It was clear that the New York police force had their hands in the works at the warehouse he'd found, which was why they hadn't raided them. Perhaps they'd even gotten a tip-off so they could flee, and then the police could arrive and launch a raid. Daredevil took the job from Brett Mahoney, determined to halt the movement in the warehouse until the police arrived and hand them over to the department. Unfortunately for him, there were 2 towers he couldn't destroy with force alone, and he ended up on the roof of that place, bleeding, with some internal injuries, and feeling a tremendous throbbing in his head. He was breathing heavily, and his echolocation picked up how his 2 enemies had found him, walking toward him after entering through the door on the roof. They walked slowly, as if there was no problem, unafraid of the guard they had beaten. Daredevil tried to get up, with immense pain in his side, but willing to fight until his last breath. The first of the men, taller and paler, lunged at Daredevil, punching him in the stomach, causing him to fall to his knees and spitting out a mouthful of blood. A hand grabbed his head and lifted him up, his face almost resembling a skull against pale eyes. "Is this what stopped the cocaine trade?" he asked, tilting his head and mocking the devil with an amused smile, squeezing his hand on Daredevil's head. The devil snarled, kicking the criminal's chest, finding that he didn't budge an inch. "HMP, I'll squash it some more for the Kingpin." "Ham." The villain slammed the hero into the ground. Daredevil groaned, feeling his insides churning from the blow delivered by the crime kingpin's employee. "You leave his bones in mush, Tombstone," said the second man, with short dark hair and rather ugly scars on his forehead. He dressed like a 1950s Italian mobster, with a dark blue suit and slightly lighter stripes. "But anyway, if he dies, it will only be an advantage for us." Tombstone, the light-skinned man smiled even wider. Kingpin had ordered him to finish off the Devil of Hell's Kitchen once and for all, so he could take over the city unopposed. To do so, he had allied himself with one of the Magia's most important thugs, who had the devil on their tail, jaws agape, ready to bite the crime families until they drained their blood. And they weren't very happy. Tombstone tightened his grip and shoved Daredevil against a rooftop curb, showing the man without fear that he was afraid of a fall of at least 10 meters, if not more, placing the vigilante's head back against the curb. One stomp and Daredevil would have to find another head. "That's what we've been told, both of us," Tombstone declared, unafraid of his partner getting angry and attacking him from behind. It was normal when they were both from different criminal leaders. But even the Magia didn't want to mess with Kingpin and his men, especially when Hydra was supporting them. Madam Hydra had been seen alongside the Kingpin of crime several times recently, or so the rumors said. "Right, Hammerhead." Tombstone shook his head, looking at Hammerhead with his eyes directly into the criminals. The Italian shrugged, indicating that he didn't care too much. "Finish it now. I want to go." Clang. Hammerhead stopped what he was about to say, listening intently. He turned slightly, frowning. He'd heard metal or the door hitting something. Was it his imagination? Hammerhead. Nothing. I thought I heard something," the Italian excused himself, turning his attention to Daredevil, who wasn't making a sound. The devil was silent, being rocked by Tombstone, his head hanging off the edge. "Well. Pam." The foot, encased in a dark boot, collided with the albino's face with enough force to knock him off his feet, causing him to release the devil from his grasp. The figure of a young man stood at the edge, wearing fingerless gloves, his golden hair and sapphire eyes showing. Crouching, the intruder stared at the two criminals, ready to fight. "Why you took a little longer," Daredevil muttered, turning his head toward the boy. The boy returned the devil with a cheeky grin, his orbs focused on Hammerhead and Tombstone. "Girls usually take a while to get dressed." On the other side of the boy, a green-eyed girl appeared, dressed in black like the boy, displaying sharp claws. The young woman gave the boy a crooked smile, glancing briefly at him before focusing on the Italian. "GRR. I'll take care of the ugly head." What both the Magia and Kingpin were unaware of was that the man without fear, the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, had found two new allies against crime, who were behind the Kingpin and Hydra himself, seeking to end the Nazi organization in order to bring down a project to which both were linked. X-23. Laura Kinney fearlessly launched herself at Hammerhead, taking a hail of bullets. The mutant grabbed the rifle, covered in blood, and turned the barrel fully toward Hammerhead, swinging her arm and slashing at the mobster. Hammerhead stumbled back, surprised by the speed, but couldn't avoid Kinney's direct kick to his chest, sending him crashing into a ventilation duct, leaving a significant dent. "I didn't kill him, if that's what you're worried about, X9. Uzumaki Naruto grabbed Tombstone's arm, twisting the man and slamming him into the ground, now fully unleashing the devil. He placed a knee on the crime kingpin's side, keeping the key on the man, so he was under control. "That's exactly what I'm worried about," Weapon X said, dodging Tombstone's headbutt and slamming his boot down on his head, hard. Added to his adamantium bones, Tombstone ended up completely unconscious in some blood, his eyes rolling back in his head. "It's not a game." Laura Kinney snorted, standing up straight, snorting at her partner's words. Naruto chuckled, separating himself from the unconscious Tombstone and walking over to the blind hero, holding out his hand. "Thank you." The blonde pulled the devil to his feet, wobbling a little. "I hope at least there's something in this warehouse about Hydra or the installation," Naruto declared, frowning. Ever since he joined Laura, they'd been scouring New York for the Kingpin, the man who had funded Hydra and the installation, two organizations they had their sights set on bringing down. That's why they joined forces with the devil when he was a bit overwhelmed. If not, it'll be another failure. Without further ado, Naruto jumped through the skylight, followed by Laura and soon after by Daredevil, who had pretended to be a little worse than he really was and surprised the two criminals. He had broken bones, but he could move and search the warehouse until the police arrived. That was Hell's Kitchen. A piece of the puzzle. He removed the gloves that had covered his hands and dropped them onto the couch in the living room of Nelson and Murdoch's lawyer, the blind Matt Murdoch, who represented the dreaded Daredevil, who in recent times had kept Hell's Kitchen completely under control on his own, facing the city's criminals with his fists, unafraid of blood. He had long since shed his slightly gentle side when he donned the mask of the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, the vigilante accompanied by two other vigilantes, these ones in black, not caring too much that their faces were recognizable, as if they didn't fear the repercussions of the criminals. Matt admitted that he was a little overly impressed, finding Steve Rogers' son, Captain America, beating up several of the Kingpin's drug dealers, accompanied by Laura, a girl equally as aggressive as the boy, perhaps even more so, letting them see their faces, without fearing for her life or that of her relatives. In the boy's case, fighting the old soldier and the lethal Russian spy would be worse than trying to kill the boy directly, so harming him from that perspective was impossible. On the other hand, on the girl's side, everything was in the shadows. He knew nothing and didn't know her, so an enemy threatening her family was even more impossible. Mainly, Murdoch had been hesitant to take the two boys on as help. He'd discovered that the Kingpin was in league with Hydra, the organization taking over everything S.H.I.E.L.D. had been keeping under control, and it had all gotten out of hand. Fighting the Kingpin and his men, along with the mercenaries and assassins from the Mafia and the Yakuza, had pushed him to the physical limits for even a young man, with internal injuries and shattered, nearly vaporized bones. Living in a bit, he had confronted the two boys the first night, taking over Daredevil's suit and wanting to know their plans. Both Laura and Naruto never backed down and confronted him. Despite being young, two teenagers, they forced him to back down and try to reason with them both, something the devil didn't usually do. Pretending to be more hurt than normal is a lot more painful than actually being more hurt, Murdoch declared, putting the box with his Daredevil suit in the closet next to his father's boxing uniform, lightly brushing the fabric of the robe with his thumb. It hadn't been the plan for both mutants to know his alter ego, but they seemed to have a good nose and picked up on it right away. I've got some sunken bones and everything. You let that albino guy hit you too much. Naruto stopped looking out the window at the huge sign in front of them, which always lit up at night. They'd been living with Matt Murdock, the Hell's Kitchen lawyer, for a week and a half when Naruto packed his things from Avengers Tower and left, leaving a letter for his mother. Steve had let him go, understanding that he had to deal with Hydra and Wyndham before he could finally free himself, and to do that, he'd first need to take on the Kingpin in full force, a man Jessica Jones seemed to have been investigating while tracking Kilgrave. He hated leaving his mother, knowing what she'd been through in the Red Room and all the work she'd done for the KGB, a Russian organization that seemed to have disappeared. Taskmaster had told him that the Russians were keeping it under wraps, growing stronger in case they had to face Hydra in open war. With S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer supported by the government, both organizations had the whole game to themselves, something Whitehall was taking full advantage of. It was all too big for him right now, and he needed to think things over. Madam Hydra came first, then Whitehall. The rest of Hydra would slowly fall on its own, without anyone doing much. With Hydra gone, he'd be happy to go back to live the life of a normal teenager with his parents, if you could even call it that. He was a weapon, a mutant, a super soldier, and he wasn't about to reject it, not now. He was a superhuman, Matt declared, taking some ice from the freezer and placing it against his side with a sigh. Laura raised an eyebrow, sitting on the couch she used to sleep on, staring at the blind lawyer, not understanding how the man seemed to see things without using his cane. And it was amazing to watch him fight as Daredevil, completely blind, going by his senses completely. While the two mutants had completely heightened senses, Matt Murdock had them at a level no normal person could possess, surpassing any animal in the world or any mutant. His evasive ability, using the echolocation that his lack of sight had given him, was overwhelming, evading bullets by performing acrobatics unbecoming of normal blind people. But Murdock was no ordinary blind person. He was Daredevil, the man without fear, the devil of Hell's Kitchen, the devil of the defense. Normal was outside his world. How can you see the ice? Laura expressed her doubt, looking at the security guard with the ice pack stuck to his side. It turned out to be frozen peas, though. Magic. He's almost like a bat, Naruto declared, clenching and unclenching his right hand. Punching the albino man had been kind of strange. The thug was just an average man, but he had superhuman strength, stamina, and a body. Despite having adamantium bones, Naruto could see his skin was somewhat torn when he punched him. He uses his senses and can see things using them, which is why he can dodge punches and bullets. If he couldn't see somehow, he'd be underground. No normal blind person could ever fight without their sight, even if it was in a different way. The lawyer's lip slid across his lips, walking over to the couch and sitting down, forcing Laura to shift slightly. Logan's clone snorted, almost like a rabid cat, and stepped back, allowing the owner of the apartment to sit. It almost seemed as if the couch was his home, a dog protecting its house, which Matt found mildly amusing, but Naruto understood. He'd had the most growth in controlling his wild side thanks to Taskmaster, who wasn't too happy with Wyndham's plans. HMPH, yet you didn't answer. How can he distinguish peas from other things? Laura asked, knowing that there were a couple of other things inside the freezer, similar to the bag of peas the lawyer had taken. I guess the touch. It also helps that using echolocation and seeing the shapes of objects, as if they were shadows, Matt said, finishing the explanation. Normally, no one could understand how he could see or move so easily being blind. Stick seemed to have had the same abilities as him, and that's why he understood. But two strangers coming to that understanding of his abilities had never happened before, although he'd never mentioned it to anyone. He didn't have any other heroes to talk to either, to be honest. His work as the devil of Hell's Kitchen was sweeping through New York, positioning him as an aggressive vigilante, maybe too much so, but he didn't care. The Kingpin or the Triad weren't kind. The Magia would kill him if they had him under their thumb, and the Yakuza would chop his head off in one move. And he couldn't be very kind to such enemies. He lightly stroked a scar a Yakuza member had given him when he confronted him. That confrontation would remain with him forever, with scars on his body that would remain forever, a memory. Otherwise, you'd be screwed, Naruto said, laughing softly. A blind man kicking villains around was pure madness to anyone listening. Naruto had seen Daredevil fight, like he'd fought him and Laura the first time they'd first met, and it was a sight to see him do parkour, moving like he knew every inch of the city, unafraid of falling from a stumble or a blow from his enemy. Touch. For several minutes, the trio of security guards remained completely silent inside the apartment. Laura was curled up on the sofa, her arms wrapped around her legs and her face resting on her knees, her hair lightly brushing her emerald green eyes, with that wild gleam in them, eyes fixed on the armchair opposite the sofa. Matt was on the other side of the couch, peas resting on his side, his head tilted back, resting the back of his neck on the back of the couch, staring up at the distant attic ceiling accompanied by the huge poster. Naruto had stood near the window, staring at his hands. They were completely healed, unscathed from his blow against Tombstone, trying to understand how that man had managed to scratch him a little, landing a direct blow to his face and knocking him down, finding hardness when he hit him, not so much when he fought Kimura, but it was surprising. He didn't know if the Kingpin's thug was a mutant or someone enhanced, but he could be a problem in the future. If he had knocked him down, it was more out of surprise and strategy, using Matt as bait for both the Magia thugs and the Kingpin. There were too many enemies and not many allies at the moment. The Avengers were there for important matters, and he couldn't drag his father and mother into that mafia war. The blonde man massaged his neck. He had improved physically, giving off the appearance of a young man in his late 20s, with a light beard on his chin. His high metabolism had accelerated his growth and maturation, but it wasn't a real problem. That would help him more than it would cause him trouble, if they asked him. He could pass as an adult, not just another teenager. Everything's chaos now, the blind lawyer muttered, sighing. Naruto raised his head, staring at the devil with his blue orbs. It was hard enough dealing with the king of crime without having to face Hydra. Well, criminals like Kingpin usually have equally powerful allies, and he's probably within Hydra, so he's completely our target, Naruto said, moving his eyes to Laura, who said nothing. They were tracking the facility, but it was being too thorough. The heads of the organization were covering everything up without leaving many traces or loose ends. They usually got rid of loudmouth politicians, like the fat guy Laura had seduced using her body, something Naruto didn't take too kindly to. Using a female body to get what you want. Deadpool would say it's illegal. It's not easy to get rid of politically powerful people with high positions and hidden from view. Many of Hydra's members are high-ranking officials, important CEOs of tech companies, and some of them were even in Hell's Kitchen, too corrupt to disappear. Matt shook his head, looking at the young mutant, frowning slightly. What do you mean? Hell's Kitchen has been under Hydra's control since I saw Madame Hydra enter one of Kingpin's places. They probably have buildings in the area, hiding their activities, and they'd get hold of someone important's properties. What are you getting at, Naruto? Naruto slid his lips into a slight smile, touching his right temple with his index finger, signaling Murdoch to use his head. The lawyer shook his head, staring at the ceiling, analyzing the Uzumaki's words. Real estate. The only one in all of Hell's Kitchen who could take over buildings of such magnitude for an organization like Hydra was none other than Wilson Fisk, the important real estate developer who was helping charities, putting on an impeccable face for the entire city, so no one would hold him against him, and he could pull the strings behind the scenes. Wilson Fisk. Exactly. That bold guy really is too nice, GRR, Laura pointed out, raising her head. Naruto let out a light laugh, and Matt just smiled a little. No one is that nice. Karen is. Because. Matt's assistant gave us some hot chocolate, the blonde man said, looking neutrally at Kinney. Laura puffed out her cheeks, and Matt just laughed. Karen Page had been kind to both mutants when Matt took them to the law firm, giving Foggy away to tease him for being a young father. Naruto was enchanted by Karen, although Laura always remained neutral with strangers, something the Cap's son completely understood. They had both been weapons, still not free from the shackles that had kept them tied to their respective organizations for a time. But now, an important piece of the puzzle was on the table. Wilson Fisk was being targeted, and if he really was the kingpin of Hell's Kitchen, his head wouldn't last long on his shoulders. Men at the top always end up falling. Reunion. When someone set out to take on a mafia, a criminal group, or someone immensely powerful like the Kingpin was in New York, they couldn't do it willy-nilly. They had to know the routines of his men, the routes they used for transportation, and every place the Kingpin himself frequented in order to take him on. They had to find evidence and plan ahead to take down powerful enemies. Someone like Wilson Fisk, if he really was the Kingpin, wasn't an idiot, a fool who left clues. No one wanted to say anything or knew anything about the most powerful criminal in the city. Every drug dealer or petty thief simply trembled like a leaf if questioned. Using anything against such feared individuals was practically impossible. Kingpin was feared. Not as a global criminal who could raise the world, as Loki showed when he attacked not only New York, but other cities around the world, vital parts of the plans of a superior being, and which Hydra fully exploited to increase its power before coming to light. But although he was not like the Chitauri, like Loki, or like Hydra, Kingpin was feared in another, much more effective way. While Loki, the Chitauri, and Hydra were known by the entire world, knowing what their faces looked like, identifying Hydra assets by the organization's logo, and what they would do, no one knew how or who the Kingpin was. He kept his identity veiled, hidden from the entire world, with no one outside his inner circle knowing. The people who could link Wilson Fisk to the role of Kingpin could probably be counted on the fingers of one hand, and there would be no more unless someone else could gain the trust of the most powerful man in New York. The Kingpin of crime moved tons of cocaine around the city, luring every policeman he could, every judge, and every traffic warden to move his loads. No one would stop the Kingpin's men within a radius of several blocks. There would be no cops arriving at the fighting zones. There would be no firefighters saving people from fires that benefited the King of New York. The Kingpin would whistle and have hundreds of people licking his shoes. Every man enjoyed commanding people, and the Kingpin was no exception. But there was something different. The Kingpin was cultured, a man of the world, with the complete loyalty of his men. Few would abandon him for another rival boss, Hydra, or any other criminal organization in the world. They respected the Kingpin. They followed the king of crime until his last breath. Taking down a man of such magnitude wouldn't be a simple matter, a matter of a single day. If they were lucky, within a week, Kingpin would be revealed to the world. But luck didn't exist when powerful men were around. The heroes didn't have a leprechaun or a four-leaf clover to give them a little luck. If they had Domino, maybe everything would be a lot different. The lucky mutant would completely take down Kingpin simply by walking through Hell's Kitchen, and Daredevil, X9, and X23 would just have to watch, popcorn in hand, as Deadpool has done thousands of times before. Unfortunately, Domino was on Hydra's side under contract and didn't know where his teammate, Hydra's weapon, was, forcing those who would bring down a king to work even harder, sweating blood looking for evidence. And how was evidence sought? If it had been a crime, guidelines would have been followed. There would be no question of death, and the investigators were paid and took no risks in their work. But it wasn't a crime. Unmasking a man like Wilson Fisk was much more complicated. There was no evidence. He hadn't been seen with the usual underworld men. He wasn't linked to any crime or infraction. He was clean in the eyes of the law, and New York loved him, including every single person in Hell's Kitchen, despite the insults the immense man, 6 feet tall and 400 pounds, weighing more than Logan with adamantium, who weighs 136 with adamantium, hurled at the guardian of Hell's Kitchen, the devil of Hell's Kitchen, the infamous Daredevil, who was viewed as a thug, someone who left people with broken bones in the hospital, bleeding, bruised, and unable to feed their families. What Wilson Fisk omitted during his press conferences in front of the Fisk building, the immense tower from Marvel's Spider-Man, emphasizing that the police were there to stop criminals. They didn't always arrive on time. The police weren't constantly patrolling the streets, and crimes still occurred. Someone like Daredevil mitigated these crimes, instilled fear in criminals, and kept the night safe for people. He was a hero to every person saved by him and his 2 helpers. Daredevil and his 2 aides were determined to unmask Fisk, exposing him completely to all of New York, stripping the Kingpin of the darkness that had been protecting him from the press, thus erasing the fear in the streets. When everyone saw that the Kingpin was just an ordinary, albeit immense, man, his enemies would pounce on him. Destroying the Kingpin would draw Madame Hydra out of her lair, and the 2 mutants would be able to gather intelligence on the installation and the Nazi organization from World War II. To do so, they had only one thing to do. Move through the dark streets, capturing every drug dealer or criminal who might know of any drug or weapons trafficking and disposing of their shipments, knowing that they were likely somehow connected to the Kingpin. Nothing happened in the city that the King of Crime didn't know about. Thus, for the next few days, Daredevil, X9, and X23 took to the streets of Hell's Kitchen, asking for the Kingpin and gathering information as needed. The Devil's mild cruelty was outweighed by that of the 2 mutants, who had to restrain themselves, especially Naruto, to leave no trail of corpses, leaving only a few broken bones and internal injuries. Soon, every criminal in Hell's Kitchen took to Daredevil's two companions with fear and trepidation, not wanting to run into the trio of vigilantes and protectors of the city. They didn't want to die or get hurt. If either of them spoke out, the king would kill them or make them and their family disappear. X9 took advantage of that, using the criminals' fear to extract information, something he had seen Matt Murdock use when he was Daredevil, obtaining a few results after a few days. On Saturday, December 23rd, at a shipyard on the Hudson River Greenway, a transfer of new weapons would take place for the men of a major investor in the Kingpin's plans, one of his colleagues. If all went well, Hydra might even be the seller. Armed with the information and giving the man a threat, the three vigilantes moved to the Hell's Kitchen shipyards, staking out the area over the previous weekend, and on Sunday night found the loading dock where the Kingpin's men would meet with the high-tech weapons dealers. The three of them saw on the night of the delivery, right at the appointed time, how a huge trailer entered the dock, accompanied by a convoy of dark cars, all Chevrolets, from which several men that the captain's son recognized got out. Hydra agents. Weapon X watched from the rooftop of a building, staring directly at the men, examining them. They were dressed in dark uniforms, bearing Hydra markings on their shoulder pads, and carrying assault rifles. His eyes widened as Taskmaster stepped out of one of the cars and walked toward the hangar. And he wasn't expecting that. Naruto sighed, cupping his face, but refused to speak to Laura or Matt for the next few seconds while the Hydra agents moved the cargo. The leader of Hydra is Taskmaster, a lethal mercenary. We're going to have trouble. But those words from Weapon X, Daredevil watched the Hydra mercenary for a few seconds, pressing his lips together without saying anything. They had to act now, or they would lose the opportunity to seriously harm the Kingpin. At a signal from the man without fear, X-23 dashed into the street while X-9 stood a little behind, still thinking, shocked. Meanwhile, Taskmaster had entered the hangar, following the High Evolutionary's orders. Wyndham had gotten carried away, increasing his workload a bit. According to what he had discovered, the man had created a laboratory with slowly growing replicas of Weapon X that would be ready in another month. Man would have an army of superhumans with which to subdue the world. Wyndham. Tony Masters turned his attention to a tall, light-skinned man with a somewhat skull-like face, light-colored eyes, and a massive body. It was Kingpin's henchman, Tombstone. Confusing me for an idiot isn't exactly a good point for a lecture, the mercenary said, stopping about 5 meters from Tombstone, looking the man up and down, examining the thug completely, looking for a way to take him down if necessary. He covered his chest with his crossed arms and gestured to his men, stopping behind him. The money. I hate being the errand boy and I want to get out of here. Jazz. Tombstone snapped his fingers, looking directly at the mercenary, even though he couldn't see his eyes, hoping not to cause a completely unnecessary fight. He didn't want to fail in a goal as simple as an exchange. Two men placed huge iron briefcases on the table, opening one of them, revealing a small pile of large green bills before the eyes of the Hydra soldiers. Okay. The transaction is complete. Crash. Daredevil appeared through the skylight, smashing the glass and sending pieces of it tumbling to the floor. The devil fell on the briefcases, smashing the table, and grabbed both ends of his cane. The devil. The man without fear spun around, delivering a powerful kick to Taskmaster, sending him tumbling back against his men. He threw one end of his cane as he ran, avoiding the gunfire. Tap. He caught the piece with his hand as he leaped, knocking over several of the Kingpin and Hydra's men. He whipped his head around, evading a punch from Tombstone, who launched himself at the devil. Tombstone charged at Daredevil, ramming his leathers into the vigilante. Crack. Crates were shattered when Daredevil was driven against them by Tombstone. The thug refused to let go, determined to crash into the opposite wall. Daredevil launched several punches against the man's shoulders, trying to get him to loosen his grip. The devil threw a headbutt, shattering the man's nose, and jumped as he felt the grip loosen. Swing. Clink. He stopped the blade with the two ends of his staff, pushing himself back slightly. The ninja used his feet to slow down, facing Taskmaster. The mercenary spun and threw an elbow at the guard, hitting the devil in the temple and knocking him away. Daredevil wasn't knocked down, stopping and positioning himself, looking at both Tombstone and Taskmaster, ready to fight. The shots began to erupt. What's going on? Tombstone turned around, which the ninja took advantage of, launching himself at the thug. Daredevil rammed the Kingpin's employee, pushing him away. Taskmaster moved, trying to grab the guard, but was forced to move back, opening his eyes behind the skull mask. X9, the mercenary whispered, holding the sword with the blade pointing down. Masters had speculated where Whitehall's weapon might be, but he hadn't expected it to be kept in the city. Swing. Clang. Taskmaster blocked X9's claws with his sword. He felt the boy's strength, greater than during his training. The mutant pushed the mercenary, sending him backward, making him sweat. He tried to stop, using his feet, but Naruto managed to drive him against some crates. He raised his right arm, attempting to cut the mercenary, who stepped aside and rolled on the ground, crouching, facing the mutant. He pulled a Glock from his holster and fired. Bang bang. But it was useless, and he knew it. He wasn't ready for a fight with Weapon X. Taskmaster emptied the cartridge into Naruto, without much success. The bullets fell to the ground, inert and cold, as the wounds on the mutant's body closed. Naruto grinned savagely, walking toward the mercenary, his claws bared. "I didn't expect to see you here, kid. We've been looking everywhere for you." "Not for everyone," Naruto declared, snarling, stopping the blade of his enemy's sword with his right claws. He twisted his hand, forcing Taskmaster to send his arms down, along with the sword, and the blonde lashed out with his left claws. Tony Masters jerked his head to the side, noticing how one of the claws slightly shattered the mask, leaving a cut on his cheek. It would leave a mark. Naruto yanked, causing Masters to step forward, ducking his body and letting the claws pass over him. He passed through a gap under the mutant's arm, rolling in a somersault, and was forced to drop his sword. "We'll have to leave this for another time, kid," he declared, glaring at the blonde. Naruto growled, taking a step forward, and watched as the mercenary took off on a jetpack, forcing him back in the wind. "Now that I know who you're with, it'll be easier to find you." Weapon X bared its teeth at its enemy, trying to follow him, but feeling its back sting as bullets hit it, coming from the Hydra agent's guns. Seeing that he couldn't keep up with Taskmaster and ready to vent his frustration, Naruto turned on the agents, teeth bared and eyes glowing, anima-like, and lunged at them. Blood splashed onto the ground, drop by drop. Direct hit. Daredevil moved between the beams and crates, swinging his cane at the Kingpin's mobster. Tombstone deflected the cane, which ended up in the devil's hands again. He braced himself against a beam and propelled himself forward, hitting the thug squarely in the side. Tombstone swung his arm, trying to hit the devil. Daredevil ducked, letting the Kingpin's thick arm pass by, and he swung his own arm in response, burying his fist directly into his opponent's ribs. Tombstone gasped, feeling his bones shift a little. He deflected the Hell's Kitchen vigilante's baton, catching Daredevil by the face and slamming the hero into a beam. Daredevil snorted, kicking his enemy hard in the chest, sending the man flying several feet away. The devil grabbed the beams for support, spun around, and launched himself at his foe again. He sidestepped, circling along the ground, and was behind the big guy. He landed on his opposite foot, spinning, and delivered a side kick to the back of his neck, knocking him backward. Enraged, Tombstone blocked the devil's second kick, forcefully grabbing the limb and throwing Daredevil, slamming him into several crates. He grabbed a huge wooden beam, ready to slam it down on the red and black suited hero. Daredevil fires one of the batons, deploying the cable, pulling and evading the beam's impact. He proceeded to release himself, launching a double kick to the villain's face. Crack. With the enemy's strength and weight, the ground seemed to crack under the force of the impact. Daredevil swung his feet over the thug's face, separating himself. He yanked the baton down, tying the cable into it, and began walking toward where his two companions were fighting off the Kingpin and Hydra's other thugs, who were unloading bullets on two people immune to the shots. But something caught his ankle. Slash. Daredevil crashed into some pallets, feeling the wood creak, his back tremble a little. He spat some blood onto the ground as he tried to get back to his feet. But a foot prevented him from moving. Feeling the sole of the boot, the devil growled softly, trying to move. Ham. He was kicked into a beam. His bones seemed to crunch from the strong blow. Slowly, Tombstone began to walk towards him, his step sluggish, cracking his knuckles, displaying a cruel smile. He lifted his leg, stomping hard. But Daredevil evaded the stomp, kicking his enemy's opposite leg, knocking him down a bit. Taking advantage of the fact that he was falling from the force of the blow, the man without fear grabbed Tombstone's neck, moving the guy and slammed his head against the rusty metal beam, opening a gap, dripping his blood, but not knocking him out. Tombstone grabbed the devil in his arms, using force to squeeze the vigilante's abdomen. The vigilante began to grunt, bleeding from the side of his mouth, and gritted his teeth. Daredevil raised his left, free arm and punched the guy hard, directly in his face. The guy didn't flinch, but he squeezed even harder, earning a groan from the devil. Daredevil braced himself against a beam with his legs, propelling himself forward and forcing Tombstone to stagger backward, the vigilante in his arms. He swung his head, slamming into the villain's gap, who only bared his teeth, with a snarl. Crack. Daredevil heard his bones crunch, just a little. He was having a hard time dealing with the superhumanly strong man who was pressuring him. Tombstone grinned, butting his head against the blind hero, who felt dizzy from the blow, blood dripping from under his mask. Gritting his teeth, the devil returned the headbutt, staggering the criminal even further, with copious blood running down his face, drop by drop, turning his skin white, completely red. Taking advantage, Daredevil broke free from Tombstone's embrace, launching a double punch against the man's chest, knocking the criminal to the ground, blood running down his face. He clutched his side, stifling his breath. Arf arf. Watching Tombstone, Daredevil leaned against a beam, spitting some blood to the side. He raised his arm, ridding himself of the dark liquid. He was a bit battered, but he managed to knock his enemy down and really hoped he wouldn't get up. His body ached a little, but it wasn't too serious. Meditation helps heal wounds, right? That's what Stick had taught him. Bang bang. Daredevil moved his head a little, taking in the sounds of the battle, seeing with the sea of flames that he had for vision, watching Naruto and Laura getting rid of the Hydra agents, preventing Kingpin's employees from obtaining the weapons. The blow had been direct, effective and swift. Both teenagers performed well in this type of performance. He was surprised by the skill they seemed to possess and found it very interesting. Who had trained them? They had been well trained, though a bit too aggressive if you ask him. But they were skilled enough to dispatch simple enemies with ease. Too easily, perhaps. He heard footsteps and saw two figures enter the area where he was, accompanied by the fallen Tombstone. Do they always beat you up this much? The blue-eyed mutant asked, somewhat amused. His skin was lightly covered in blood, probably more of his own than that of his enemies. Daredevil couldn't feel it, but he could smell the open wounds, the fresh blood, and how they were disappearing, slowly scarring over until they were gone. Laura was the fastest to heal, while Naruto was bound to take a little longer due to the adamantium inside his body, his bones. I'm a Murdoch. No matter how many blows we take, we never fall for long, the devil replied, sighing deeply. He leaned his back against the beam and let his breath escape through his lips, pulling away. Has everyone fallen? Like dominoes, the Uzumaki nodded, wiping away a few drops of blood running down his forehead. His shirt was stained with them, but because it was black, the blood wasn't too noticeable. And this guy? He's a knockout. Laura poked the criminal with her foot, as if trying to wake him up. But she wasn't hitting him too hard. She was just poking with the tip of her foot. We should tie him up or something, Daredevil declared, tucking the batons into the side of his hip and walking over to a chain. Pulling with some effort, he grabbed the chain and wrapped it around Tombstone's ankles. Uzumaki. Naruto grabbed the other end of the chain and pulled with an effortless movement of his arms. His arms didn't feel it, and his body didn't suffer from the weight of Tombstone itself or the chain, pulling on it until the guy was hanging upside down, blood dripping to the ground. The guy was unconscious, showing no signs of life. It looks like a pinata, the blonde exclaimed, chuckling. Laura snorted, and Daredevil smiled. The devil turned around, looking at the soldiers lying on the cold ground, next to the Kingpin's employees. No one was left standing, no one who could escape or signal reinforcements except Taskmaster. But Naruto doubted the mercenary would speak to Wyndham and launch an attack now, when his relationship with the Kingpin could be damaged. They had lost an important operation for both sides. Daredevil declared, walking over to where the briefcases of money were. He held them up, showing what was probably $1 million. Chang. Crash. He shook his head, and Laura smiled, revealing huge green, military-style crates. There, inside the enormous trailer, were all the weapons the Kingpin had requested. Weapons that would place him higher on the food chain within the underworld, a world already dominated by the king of crime, who wanted to consolidate his position above those considered inferior. Kingpin would not fall easily. Now, what do we do with this? If we give it to the police, one way or another, it'll end up in the hands of the Kingpin, Naruto said, looking at the contents. He jumped, entering the container. Using his claws, he destroyed one of the boxes, observing state-of-the-art thermal rocket launchers. Hydra was controlling all the money a normal person could want. So much so, that even Stark would want it. Leaving it here isn't an option, and I don't have the money to rent a warehouse to store it. Even with that, Kingpin could find it anywhere in New York, so that's out of the question, too. Shall we give it to Stark? Daredevil looked at Laura. The mutant just shrugged, beginning to look at all the weapons in the truck. No one seemed suspicious, and there were no signs of anyone arriving. That wouldn't be a good idea, Naruto declared, jumping out of the truck. They had stopped the sale, and their work there was completely finished. Staying there would be too safe for them. Soon, Taskmaster would be there with Hydra, and Kingpin would probably know something bad had happened to his business. Let's burn it down. Both Daredevil and Laura looked at the blonde without understanding much. What did you just say? We could burn the weapons, the ammunition, and even the entire trailer, the young mutant declared, giving his idea. He patted the side of the container, watching as Laura and the devil stared at him, trying to see if he was really serious. What? That way we'll get rid of everything and there won't be too many more problems. It's an idea, Daredevil agreed, understanding that getting rid of the weapons was the most convenient thing to do when the police were in the pay of the Kingpin, or even Hydra now. It's going to be a mess. I know. Naruto smiled broadly, as if he had copied the actions of Wade Wilson, the unpredictable man, the immortal mutant, the one with the biggest mouth ever. How do we do this? Laura stepped down from the container, looking at both Naruto and Daredevil. The smoke and explosions will attract all the attention. And we won't be here when they arrive, the blonde said, leaving some cans of gasoline. Where did you get it? The driver had it with him, the Uzumaki replied, slowly pouring the liquid onto the truck as if it were something normal for him, without fear. Probably if the fire touched him, he would survive without any harm. He didn't know the limitations of his regeneration and what could kill him. But he wasn't too keen on finding out. Laura grabbed another of the cans and began pouring gasoline onto the truck, as did Naruto. They both emptied the contents of the cans completely, soaking the truck with the flammable liquid, which dripped onto the ground. One spark and everything would explode. With the grenades, rockets, and ammunition itself, everything would be turned into a fireworks display. It was unlikely anyone would pass it up. It would create an immense column of flames and smoke. It would be a massive bonfire that would attract everyone in the area, whether they were adults or not. Daredevil took a lighter from one of the inert Hydra soldiers, beginning to tap the stone with his thumb, creating a spark. After a few more flicks, the flame sprang up, dancing in the light icy wind. If I let go, this thing's going to explode. Uzumaki took the lighter from Daredevil's hand, causing the flame to disappear. The devil looked at his companion, and Laura began to move, leaving the warehouse. Well, are you going to follow her? This is going to blow up. Being partially immortal, it was much more likely that he would emerge unharmed, with his life safe and sound. Daredevil turned around, following the brunette mutant. Naruto tapped the stone with his thumb, watching the flame dance lightly. They had found him. Hydra would now be after him, hunting him, searching for him. Knowing he was with the devil of Hell's Kitchen, it all came down to Hell's Kitchen. Jazz. The blonde sighed. He dropped the lighter, the flames still burning. The flames roared, slowly consuming the gasoline, moving swiftly toward the truck. That would really blow up. Boom. Both Daredevil and Laura watched the flames grow, rising beneath the New York night sky. All of this, the lost weapons and men, would be a crushing blow to Hydra and, above all, the Kingpin. While the Nazi organization would do nothing about something so insignificant, it was a crushing blow to the Kingpin. By the next day, their heads would have a price. The claws of Hydra. When you're raised for one thing, one job, one goal, it ends up filling your mind 24 hours a day, even when you sleep, eat, or just try to keep your mind at peace. You can't get rid of what's been a part of your life since you opened your eyes, no matter how much you want to, no matter how much you search for redemption. You can't free yourself from your mistakes, from the failures you've made, from your past, from the darkness in your soul. Anyone, mutant, inhuman, or even heroes themselves, have faced for years the darkness embodied in villains, those who have risen up against those around them, who oppress them as if they were nothing, causing them to be swallowed by their pain, their own darkness consuming them, growing stronger with each passing day, finding its truly vulnerable host, able to take it over. But let's face it, every living being in the world possesses evil if it has reason, even animals. Being a hero or a villain doesn't ultimately undo the darkness or the light. A hero is someone who rises above others, proving themselves a pillar of light for the masses, as the Avengers tried to portray them. But even heroes eventually succumb to the darkness, to their past. And he, a genetic weapon created for death, trying to be a vigilante, was no different. Naruto knew who he was. Who his parents were. But he couldn't get rid of Hydra. He couldn't stay away from the thing that gave him life. He knew that if he kept hunting Hydra, everything would end badly for him, Daredevil, or even Laura. Although the girl went north, looking for something related to mutants. Maybe he should have done the same. Run away from New York and hidden in a mansion for people with powers from the genetic X gene. Wyndham wouldn't let him get away. Whitehall would kill him if he really let him escape, especially since Taskmaster had located him in the city that never sleeps. He wouldn't escape Hydra's clutches until the Nazi organization was truly destroyed. He couldn't just walk away, leaving innocent people in the hands of a madman like Wyndham. That's why he was there, in Central Park, sitting on a bench, wearing the clothes the blind lawyer had given him, watching the sun begin to light up the sky with its thin, slender arms, creating a beautiful sight Naruto could never enjoy. Even now, he couldn't. His instincts were too high. He could feel his ears ringing, the smells reaching his nostrils. He was a wild animal, and he could barely control himself. He had to use his willpower to keep himself at bay. Naruto. The Cap-san sat on the bench, saying nothing. He heard the wood creaking, and his own desires seemed to be on fire. He moved his head, sniffing the air, locating each Hydra special agent. He noticed the scent of Abomination, Taskmaster, and Belova. His teammates were on hand, in case anything went wrong. "Hello, Professor," the blonde drawled slowly, moving his attention to Halbert Wyndham. He could see the gray in his dark hair, how his face seemed somewhat more wrinkled. He sniffed, finding that his scent was slightly different, as if he wasn't really Wyndham at all, but someone else. He seemed to have changed in the time he hadn't seen him, but not in an outward physical or emotional way. With his senses heightened by the mutant gene, Naruto could be absolutely certain that Halbert hadn't changed his way of thinking or adopted a different diet, losing a few extra pounds. No, the professor's change was another, more distinct genetic one. They both remained silent, letting people go ahead of them to their jobs, following their very different paths. Naruto remained calm, relaxing the palpitation that was bothering him, feeling the presence in the air of all the Hydra agents available to capture him. He knew in advance that everything could go down the drain. He would try to talk to the professor, even though he knew he wouldn't let him go, but he didn't want to stain his hands with blood unnecessarily. It was too hard to keep his animal instincts in check, to keep them from howling in his mind. "You cost Hydra millions, X9, the geneticist declared, pulling out a brown paper bag. Naruto watched as the professor reached inside, alerting himself to relax his posture when the man took out some crumbs, scattering them on the ground to the birds that had gathered in front of them. Taskmaster found you with one of the vigilantes of this filthy city. You, a being created to be the representation of perfection, surrounded by imperfect beings." Albert threw crumbs again towards the pigeons, watching as they quickly took every available piece, making him disappear. For someone like Wyndham, genetics was the most important thing. The human gene was what occupied his mind 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, always looking for improvements that a human could carry in their gene, willing to create the most powerful race of living beings in the entire world. "I don't understand your interest in associating with these people, in opposing your own animal nature. You were the embodiment of Hydra's Weapon X project, our trump card. I managed to recreate your own gene pool, creating, through the Whitehall process, several enhanced humans like you, X9. You met them when they came after you. Your brothers tried to return you to your family." "They're not my family," the young mutant declared vehemently, staring at the man with his blue eyes. For just 2 seconds, Halbert Wyndham felt his breath drain from his lungs. "My parents, genetically speaking, are 2 members of the Avengers. An inhuman Asian woman carried me in her womb, and her husband is a high-ranking Hydra official within Japan. If anyone is to be my family, I'd rather choose Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff, Mr. Wyndham. And so, my boy, why would you run away from him, end up with a petty lawyer and a slutty bore, and finally sitting with me, talking, when you know that I have brought every available force to keep you?" the professor asked, focused on the crumbs that a pigeon was carrying, using its beak to carry them. "I will answer that question, boy. You were not meant to be his son. You were not meant to be a hero. You were created to be a weapon, a mere instrument of Hydra, a monster to those who stand on the side of justice in this hypocritical world," Halbert stated, speaking calmly, as if Naruto were not a member of the Weapon X project, as if he were not the current Weapon X. "Blood stains your hands. You are a free animal, untethered, finding yourself in a world for the first time after being born in captivity. You are missing that which makes you whole. Blood. You're like a dog, a rabid wolf ready to take its prey's jugular. You're not Captain America or Iron Man. You're a weapon, a mutant, a human created with the finest human genes to represent perfection, trained by one of the world's most controversial former SHIELD agents. You're not someone to be treated like a princess, a piece of pottery. I didn't ask for this life," the young man declared scathingly, clenching his fists. Slowly, the color had begun to fade from Weapon X's hands. "But it's what you have. Many would ask for what Hydra has given you, what it has offered you," Halbert admitted, assuring his own words with a firm tone, devoid of malice. "You are their precious weapon. I don't understand how Whitehall has managed to keep you on a short leash during their time in New York. I don't understand what they see in you to not want your death, X9. You are only a weapon, almost perfect. Obedience has disappeared from you, like a dog infected with rabies." Naruto sighed, keeping his eyes fixed on his knuckles, staring at the white skin. He took a breath, then a second, calming the bubbling anger that was building inside him. If he let his own feelings erupt, he'd only bathe himself in blood and end up back in Hydra's captivity. "Mira. Kid, you're just a weapon. Weapon X to be exact." Wyndham tossed the paper bag into a trash can, brushing crumbs off his suit pants, adjusting his tie against his neck, tugging the knot up. "And Hydra isn't an organization that wastes its weapons, X9. You're not with Hydra." Albert Wyndham gave a slight, somewhat wrinkled smile, marking his somewhat sickly skin. "No, I haven't been with Hydra for too long. I never was," the professor admitted, clasping his hands. "Someone, I can't remember who now, gave me certain knowledge that has allowed me to turn around the Weapon X project within Hydra and my own personal projects. You have been someone who guided me towards the right path, giving me clues that would allow me to evolve, to grow even more within genetics. Each clone of you has been created in the same way, leaving that work in my mind, slowly recording itself each time I did it, following the notes obtained. Unfortunately, Cap and Widow are not with us to be able to continue with the research, so I have had to use DNA from people less suitable for my own projects. You're following the same path as Whitehall. No, not like him. He at least wants to get something from his own weapons. You, however, play with life on a whim. You use people as if they were nothing, as if they were worthless. And they aren't worth it, X9. You yourself wouldn't be worth much if it weren't for your perfect genes, Halberd expressed, remaining calm in the face of the young blonde mutant's cold words. Ordinary humans are worthless. That's something you must begin to understand, Uzumaki Naruto. Sobs. Showing his adamantium claws, Naruto stood up from the bench, pointing them at Halberd Wyndham, finally feeling the dam begin to crack, letting his anger escape slowly. You miserable bastard. Halberd leaned over his legs, staring at Captain America's son, showing a proud gleam in his eyes, giving a somewhat tired but amused smile, almost as if it were just a theater scene, a comedy for him. You see, X9. You're an animal, a tool, Halberd pointed out, seeing the anger and coldness in Weapon X's eyes. It was so beautiful to him. The best genetic weapon he'd ever found in the world, and it wasn't made by him. It was a blow to his pride, but it was something that made him evolve, improve, and grow within that world. Your actions. Your gestures. Your words. Your eyes. Everything you do, X9, proves me completely right. You're an animal locking up its own nature, like a wild wolf repressing its own instincts. Wyndham slowly stood up from the bench, making the old wood of that old seat that could have supported thousands of people creak. And that is something that is killing you, that will lead to your certain death. A wolf doesn't repress its instincts, because if it does, it stops hunting, it starves. Do you want to starve to death? Don't you feel like ripping my throat out, little pup? Halberd Wyndham put his hands in his pockets, pressing his neck to the end of the mutant's claws, feeling the cold of the adamantium caress his skin, becoming engraved in his own mind. GRR. We both know you want to kill me, the professor said, looking directly into Weapon X's eyes, but your encounter with Steve Rogers has softened your mind. Silence. Deny it, but it's the truth. When you stood up to your father, something changed inside you, forcing you to seek answers and to escape the clutches of Hydra clutches that won't let go. Naruto hissed, moving his arm, ready to sink his claws into Professor Halberd Wyndham's neck. But a warm hand made him stop. Suddenly, a feeling of well-being hit him, dissipating his furious rage in just a second. Sleep, a female voice whispered in his right ear, and Naruto obeyed the order, retracting his claws beneath his skin and falling to the ground like a sack of potatoes. My pheromone saved you this time, Wyndham. The professor took his right hand out of his pocket, revealing a cigarette that he held to his mouth, between his lips. He lit the end with a lighter, inhaling, letting the smoke fill his lungs. He exhaled a completely grayish breath, hitting the girl in front of him in the face. We'll keep him under control with your pheromones, Jessica, the older man declared. Hydra agents began to swarm the park, cartoning off the area, keeping off curious onlookers, and seizing cameras and video cameras. Take him back to the base and chain him up until he's reprogrammed for Hydra. Jessica grimaced slightly, watching her father's best friend turn his back on her. The Spider-Woman clenched her hands, staring down at the man with her dark eyes. And what are you going to do? Simple. I'll create the best genetic weapon in the world, little Jess. Tap. Crush. Wyndham threw the cigarette butt to the ground, stamped it out with his heel, put his hands back in his pockets, and walked toward a black 4x4. Hydra would not let its weapon escape. Pheromones. Weapons are always prized and used by those who create them to complete their goals, and a genetic weapon like Hydra's Weapon X wasn't something someone like Wyndham would let slip out of his hands for anything in the world. Maintaining control over X9 was everything to him, as he saw in Weapon X, a superior evolution to that of humans and a diamond in the rough to be polished. The mutant had escaped his grasp in a moment of rebellion, but he had him back in the facility, under the care of a thick group of agents who wouldn't allow the weapon to be released again by the deranged Wade Wilson, whom they were already looking for to take as they had done with the mutant brat and creation of Daniel Whitehall. But Halberd Wyndham hadn't gotten to where he was by leaving all the work to his subordinates. He was a brilliant mind who had recreated Hydra's work on Weapon X by creating copies of the original, using different mutant genes he had collected thanks to his own travels and studies and raids on hospitals and laboratories specialized in mutants, where many had donated blood to search for a cure for their own illnesses. It was well known to everyone that mutants themselves wanted their own destruction. Outcasts, scum, they were ostracized by society solely because people didn't know about their evolution, because they feared what mutants were representing to the world. A change for the better. Wyndham hated humans for that. Rejecting the mutant gene for fear of what they might do. Many governments had launched various projects to halt the advances of a mutant nation, as one of the American representatives had declared, with genuine fear that his words would prove true, prophetic, and soon come true. Mutants were superior to ordinary humans, and if you weren't one of them, it would be impossible to confront them. Even within the mutants themselves, there were different echelons, placing some above others, almost as if it were a hierarchy created by the mutation of their DNA. If only they knew what I had in my hands, the professor muttered mentally, arms crossed in front of the solid iron door that prevented his precious weapon from escaping. His lips stretched slightly, causing a smile to form on his face. Weapon X could be controlled with codes from Hydra's Red Book. But he had a better plan to keep his precious X9 under control, in his possession and under his hand at all times, so that it would never escape again. Beside him, an imperturbable Jessica Drew stared at the same door Wyndham was staring at. But her eyes weren't shining with approval, but with reproach and indignation. She reproached herself for having controlled the boy, for having let him fall into the hands of Halbert and, consequently, Hydra. She knew what Wyndham was capable of and what he would do with a so-called Weapon X, all the more so because of the gene that seemed to be evolving within the boy's DNA. Naruto, his name is Naruto, the Spider-Woman told herself, sighing between her lips, looking towards the door with her brown eyes. She was wearing tight leggings and a sports bra. Even if someone looked closely at her face, they could see small beads of sweat purling her forehead, with some strands of her dark black hair soaked, sticking to her skin. She hadn't even had time for a cold shower when several Hydra agents burst into the gym, forcing her to abandon her own routine and dragging her towards the cage where Uzumaki Naruto, Weapon X, was being held prisoner. "You know what to do, Jess," said Professor Wyndham, turning on his heel, turning his back on the daughter of his colleague and old friend. "I hope you don't disappoint me, Jessica. This is no time for human sentimentality." Without further ado, Halbert Wyndham left Jessica alone, standing in front of the thick massive door that prevented any escape Naruto could attempt. According to what he'd heard from some guards, the cell had been specifically created to hold the likes of Abomination and the Avengers' own Hulk. If that was the case, Naruto wouldn't be able to make a dent in the door or walls of his luxurious room. Jessica sighed, taking a deep breath. She prayed this wouldn't get out of hand. One wrong move and she'd likely have adamantium claws buried in her throat, her blood seeping down the claws onto her attacker's arm, dripping onto the floor of that cell. With a single step, she saw the guards give the green light and the door opened just enough for her to pass through, not letting her see anything inside at first glance. When it closed behind her back, she walked a little, getting used to the slightly blue light of the cell, sniffing around. Her senses weren't as highly developed as Naruto's, but there was a certain scent of sweat permeating the room where the mutant was imprisoned. "Oh, Jessica Drew," a guttural voice reached the Spider-Woman's ears, filled with resentment, hatred, and pity. Jessica stirred when she heard footsteps to her right, her eyes opening slightly when she saw the prisoner without chains, with his torso exposed and only wearing somewhat worn pants. "It's been a week, and now you come to see me, dear." Naruto spoke with a certain mockery, crossing his arms over his chest, giving the typical tough guy image from the movies. Even there, Weapon X didn't seem to have stopped its own training, as if it was programmed to keep improving. Jessica could see the scratches caused by the boy's claws on the walls, on the door and the floor. Maybe attempts to escape from the place. She couldn't tell. She didn't watch the cameras 24 hours a day. She didn't even watch them for an hour a day. "I came too. Are you sending me to sleep again?" The mutant frowned, wrinkling his nose in an annoyed grimace. Naruto bared his teeth fiercely, as if his animal side had supplanted his human. If only he were human. If necessary, yes. A snort escaped from Weapon X's mouth, causing the same Spider-Woman to frown. She couldn't continue talking to Naruto calmly while being watched and seeing his hostile side. She could try to help him escape, but she alone couldn't deal with the clone serving Wyndham and the Alpha Squadron that was also under his command. All that was left was to obey. He took a deep breath. He clenched his fists and looked at Naruto, his expression serious. He slowly let the pheromones fill the air, reaching the mutant. Naruto sniffed the air, wrinkling his face at the change and noticing Jessica's scent. "You. Now, sleep." But what happens when pheromones hit a wild caged young animal? Jessica waited for Naruto to do what she'd ordered. Go to sleep. But Weapon X wasn't exactly about to obey that order again. Having already adapted to the Spider-Woman's pheromones, Naruto let them stimulate another side of his brain. The animal. Jessica struggled, trying to get away, but not quite succeeding. She felt the Uzumaki's arms gripping her completely, his naked torso pressed against hers, and she noticed the mutant's breath on her face. His nose was mere inches from hers, almost fused together, like their lips and faces. Jessica moved her eyes, catching a gleam in the boy's blue orbs. It wasn't a human gleam, or one represented with the reasoning of a human. It seemed like the gleam of an animal, shining wildly. She tried to push Naruto away with her hand, brushing her fingertips over his bare, shapely pecs, feeling a cramp creep up her spine. Before she could blink or use her own powers, her eyes opened fully as she felt the blonde's lips on hers, stopping any complaints or commands she could make using her pheromones, the ones causing what she was looking like. Jessica felt the mutant's lips on hers, moving wildly, not at all lovingly. She couldn't believe that her own power to control someone could cause someone like Naruto to go wild. But after all, Naruto was more of an animal, barely a few months old, than a human. A moan escaped her lips as she felt the boy's hands on her buttocks and found herself lifted by the hands of her lover. She felt her back hit the wall behind her, but she didn't focus on that. She was trying to suppress a moan through the blonde's lips on her neck, on her skin, slowly running over it and down to her shoulder. Naruto stopped these movements and looked at the top. The annoying garment was ripped off by the mutant's own mouth and teeth in front of the surprised Spider-Woman, who could do nothing but grit her teeth when her lover's mouth cupped one of her breasts, the boy's hand still kneading her buttocks. This. Jessica let out a moan between her lips, feeling the Uzumaki's teeth take hold of her nipple, stretching and massaging it with his tongue, wrapping it around it. It was truly inconceivable that this was actually happening, that he was bucking her or that it was meant to be. But she couldn't walk away. She herself was being driven to this by Naruto's own pheromones, feeling drawn to his wild side, and she couldn't tear herself away from the mutant. The sound of ripping fabric woke True slightly, who saw her leggings being ripped to shreds by Naruto's hands, letting the flexible fabric fall to the floor, revealing her ass covered by a thin, dark black thong. She didn't try to stop him when he bent down, moving her underwear to the side and placed his mouth on her intimacy, slowly absorbing and moving his tongue over her clitoris, which made her sigh delicately, closing her eyes at the wild take by the blonde, who did it as a challenge to satisfy her. And she was delighted. Jessica Drew moved her hands, tangling her fingers in Weapon X hair, throwing her head back and breathing deeply, trying with all her might not to come. Because of course, Uzumaki Naruto was doing a good job that her fingers or dildo hadn't achieved, and she felt her own legs giving off. Thank goodness the boy's hands were holding her, pushing her against the cold wall, in contrast to the heat that she and her lover were giving off. Naruto stopped his work, breathing deeply as he managed to make Jessica come. The girl was breathing deeply, somewhat heavily, still holding one hand in her lover's hair. Shut up Uzumaki and buck me. Naruto didn't really want to follow orders, but Jessica's eyes wouldn't allow for refusal, and his own impulses were pushing him forward, driven by both her and his pheromones, which had awakened his more animalistic sides. In Naruto's case, it was too easy because he was a young man who had been born a few months before and didn't have true control over himself, over his animalistic side. For Jessica, giving in was more complicated, but not impossible. She had fallen for the blonde's mouth and didn't want to stop. Her animal instinct and desire prevented her from doing so. So, guided by Drew's words and his own blossoming instinct, Naruto gave in to his impulses again, grabbing the Spider-Woman by the waist. With his left arm, he undid his own pants and pulled out his member without real consideration, firmly gripping his companion's waist and looking directly into her eyes. The wild glow had spread to Drew as well, so she gave in when Naruto thrust inside her, feeling herself filled and feeling her virgin blood escape, breaking her hymen. Soon, Naruto gripped Jessica harder, beginning to move against the Spider-Woman, grabbing her waist as she clutched her partner's neck, feeling him enter her with each thrust. She felt her mind go away for a few seconds, returning when another thrust pushed her away seconds later. She melted in his arms, kissing her lover's warm lips, leaving her arms limp on Naruto's shoulders, who didn't stop at any time, pushing his member as deep as Jessica's body allowed, taking her hard and pushing her against the wall, being watched by a single camera off. Jessica stretched Naruto's lower lip in a kiss, cupping some of his skin, leaving a wound that healed in seconds. He, for his part, only pushed harder, making Drew sigh through her teeth, feeling her womb filled with the Hydra weapon's seed and her own coming, for the second or third time. Naruto. Uzumaki slammed his hand against the wall, placing it next to Jessica's head, his member still inside her, dripping his seed. He let out a grunt. Our relationship ceases to exist at this moment, the mutant hissed, staring into Spider-Woman's brown eyes. Keep me under control, Jessica Drew, or I will kill you. You and all these other bootlicking dogs. They'll see who Weapon X is. Jessica could only remain silent, feeling the anger of Chio, and rested her head on her partner's chest, hearing the beating of his heart. What have I done? Rescue team. Jessica Drew banged her head against the wall of her room, feeling the cold metal slowly graze her skin, giving her the sense of reality that her mind needed, wrapped in pheromones, both her own and Naruto's, who seemed to have had that power in some way strange to her, or not so strange to her. She saw how the teenager's mutant gene improved, taking what he wanted from other mutants or people with superpowers, as Helbert had pointed out when he showed it to her, taking only the good to further improve his own DNA and mutant gene, becoming even stronger. She hadn't known when her own blood had been fused with Naruto's. How had Wyndham secretly brought this project to fruition? Would Whitehall even know? Jessica knew full well that Halbert wouldn't stay on Hydra's side any longer than he thought was convenient. The professor looked out for his own interests, for his research. Hydra had given him everything he needed and he'd used it to create his Weapon X clones, each with a completely different mutant gene, taken from whatever lab was under Hydra's surveillance. She had been blind. For years, she believed Halbert would free her from her powers, from what had marked her, and save her. Her trust in the older man blinded her to what he was slowly becoming, reaching the point of no return in his madness. Whoever had given him the information about genetic enhancements was undoubtedly responsible for the point the professor had reached in his mind. No. I'm just as guilty as the professor. I shouldn't have let myself be manipulated or controlled by Naruto, the Spider-Woman scolded herself, hitting the mattress where she was sitting, remembering the previous day's closeness with the young mutant. She still thought she felt the blonde's lips on her skin, caressing it, giving it a truly intimate moment. She pulled her legs towards her, curling up into a ball. She herself had destroyed the mentality of someone already broken, someone vulnerable and not even a year old. What kind of monster am I? Drew buried his head between his legs, letting himself fall back onto the pillow, not really wanting to answer that stupid question. It was the worst monster Halbert himself could have created, helping him tame the beast that was Weapon X, his ultimate weapon. Soon, Wyndham would use Naruto against Hydra itself, leveraging all the projects he himself had launched using X9's DNA as a foundation. And that bothered her. How many children must suffer? How many more deaths could she endure? Every night when she closed her eyes, images of lifeless cold-skinned children came to her mind, remaining etched in her memory even when she woke up, believing it was all really like that. And one way or another, she really had killed hundreds of children, keeping Naruto in the grip of the one who should have helped her. Crash. Jessica opened her eyes, which she'd kept tightly closed, blinking, hearing the alarm start to blare and her own door open, as if there had been some short circuit in the central system and everything had gone down. She grabbed a jacket from her closet and left the room, hearing the heavy footsteps of Hydra agents, the officers' shouts, and gunshots. No, it's not a system failure. At least, not a system failure. Someone has sabotaged the situation, the brunette thought, taking the left side of the hallway, walking toward the sounds of fighting. He opened his eyes, taking a step back, as two soldiers crashed into the wall, falling unconscious. Drew moved, dodging an arm that would have grabbed her and jumped back, skidding to avoid a second blow and a knee to the stomach as she was pushed away. Her attacker, a homeless-looking woman with black hair, didn't really stop at that. She grabbed Drew by the hair and in one motion, slammed her into a fire extinguisher rack, shattering the glass with her face. Jessica felt the glass penetrating her skin, cutting her. "Where's that stupid blonde, bitch?" the woman yelled, pushing harder. Drew groaned, but moved his hand, placing his palm on his attacker's abdomen. "Tell me, you bucking boar, or I'll really kill you." Zash. Jessica Drew unleashed a powerful blast on her attacker, weakening her just enough for her to kick her, sending her flying across the hall and slamming into the wall. She gasped, trying to catch her breath and recover, trying to focus her sight on her enemy. The woman was starting to rise, gritting her teeth and smiling. "What the buck?" "Ah." The woman launched herself at Drew like a rugby player. The Spider-Woman leaped at her enemy, evading the attack, and watched in amazement as the woman smashed through the wall that had been behind her. "That costs money." "Shut your mouth." Jessica Jones roared, grabbing the fire extinguisher and throwing it at Drew, who moved to evade it, which was what she really wanted. The private investigator jumped in the Spider-Woman's movement, catching her with her knee and slamming her into the ceiling. She spun and threw Drew to the ground as she fell, driving her knee into her enemy's stomach, cutting off all her air. Jones grabbed the teenager by the collar of her jacket, pulling her close to her face. "Tell me where Naruto is right now." "Who the buck are you?" "I'm her older sister." Jones replied, preparing to throw another punch at Arachne. Crack. Both Jones and Drew shifted their attention. Several Hydra soldiers had arrived on the scene, cutting off the detective's escape, who didn't seem particularly bothered or surprised. In a split second, the Hydra agents behind them were mopped up by an angry Daredevil, while those in front were taken out by Domino, the Uzumaki's mutant companion. Jones turned his attention back to Drew. The girl blinked, not understanding how both Jones and Daredevil had gotten into Hydra's base, nor the true reason for Domino's betrayal. "Have you turned against Hydra?" Nina Thurman shrugged, putting the katana back in its sheath on her back, not even caring about the blood staining the blade. "I work for the highest bidder," she replied, giving her mercenary argument. Well, it was true, a small part of her was doing it because she wanted to. Naruto didn't deserve what they were doing to him or what they would use him for later. Besides, Wade was sometimes too convincing and said useful things. It wasn't usually all the time, but it did happen at the most critical moments. Besides, the idiot didn't want to sit still knowing his brother could be turned into an emo Avenger with a stick up his ass, Nina thought, growling at the immortal mutant's antics. Is Hydra not giving you enough money? Drew spat, glaring at the mutant. Jones moved his arm, pushing the spider girl down, keeping his hold on her, hoping she wouldn't move any further. Or so he hoped. Not when Hydra is falling apart, Nina said, crossing her arms and looking at the defeated Arachne. And Stark has even more funds than Hydra, better islands to sunbathe on. Have you sold yourself for a few rays of sunshine? Decency, Drew, the lucky mutant muttered. I couldn't stand by and watch Naruto be subdued by Wyndham. Not even Whitehall would have used him that way. As evil as Daniel was, Naruto was like his son, in one way or another. And Halbert knew it. That's why he wanted and wants to corrupt him, turn him against Hydra, and create an evolved army. I won't allow that. Drew looked away from his former companion, knowing the words he'd spoken were true. Halbert Wyndham would want to take over the world, using all living beings for his own personal projects, searching for the perfect being with the perfect DNA. And somehow, Naruto was the perfect mutant for his plans, constantly evolving and improving. He wouldn't let him escape his clutches for all the gold in the world. No, Wyndham wouldn't. She pressed her lips together, not wanting to look directly into Jones' angry eyes or Nina's sad ones. Both women were willing to save the Uzumaki, and she was regretting it. Do that. What are you doing? Jessica Jones moved her eyes to Drew's hand on her wrist. She looked away and faced the spider girl, seeing a faint glimmer in those green eyes. Let me guide you to where he is. No, I don't think I'll trust them, Jones declared, raising her fist again. She wouldn't let a Hydra agent lead her into a trap. Not when they didn't have time to waste on agents of the Nazi organization. They had to get Naruto out of there as soon as possible. Otherwise, the place was likely to be swarmed with Hydra agents and Wyndham's genetic weapons. Jones' Daredevil stopped the detective's arm. The blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen could sense that the girl was being sincere. He could hear her heart beating, thumping inside her chest. By the beat, the thump, he could tell the truth from a lie, and Jessica Drew was being sincere. Before Jones could speak or argue with the devil of Hell's Kitchen, the man without fear, an explosion caught the four of them's attention. Nina opened her eyes and fought the urge to fassip him when she saw a figure running toward them, being pursued by Hydra agents. Bucking Mother Bob. Deadpool walked past his companions, dodging the gunfire. Jones grabbed Drew and shoved her out of the way of a grenade, which sent them both into a room, destroying the door with the force of the blast. Daredevil moved, using his collapsible, detachable bow staff to take down several of the Hydra agents. The devil used geolocation guidance, jumping and dodging several of the shots. He slid along the ground and struck two more agents in the back with the two prongs of his staff, knocking them down. Yes, I am immortal. The mutant mercenary slowed his run, drawing his dual katanas and moving toward the agents who had overtaken Jones, Daredevil, Domino, and the shocked Jessica Drew herself, his eyes narrowing beneath his mask as he faced them. The agent stopped, pulling the safety on their assault weapons, aiming at the immortal mutant. Buck you bucking idiots dressed like Wolfenstein. Without explanation, Deadpool moved, being greeted by a hail of gunfire that turned his body into the perfect representation of a cheese, completely riddled with holes. But to the agent's horror, Deadpool didn't feel the pain. He wouldn't die from simple gunfire or a nuclear bomb. Swing. In front of his companions, earning a scowl from Matt Murdock, who was occupied with 5 other soldiers, Deadpool decapitated his enemies, letting the blood and heads fall to the ground. Domino sighed. Jones pursed his lips when he saw it, and Drew remained impassive. She had been trained since childhood for this. She didn't really let her emotions influence her. Ahaha, useless bastards. Bucking author, this is a maze. And this is where the sane Wade ends, the mutant muttered, snorting under her breath. Nina looked at the other 2 girls and the devil of Manhattan. Follow me. With my luck, we'll run into someone with the brat's details. She's on sub-level 3, in a prison to hold the Abomination or the Hulk if they get out of control, Drew declared, standing up. She was somewhat dusty and tired. Jessica Drew wanted to get this over with, to stop Halbert Wyndham and Hydra once and for all. But we're going to need help. Bob, my pet, is gone, Wade Wilson declared, sheathing his swords. But we have reinforcements. Lots. Well, not that many. Hopefully, I can count on my reading self and all that nonsense. The Republican Army of the Republic of Deadpooland. Don't give this any thought, Nina pointed out, her voice slightly serious. The woman looked toward the New York hero. Well, I think you should take up the mantle, devil boy. Is Hexy Charlie Cox directing us? This is the best, dude. Shouted the mercenary mutant, talking to a stuffed astronaut. As I said, ignore it. Daredevil sighed, tucking his staff back into his belt. To get Naruto out, they'd have to deal with Hydra's forces, plus their special agents, the clones, and Whitehall's Alpha Squad. There were only 5 of them against probably more than 500 enemies. It wouldn't be easy, and their odds were stacked against them. Especially if Abomination was in the mood to help Hydra. He took a deep breath. They had to extract the boy and escape. Well, then we should. Brum. An explosion shook the entire base, causing cracks to form and more explosions to follow. Daredevil frowned. This only complicated things. I'll be the weapon you want. Moments before the explosion. Uzumaki Naruto stared up at the ceiling of his beautiful and beloved cell, covered only by rags. He was silent, relishing his solitude, the memory of Jessica's naked body in his hands, beneath him. He had let his animal instincts take over, his emotions take a significant role in his actions. And he couldn't let that happen. Drew had taken advantage of that weakness in him. A weakness he couldn't leave exposed, allowed to be controlled and used against him by others. Not again. Uzumaki wrinkled his nose, catching the scent of Hex in his cell. He had given in to his urges, taking the girl for himself, marking her with his mouth, with his scent. And she hadn't resisted. She had cooperated, giving in to her own urges just as he had, as if controlled by animal hormones or something. She even seemed to obey, the way he had given in to pheromones. But he couldn't use pheromones like Drew, could he? He buried his head in his arms, keeping his head down, trying not to think about anything that had happened the night before. That Hexwell moment he'd let happen seemed to have escaped Wyndham's attention, and he had to intervene. It was almost as if the camera monitoring him wasn't active. No, that can't be right. Driven by that thought, the mutant slowly stood up, trying not to look at the scraps of clothing that had belonged to his bedmate that day. He still didn't understand how Jessica had managed to leave that room naked, unseen by the guards. But she had the pheromones anyway. Any man or woman could fall for her, her sweet words, and her powers. Like me. Naruto was frustrated at being controlled by the girl, at being pushed back into Hydra. He should never have spoken to Wyndham, but he had to. His past as Weapon X was eating him up, drawing him deeper into darkness. He was Weapon X, X9, Hydra's perfect mutant and its most prized weapon. Any weakness, had to be completely discarded. The Uzumaki stopped below the camera, at his full height, and raised his face, frowning. His eyes moved around the device, searching for any indication that it was on or off, finding the latter when he didn't see the red light on the pilot light next to the lens. I see. Someone had disconnected the camera that was supposed to be monitoring him, but he still didn't know if it had been before or after he'd instinctively bucked Jessica Drew. He knew for sure that before the event, the camera had been on, and that Wyndham himself had been watching him. His voice had been heard over the PA several times before Jessica's appearance. Unless he wanted that to happen, he told himself, cupping his chin. Lately, his mind seemed much clearer than it had been at the beginning of his life. With the discovery of his true parents, Hydra's intentions, and the fact that he was merely a genetic weapon, his life now seemed a little clearer, even though he was trapped in that cage meant to hold the Hulk. Naruto stepped back from the camera, beginning to process what he discovered. Someone, for some reason, had turned off the camera that was monitoring him 24 hours a day, not a minute less, for some reason unknown to him that seemed tied to his intimate moment with Drew. But he highly doubted that Wyndham had turned the camera off and not turned it back on after they'd finished their intimate moment, which indicated either a system failure or that whoever was behind the camera shutdown wasn't under orders or wasn't Halbert Wyndham. My head hurts. Naruto snorted, turning his attention to the thick door that kept him caged. He knew perfectly well that, with his claws, that door would be ripped and cut like butter. But the collar they'd installed on him prevented him from using his mutant powers, something too foreign to him. I'm going to kill the old man. And that was an oath he was willing to fulfill with far too much pleasure. Of the few he was willing to kill, Wyndham was on the list. Naruto would certainly enjoy the bastard's blood trickling down his adamantium claws, dripping onto the floor as his eyes fixed on the lifeless, mangled body of Professor Halbert Wyndham. Definitely a beautiful view. But before he could complete his short-term goal and promise, he wanted to kill Wyndham before leaving the place. He had to get out of that cell where he was imprisoned, guarded by Hydra agents who would fall before him in just a few seconds. And how do I get out of this cell? Click. As fate would have it, her necklace rattled slightly, falling from her neck to the cold ground where her bare feet were touching at that moment. The Uzumaki didn't wait to look down at his feet or ask what had happened. Sobs. Directly tested if his claws were back, gaining confirmation when the claws showed themselves in his hands, slightly tearing the skin and dripping some blood as he showed them, grinning a little savagely. By the age of 14, almost 15, Naruto was seeing more blood and death than any young man of his time and age. By all accounts, he wasn't a normal young man. It's time to get out of this pigsty. Without ceremony or delay, Uzumaki Naruto launched himself against the door, using the strength of his arms and claws to cut through the thick door that kept him locked in, completely surprising the contingent of agents who were standing guard. Naruto moved quickly, stabbing one through the stomach while simultaneously deflecting the rifle of the agent behind him. He swung his arm, throwing the one he had pierced into the one behind him, and lunged at the next, snapping its neck with a solid, unsparing blow from his fist, earning a gasp from the Hydra agent. The mutant took the shots, felt them all over his body as they pierced his skin or lingered inside him. Naruto turned around, snorting, baring his fangs like a true animal as his body regenerated. With morbid slowness, the bullets were spat out of his body, falling to the ground with a metallic rattle, while the mutant bared his claws again, now sporting a truly predatory smile, stomping hard on the ground. He felt the blood caressing his foot, but that didn't matter to him. Naruto launched himself at the rest of the Hydra agents standing guard in front of his cell, staining the walls and floor with blood, moving quickly through the group of agents, feeling the warm liquid running down his naked torso. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, Natasha Romanoff's son had proven himself worthy of his mother. Hydra may have trained him to be a weapon. But the blood of the legendary Black Widow ran strongly through his veins, inflaming his own instinct for death. Clap clap. Naruto turned, crouching, 180 degrees, moving at the same time his right arm, pointing his blood-dripping claws at whoever was applauding. Well, it seems my training and conditioning of you hasn't been entirely wasted, Uzumaki Naruto, Taskmaster declared, now with his arms crossed over his torso, his mask covering his face, leaving nothing to Naruto's evaluating eyes. That pleases me. Naruto let out a low growl, amplified by the echoes in the room. Alarms had begun to sound throughout the area. Gunshots reached the young blonde mutant's ears. Taskmaster, he growled. Cap's son stood up, ready to fight the mercenary. He knew for sure that some member of Alpha Squad or Wyndham's ex-team would show up when he escaped from his cell to bring him back under Hydra's control. But he certainly wasn't going to let it be too easy. He wasn't going down without a fight again. Are you a talker now, brat? Masters laughed softly, muffling his laughter with his mask and voice modulator. Silence was your badge. Clink. Clank. Naruto lunged at the mercenary, using his claws and swift movements. Taskmaster used his sword, deflecting the mutant's cuts and scratches, securing his position and avoiding being pushed back. Naruto had superhuman strength, and Masters was experiencing this firsthand, feeling his body slowly give way under the mutant's onslaught. He jumped to the side, rolling, and getting to his knees, pointing his gun at the blonde, who had turned quickly, baring his teeth. Bang. Taskmaster fired at the pipe above the Uzumaki's head, covering the mutant's vision in scalding steam. Naruto took a few steps back, feeling the heat on his face. Naruto snorted, blinking as the steam died down, and his vision began to clear, feeling the skin on his face begin to rebuild itself completely, without any problem. Come on, Naruto. I taught you better. Swing. Naruto leaped back, evading Taskmaster's blade. Uzumaki stumbled over one of the inert bodies, losing his balance, and the enemy took advantage of him. Taskmaster thrust fearlessly, with force and speed, piercing the blonde's chest from side to side, covering his body in blood. The mutant regained his balance, pushing down with his right foot, feeling his chest pierced by his enemy's blade. He coughed blood, staining the mercenary's arm, but moved his own hand to firmly grasp his opponent's wrist, pulling him closer, impaling himself further with the sword. You just created a weapon, Masters. And I will be the weapon Wyndham wants to kill you. Everyone in this base, Naruto snarled, pushing his enemy hard, slamming Masters against the wall in one swift movement. The Uzumaki grabbed the handle of his former mentor's sword, pulling it back in a sharp motion. He gasped a little when he finished, feeling the pressure on his chest ease off and the wound beginning to heal itself, leaving blood in the center of his torso. Another few inches, and his heart would have been turned to puree. Wyndham created a monster, Masters, and now he's on the loose. Taskmaster grunted under his breath, standing up and clearing the gap he'd made when he crashed into the wall. He let out a snort that escaped more through his nose, his body feeling somewhat numb. Well, that's exactly what. Boom. Both Naruto and Taskmaster were thrown back by the force of the blast, saving them from the flames that erupted and engulfed the entire hallway, generating excessive heat throughout the area. Naruto gasped through gritted teeth, pushing aside some debris that had fallen on him from the explosion, moving his attention towards the flames, noticing the figure emerging from them, covered in completely black tactical armor. Great, my brothers. Naruto managed to get up, looking at 2 clones Wyndham had made of him. He recognized the one he himself had decapitated, whom another of the clones had called Beta. Didn't I kill him? Floosh. Naruto grabbed a piece of rubble, using it as a shield against the powerful I-beam his enemy launched at him, feeling himself being pushed back and the concrete crumbling in his hands due to the heat of the powerful beam. He showed the claws of his right arm, throwing away the useless pieces of concrete he had used as a shield and replaced it with his claws, reflecting the I-beams, destroying the corridor completely. Omega. With a roar, the so-called Omega launched himself at Uzumaki Naruto, running shoulder first. It shouldn't have hurt, but the massive Omega's body felt like an adamantium-made semi-truck as he pushed against him with his full force, sending him crashing through the wall at the other end of the hallway. The son of Cap used his claws to gain a foothold on the ceiling, finally evading his enemy and letting him continue forward like a locomotive. He landed on his feet, staring at Beta right in front of him, his eyes glowing brightly, a color too intense. Okay, now. Swing. Cough. In one swift motion, Beta fell to the ground, his head missing from his shoulders. Showing a slightly burned appearance, with blood on his body, Taskmaster swung his sword again, piercing Beta's chest, cutting his heart in two. "These clones are a plague," the mercenary declared. Both the mutant and his former instructor heard Omega finally stop, approaching them with heavy steps. "Are you willing to stain your hands with blood again?" Sobs. "I won't leave any of Hydra alive." High Evolutionary. Everything was slowly collapsing. The facility was being destroyed by fighting on two fronts. On one side, the rescue team consisting of Domino, Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Jessica Drew and Deadpool were dealing with a contingent of enhanced clones, as well as Hydra's special assault forces, intent on reaching sub-level 3 and rescuing the young Uzumaki with all their forces. They couldn't delay too long, or they might end up completely overwhelmed by the number. This caused explosions and material damage. The alarms had been triggered by the intrusion of Jones and his team, destroying the facility and the guards. Elsewhere in the complex, on sub-level 3, Taskmaster and Naruto were dealing with the enormously powerful Omega, an adamantium-enhanced clone of the young blonde mutant with the strength to topple a building. Furthermore, Omega was completely unhinged and could go truly berserk. Wyndham watched this from the control room, watching the cameras with his arms crossed over his chest. Beside him was Genesis, the most stable copy of Hydra's Weapon X and Whitehall especially. Both watched as Hydra was being overwhelmed. The guards were defeated, and the clones worked hard to stop a deranged and schizophrenic Deadpool, who really seemed willing to destroy everything in his path, like a true lunatic. And they still hadn't discovered where the explosion that devastated the entire facility came from, forcing employees to move quickly to escape from them, leaving only the soldiers under Wyndham's command. "This has gotten out of hand. And Taskmaster has betrayed me." He frowned as he watched a mercenary end Beta's life by piercing his chest, then using his pistols to shoot Omega, while X9 seemed to be holding his own against the force of that Hulk. He hadn't expected a man like Tony Masters to betray Hydra without a single dollar in his pocket. Had that damn Masters become sentimental about his imposed pupil? It was crazy. Albert Wyndham took a deep breath, taking in as much air as possible, before expelling it through his nose and looking towards the thick door that led to the room in front of them. The corridor X9 and Masters were following led to that room. And if the rescue team could move freely, they could reach the same room through the other door in the same room. They would coincide in the same room, right before their eyes. Was it time to show them the High Evolutionary? The time had come to put aside his identity as Albert Wyndham and take on the one that defined him completely. Inhumans. Mutants. He reviewed the list of beings he'd taken on. Even some alien bodies had come within his reach when he joined Hydra, allowing him to experiment with the evolution of human DNA and take it to a new level. But the one from Weapon X was completely exceptional. It seemed to grow stronger every second, evolving over time and improving its own X gene to a higher level. Was it because of Steve Rogers' super soldier serum? Because of Black Widow's genes? Or because of the combination with the X gene mixture of the first Weapon X from the Weapon Plus project? Finding the solution in that scheme was completely complex and difficult. He didn't have the time for it when his base was falling apart. He frowned slightly. He could hear the alarms. The gunshots. It seemed like Omega was forcing Masters and Weapon X's hand by pushing them toward that room. Would this be the time to finally confront them and finish off Uzumaki Naruto? He had all the data saved. He had taken samples of his DNA and had plenty of clones of the boy. He was no longer of much use to him and could become a thorn in his side in a while. It was better to eliminate the boy permanently before he became completely annoying and difficult to deal with. Alpha team is in disarray. We must deal with Weapon X ourselves. Albert massaged his neck. The team Daniel had formed seemed to have united against him, sweeping Hydra aside to reach him. It was extremely amusing to see feelings of camaraderie among mercenaries. Boom. Crack. Omega burst into the room in front of them, a few feet below the control room. Wyndham peered through the glass. He opened his eyes, realizing his mistake. It hadn't been Omega who forced X9 and Masters to move. It had been them who forced Omega to move there, pushing him back. Brack. Baring his claws, Uzumaki Naruto revealed his arms dripping with blood, his clothes covered in gunpowder from the gunshots, and his torso riddled with holes. Slowly, the bullets fell to the ground, being expelled by his own body as the wounds were healed by the mutant teenager's healing factor. He turned his head, looking at the masked Taskmaster with a savage grin. "Did you enjoy shooting me?" "No." Behind the mask, Tony Masters gave a mocking smile that X9 seemed to pick up on, though he didn't see his master's face. Were these two really enemies? That question had struck the scientist's mind, watching Omega being defeated by those two. Everything was becoming too strange for him. Genesis, the man frowned. They had to deal with Weapon X and the traitors and then clean this place up. Deal with the trash. Crash. Naruto and Masters turned their attention to the sound of breaking glass, watching a figure clad in a black tactical suit leap through the control room windows. Uzumaki spotted Wyndham behind the clearly female figure. Move. Plank. Using his claws, Naruto blocked the pink sword that had appeared on his enemy's arm, being pushed back and finally removed from on top of the deceased Omega. Weapon X rolled on the ground, feeling the wound caused by that telekinetic sword begin to heal, making him hiss slightly at this. What kind of gene X had the old bastard given him? He stood up, looking at Genesis with icy eyes. "I don't like cheap copies," he declared as he stood up, showing the woman his adamantium claws. Genesis showed the claws on his left arm, while with his right arm he formed a telekinetic energy sword. 2 powers. "He talks less than you did in the old days," Masters mocked, pulling out a sword and shield, as if he were an old gladiator. After all, he had learned how to handle the shield watching Captain America use it in his fights, even if they were recorded. 2 to 1. And she has 2 powers. "We still don't know the extent of the second," the young mutant muttered, analyzing his enemy. She was a little shorter than him. Her body was toned, probably flexible. And she had 2 mutant powers, one of which was her own, and the other he didn't know about. This will be complicated. Genesis lunged forward, only to be intercepted by Taskmaster blocking her path with his shield, pushing her back. They both split up as Naruto fell between them, attempting to slit the clone's throat as Masters appeared over the Uzumaki's shoulder, firing at his enemy. Genesis swung her hand and slashed through the bullets with her telekinetic sword, lunging at Naruto and piercing Weapon X's chest with her claws. Naruto spat out blood, grabbing his clone's arm firmly, pulling her closer to him, giving her a bloody grin as he used his claws to slice through the clone's forearm. One move, God. Brack. Genesis severed her own arm with the psychic energy sword, kicking the Uzumaki's chest and sending him slamming into the wall, the teen's arm still piercing his own chest. Naruto growled through gritted teeth, withdrawing his claws from his enemy, feeling the wound closing. "I hated clones." He tossed his severed arm aside, began to stand up and climb out of the hole in the wall. He felt like shards of concrete had stuck to his skin, piercing through the epidermis itself and causing slight bleeding. It was nothing his extremely strong regeneration factor couldn't overcome. He wiped the blood from his chin with the back of his hand, stamping heavily on the floor. Only fragments remained of the tattered undershirt he'd been wearing in there. He'd ripped it from his body with a vicious yank, revealing his shapely torso, completely drenched in the dried blood that indicated he'd fought and been wounded. But there was no scar on his skin. He smiled wildly. "I'm going to crush you, you little shit." She leaped forward, claws bared. Genesis tossed Masters aside and blocked X9's slash with her psychic energy sword, being pushed back by her enemy's super strength. Naruto stomped down and twisted his torso, grabbing his enemy's arm and impaling it with his claws, throwing Genesis against the ground in a fast and strong hold, shattering the ground itself and making the girl's back seem to vibrate. He raised his foot and attempted to snap his neck. Using his right hand, Genesis blocked the blow against his head, feeling the muscle fibers begin to give way, regenerating almost instantly as Naruto used all his strength. Struggling, Genesis threw off her enemy and leaped away, moving away from Masters and Naruto, standing about 10 meters away from them. She watched them from behind her dark helmet, trying to understand their movements to defeat them. Something Masters had been analyzing for minutes, and now she understood the mutant clone's patterns, clinging to her sword and shield. A snort escaped the blue-eyed mutant's lips, revealing his blood-stained claws. He even bared his teeth slightly, like a wild animal, probably a wolf or a canine. Both sides knew what they had to lose. "This is taking time," Masters declared, looking at the watch on his wrist. "This could come down at any moment, kid." "That's something I already know." Genesis launched herself at the two, now displaying an arm made of psychic energy with which she attacked both of them. Naruto jumped back, and Masters jumped to the side. Crack. The arm shattered the ground. The girl closed her psychic fingers, grabbing a piece of concrete and spinning to throw it at the Uzumaki. He swung his claws, slicing through the piece of ground thrown at him, opening his eyes as Genesis was about to run her sword through him. Plank. Tap. Masters slammed the shield down on Genesis, turning it back on him like Captain America himself, pointing his sword at the girl and scowling at her. For just a second, he almost couldn't read her movements. But then again, only Deadpool was a nuisance at that point. "Let's finish it and get out of here." Boom. Crack. The 3 fighters turned their attention to the ceiling, watching as it crumbled, sending chunks tumbling to the ground. Naruto opened his eyes, watching as figures fell, one of them taking on the face of an abomination, slightly annoyed at being forced to fight. Ham. Masters and Naruto covered their eyes as Genesis watched, completely impassive. Over the Hulk clone, Jessica Jones showed a face slightly stained with blood, her lips pursed, her brow furrowed in rising anger. Whiskers. Deadpool threw himself at Naruto, hugging him tightly, forcing the blonde mutant to growl and try to get rid of his brother with an angry movement. "We finally found him," Domino declared, removing the katanas from the body of an Omega clone, wiping the blood off the clone's own suit. Masters moved his head toward the control room, his eyes searching for Wyndham. "We should finish this," the serious Daredevil said, looking directly at Genesis. "But first get off me. This is just one more time, I'm helping out," Abomination growled. Jones and Drew jumped off the villain's body and he stood up, releasing 2 more clones, completely torn to pieces. "Heh. I love this. The kid really brought me some fun." The rescue team, including Abomination himself, now saw Masters standing next to Naruto and a Deadpool who was very attached to his younger brother. Jessica Jones smiled slightly, finally having found her little brother. Daredevil showed nothing more than an imperceptible smile. Domino smiled widely. And Jessica Drew looked sadly at Naruto. "Good. Now that everyone has appeared on my board," a distorted voice stopped the chatter. A figure appeared in the control room wearing a strange magenta or deep red and gray armor, indicating it was made of some kind of metal. "It's time for you to meet the mastermind behind this. The High Evolutionary. Congratulations, dear intruders. Now, it's just time for you to die. I am Weapon X." He had left behind all traces of humanity. All emotionally driven thoughts were completely lost in his mind. He was the High Evolutionary. He sought to create the perfect race, to achieve the most perfect DNA in the universe, if possible. Any other human thoughts had no place in his mind. Not now that he had fully realized his own mind. The work he had done with Nathaniel Eshex's studies had helped him reach that point in the human evolutionary chain. He had mental powers. He managed to build a powerful suit of armor. He manipulated energy. He wasn't the most powerful or intelligent being in the entire universe. But within the Earth itself, he could manipulate any human insect that crossed his path. He turned his attention to the guests in his facility, staring directly at Hydra's Weapon X. He couldn't waste any more time in that place. He'd taken everything he needed and his next stop was far from Earth. He wouldn't be dealing with the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. He had to take his plans as they were in his mind. Letting one mistake ruin everything wasn't in his plans. He moved his hand, shifting the pieces of concrete with his telekinetic powers, focusing his eyes solely on the subject that interested him. Uzumaki Naruto, Weapon X. That mutant had an uncertain DNA and X gene, too strange for him to understand. Constantly evolving, improving. He would kill him before he became a real nuisance to him and his plans. He had it in his head. He felt that that boy would eventually destroy everything he had built in the future. Killing him here and now was the only thing he could do to ensure a better future than the one he saw before his eyes with that boy fully alive. The High Evolutionary pointed his arm at the enemies. He concentrated his energy as he felt their eyes. He could see the hatred in the boy's blue eyes. It was all so funny. Floosh. Unleashing his energy, he swept away all his enemies, destroying the ground in the process, while still remaining completely calm there, 10 meters away from the small rescuers. He moved his left arm and brought them down, using telekinesis to tear off a piece of the ceiling to crush those insects. He would leave them completely dead, without moving. Crack. Contradicting the villain's thoughts, Abomination didn't really plan on being defeated by that armored guy who just threw things and used energy waves. He smashed the chunk of concrete falling on them and grabbed a piece and threw it at the High Evolutionary, hoping to crush him with a rock. Genesis formed an energy sword with her one arm, slicing through the rock hurtling toward her master. It caught Jessica Jones' direct punch, slamming into the wall behind the brilliant geneticist. The High Evolutionary grinned beneath his helmet, deflecting Jones' arm and shoving her back with his mental power, pinning her to the ground. He looked up, seeing a shield marching toward him. Dan. The High Evolutionary caught the mercenary's shield and moved it, thus blocking Domino's shots, throwing the shield at Drew while grabbing Daredevil's staff, hitting and slamming Deadpool into the ground, impaling his head with the same deployable staff, leaving him pinned to the ground while his eyes focused again on Drew. The Spider Girl had thrown a jerry can at him with the clear intention of blowing it up. She was as naive as a little girl. Swing. He opened his eyes as the canister was sliced open, exploding, forcing him to squint behind his helmet, flinching slightly. He swung his arm and tried to control the flames. But Weapon X hit him with a crushing fist, even denting his helmet and smashing it into the ground. Panting slightly, Uzumaki Naruto dripped blood from his raw knuckles, revealing the adamantium bone that formed it beneath the skin, lying on top of the geneticist. "I'm going to tear you apart, old man." There it was. Icy eyes. Savage. Dark smile. Claws dripping with blood that wasn't his own. The High Evolutionary stared in awe at the figure of Uzumaki Naruto. No, it wasn't even X9. He was Weapon X. He smiled beneath the dented helmet, feeling the blood trickling down his temple. There he was. Hydra's weapon. The ultimate mutant. He slowly turned around and using his left arm began to sit up, laughing softly. Naruto raised an eyebrow, growling gutturally at his enemy's laughter. You are finally the beast Whitehall desired, the one that would take on Hydra itself from the inside out. Your mutant perfection. He stumbled back, feeling his head seem to go. That crushing punch packed a lot more power thanks to the adamantium and the super strength given by his super soldier genes. All of it together truly made a beast when X9 truly desired it. Too bad you want to be on the wrong side here. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists. He could hear a few more explosions. The entire complex would probably be gone in a few minutes and they might be completely buried. Still, few people were going to die there, except for his team if Emil really did his job as the team's tank. Almost as if they were players in an RPG or something similar. How he knew that didn't even matter. He faced a High Evolutionary, grabbing the villain by the face and slamming old Halbert Wyndham against the wall. He was about to open that case and rip his head off. He really would, enjoying it too much if he was honest. He hated shedding blood unnecessarily. And Halbert Wyndham's was completely necessary. He had a feeling that man could bring trouble to his home in the future. And he didn't want the earth to be brought to ruin by the madness of an old bastard like Halbert Wyndham. Shut your mouth, he barked, even going so far as to spit on the High Evolutionary, staining the villain's helmet with his saliva. I swear I'm going to get rid of this armor and slowly dismember you, watching your pain-filled eyes as you open them wide, unable to believe anyone could cause you so much pain. I'm going to tear you apart until not even your mother recognizes you, Halbert. The High Evolutionary spat some blood into his helmet, laughing softly at the cruel gory words of a genetically engineered mutant. He was so wonderful. He could simply admire the beautiful mutant figure of that boy. X9, ninth in his class, the only one alive from the entire project that Whitehall had dusted off and used to create the perfect weapon for Hydra. But that perfect weapon was already loyal to someone. He could see it in his eyes. Not even he could change that. Weapon X was being loyal to himself, to what he truly seemed to appreciate and love. It was all wonderful. In less than a year, that genetic project had fully reached the maturity, both physically and emotionally, of an adult, even surpassing the adults themselves and taking the reins of his life. He wasn't controlled. He wasn't guided by anyone. He was doing what he wanted and what he loved. He was fighting against his enemies because they wanted to take away everything he had achieved. The High Evolutionary understood that this mutant, this young hybrid they had created by taking the genes of the best humans and the previous Weapon X, had achieved everything that a normal person would take years to achieve. He would not give in. He would not give in. Dominating him and blackmailing him would be impossible. He had the power to kill those who harmed his loved ones. Definitely, this mutant was the best Weapon X that Whitehall could have thought of or that anyone could have even wished for. Uzumaki Naruto was perfection among mutants. He did not have overwhelming power, but his constant evolutionary gene definitely made him better every second. His regeneration seemed to be slowly improving. His claws even seemed sharper, as if the adamantium had been absorbed into his DNA, improving the boy's own genetics. The High Evolutionary had finally understood. A soft laugh escaped his lips, muffled by his helmet. It was impossible to defeat someone who was constantly evolving. Stopping the X9 using only copies would be something he couldn't achieve. He had tried to recreate everything Uzumaki Naruto possessed. But recreating what Uzumaki Naruto was, simply a mortal wouldn't achieve it. And he was mortal. Their words are cruel, X9. But they come from a heart that doesn't understand the world. Do you understand, Uzumaki Naruto? You've been nothing but an experiment in the wrong hands. You're perfect, but not thanks to anyone. The High Evolutionary looked directly into those bluer eyes. A beautiful blue that reminded him of freedom, of the sky. But ever since that man gave him that data to take humans to a high position, he had been locked up like a bird in a cage, and he was only free at that moment. When he took his identity as a High Evolutionary and when he saw the eyes of the perfect mutant of the weapon that someone like him would crave. He took a deep breath. The important thing was to get out of that place and try again eventually. But you seem to have thrown off the chains that Hydra had imposed on you. I must congratulate you on that, kid. No, you're not a child. Your body looks older than 15. Your mind is perfectly adult. Your age certainly doesn't match how old you look. Naruto. You're amazing. Don't buck with me, Naruto pushed Halbert against the wall, showing him his claws. I'm going to gut you. That would be truly encouraging. Boy High Evolutionary took the mutant's wrist, causing Naruto to open his eyes slightly, feeling how his enemy's energy began to repel him. But I still have things to do for the universe. Ham. Crack. He let a pitiful moan escape his throat. It felt like his back had slammed against the wall, and he could feel his bones and internal organs shifting from the movement. He almost threw up. He felt the bile rising in his mouth, almost escaping. Naruto looked ahead. The High Evolutionary was still pointing his arm at him, as if he was going to close it and squish him like a ball of paper. Oh, he wouldn't do that. He slowly left the crater, feeling the debris clinging to his skin, being pushed out, and the wounds were really beginning to heal, leaving not even a trace but the blood itself. He took a step forward. Hair lightly covered his sharp eyes. Teeth bared in a savage, slightly angry grimace directed at his enemy. It was a beast. It was Weapon X. Brack. Like a true Hulk clone, Abomination ripped Genesis in two, leaving blood lightly staining him, which didn't bother him. The other heroes showed slight stains, either from their own wounds or from other clones or Hydra agents. What they were all really showing was fatigue. Even Abomination seemed to want to completely get rid of this situation once and for all, and return to his comfortable cell. Taskmaster would simply erase all traces of that place. He wouldn't leave anything to link him. That was his job, after all. Crash. Boom. Froosh. Each of the heroes and anti-heroes who formed the team against the High Evolutionary covered their faces with an arm, watching as the building finally began to collapse and a strange ship began to rise, carrying the former Halbert Wyndham with it. That strange scientist and genetics lover smiled behind his helmet. The High Evolutionary let his human feelings overwhelm him for the last time. He was completely happy. That was a beginning for him and the end of the fall of Hydra, although Daniel Whitehall didn't seem to foresee it. However, the High Evolutionary had already foreseen it since he teamed up with the old man and his Nazi organization, stagnant in the World War. You son of a bitch. Deadpool pointed at the ship that was beginning to emerge, forcing the team to move and avoid being crushed by the falling fragments. That bastard tricked us. Daredevil frowned. Abomination just snorted. Domino put away his katanas. Jessica Jones dusted her clothes. Jessica Drew spat to the side, truly annoyed by this. Taskmaster shook his head. Crump. Naruto gritted his teeth, clenching them into fists. Veins began to pop out on his arms. This had really bothered him. The High Evolutionary would be a nuisance in the future, and he couldn't disagree with that hunch. He'd been their plaything for a while, but Hydra no longer had control over him. He could just go back to his parents and be a normal mutant teenager. But he was Weapon X. He should take on the role of it and train for whatever the world had in store for him. Everything is so annoying. Soy Uzumaki Naruto. Fire. He watched the fire crackle, rising into the sky, creating that dark layer of smoke that seemed to have made the sky even darker, much darker than just a storm, than a snowfall the next day. His enhanced nose captured every scent in that place. The blood. The sweat. The gunpowder. Not a single nuance escaped him. Everything was entering his animal sense of smell, like that of a trained wild dog. He was guided by his instincts. Blue eyes stared at the destruction, the gaping hole left above them as the rain poured down on them, soaking them. He felt his usually messy hair, completely straight, stick to his forehead, falling over his eyes as they gazed up at the sky. A sky that was now taking on meaning for him. He was 14 years old. He had lived locked in those walls for most of his time, trapped in a capsule, unaware of what he was who he was. Now he had consciousness. He could think for himself fully. He couldn't let go of that feeling of freedom, of being able to feel the air brushing his face while being watched without being seen as a weapon, being a normal teenager. Going to school. Going out with girls. Being scolded by his mother. Being able to train with his father. Simple things that all normal boys had experienced, but which he had been deprived of since birth and which he unconsciously dreamed about every night, locked in his dark, damp room. He was beautiful. His mother. His father. They were both wonderful. He was a killer. He'd killed thousands of people. He could feel the blood trickling down his fingers. He could feel the liquid caressing his claws. They were still splayed from his fight with Herbert Wyndham. That bastard had escaped that place with all the data on Hydra's precious Project X. No one could do anything. He escaped, and they had only postponed the High Evolutionary's plans for Earth, his desire to create a superior race. He took a deep breath. He relaxed every muscle in his body. He lowered his face, feeling the water running down his face and down his bare torso, lightly covered by tattered shreds of fabric. A pair of tattered jeans was all he had to wear. Sobs. The claws disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes for a few seconds, breathing only through his nose, showing how the mist formed in the cold air. He liked the water. The rain dissolved his dark thoughts and allowed him to see a brighter world. Or at least enough that his eyes could see. The abomination bastard has escaped. Wade Wilson had declared in a booming voice, showing his slightly torn suit and pointing at an abomination walking towards the exit, escaping from them. Heroes. Villains. All the truces had vanished as soon as the High Evolutionary had left the conflict zone, leaving them to bear the brunt of all the destruction and all the deaths. It was clear that Abomination would eventually escape from that place, and he was surprised the Tony Masters hadn't fled the scene. Wait. Calm down, Nina Thurman demanded, glaring at her fellow mutant, who kept waving signs with arrows, pointing at Emil Blonsky as he ran toward the exit, climbing a section of ceiling that had transformed into a ramp. Wade, he cleared his throat. He didn't take his eyes off the spot where Halbert Wyndham had disappeared in his spaceship. Naruto was really pissed off. That hadn't been part of his or anyone else's plans. Building a spaceship to escape into space. No, it was really ridiculous to think that was a backup plan. Would you stop your choreography? Annoying. Oh. You remind me of a certain pesky badger. Even his sulking badger cub Deadpool nailed the signs. They were lighting up now, never leaving the direction Abomination had left, like it was an emergency exit. You're looking more and more like your hexy mother. Wade. What? No one seems to want to talk about anything. It's better to break the ice created by the escape of an old invalid turned into a cheap Iron Man knockoff. Naruto snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. But he showed a weak smile that was imperceptible to the others. Even Drew, who was closest, couldn't see that small smile. He was starting to feel comfortable around people. Mostly, he could stand Wade Wilson and Domino. Both of them could sometimes give him a severe headache. It was annoying. And now? The police will undoubtedly form a cordon and the Avengers are about to arrive. He placed the shield on his back and sheathed his sword. Tony Masters understood his situation all too well. Mercenary. Soldier for hire. Used by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, as well as other mercenary and assassin organizations. He wasn't on the Avengers' good side after that move a few months ago, and because of his history with Black Widow and that blonde-haired archer. It's not like he really cared that much about that guy, either. I really don't want to deal with reporters, Jessica Jones declared clearly, walking over the rubble and placing a hand on her younger brother's, giving him a smile. He just smiled back, his lips curling slightly. Can you get from here to your house? If by house you mean a billionaire's tower, yes. Stark Tower is easy to find. It's called Avenger Tower now, Deadpool shouted from across the room, among the rubble. It's not like they really cared what the behexual, schizophrenic mutant might say. It was much easier to stay sane. I won't be around much longer, Daredevil declared in his calm voice. The devil from hell folded his battle staff and separated it into two parts, placing them on his belt. I'm going to leave. I doubt any Hydra troops will show up and being the center of attention isn't really my style. The fearless boy is afraid of cameras, Jones decided to mock his companion. Daredevil just snorted at that. The sound of vehicles began to fill the place. Fire sirens. Police. Ambulances. Naruto felt his ears pounding, filled with those sounds. Soon the whole place would be filled with people. They weren't far from civilization, especially. Hydra had made a mistake with that. I'm leaving, Jones took Daredevil's arm. I'm taking this one. Naruto. Yes. See you next time. He didn't turn around. He closed his eyes, feeling the absence of Jessica Jones' hand. He heard the footsteps of both defenders fleeing the scene. He also heard Nina grab Wade by the neck and drag him away without looking back. There was no goodbye. No goodbye was needed. He knew he would see them again at some point in his life. Maybe sooner rather than later. Naruto. Shaky. That's how she felt. Shaky. Nervous. She wore a green combat suit, her uniform as a Rachin. She would take off her gloves. She would bite her nails. She really would. She would take them and eat them like seeds. She would swallow them in front of Weapon X, no, in front of Uzumaki Naruto. She couldn't breathe properly. She hadn't been a good person. A good friend. She had sold Naruto out. She had used pheromones on him. And she had done it to control him because of Halbert Wyndham's words. She only went by them. Jessica. Slow. Barely audible. He didn't recognize that soft voice, so unanimal like it used to be. He closed his eyes tightly. He clenched his fists. He relaxed his body as he exhaled through his nose. He was huffing and puffing. Me too. Jessica Drew swallowed. She stroked his arm as she looked at that slightly broad, strong back, like that of a truly well-built man. It wasn't the body of a normal human. At least not one at that age. If you're going to say something, say it now, he asked calmly. He could smell the titanium scent of Tony Stark's armor. They weren't too far away. At least, that self-centered billionaire. Soon he'd have him in front of him, wrapped in that armor of his. I'm sorry, Naruto. Flat. With almost no emotion. Jessica Drew turned her back on Uzumaki Naruto, staring in Taskmaster's direction. The master mercenary would remain in position. Waiting. This would be Drew's escape from that war zone. He wouldn't leave without her, just as Naruto wouldn't leave that place alone. No response. Jessica began to walk away toward Masters, and Naruto remained silent, now staring at the figure of Iron Man above his head. If the mercenary and the spider didn't disappear, they would be taken by the Avengers. Froash. Whoosh. Naruto stared at the nearly 2-meter-tall Iron Man. The Avenger raised his head. With two blue headlights, the Stark Industries magnate looked directly at him as he stood up. Seconds later, a Quinjet had appeared in the dark sky. He didn't need to know who was inside. "Hey, copy of a cap but without a shield," Tony lightened the mood with his light voice, trying to let go of his momentary hatred for the boy. He'd been controlled, used to destroy his company. But he couldn't hate the boy. It would create unnecessary tension with his parents, and he truly valued his life. Dealing with Natasha Romanoff certainly wouldn't be easy if he locked his son in a maximum security prison, surrounded by chains and a muzzle. It was a happy image that would never come true. Did you throw a party and now you've been caught red-handed? With a slight hiss, the mask fell back, revealing the face of a weary Tony Stark, the most important man in New York and the most important arms dealer in recent decades. He wasn't a genius for nothing. No. Tony snorted freely as the Quinjet landed behind him, the ramp opening almost instantly. As it lightly touched the ground, a woman rushed out from inside the vehicle, passing the business magnate in seconds, and threw herself at Naruto, wrapping her arms around the young man, forced to stand up slightly due to his height and body. But she didn't care too much. He was her son. She wanted to feel him in her arms. She wanted to hold him completely and never let go. He remained still. He remained completely still, not moving a single strand of muscle, not even blinking. His arms were at his sides, unmoving. He should hold her. He should. But he couldn't. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut. He felt water running down his cheeks, and somehow he detected that they were genuine tears, not raindrops. Was he crying? In his mind, that possibility was as remote as the feeling he was feeling. Was that love for a loved one? Affection? He didn't know, because his mind had always been preoccupied with blood and death recently. Those were his goals throughout the day, the thoughts he went to sleep with. He opened his eyes when a hand was placed on his shoulder. He was tall, but the man in front of him was slightly taller than him. Knowing how the boy was feeling, Steve could only give his son a slight smile, trying to make sure the boy didn't feel too pressured. "This is too emotional." A handkerchief. "Fuck you," the lethal woman hissed, hugging her son even tighter. Naruto then responded and hugged his mother back, grabbing her by the waist and burying his face in her neck. "You see? Emotional. You're no good, Tony," Bruce declared from the Quinjet, watching Natasha and her son. "Leave them alone. I don't like emotional things." "You either have no feeling or it's in your ass," the blonde replied, raising his blue eyes. Tony gave a light laugh at the boy's response. Naruto took his mother by the shoulders and pulled her away from him. "I'm really sorry. But I had to do it." She didn't respond. Natasha Romanoff remained silent for a few seconds, using her green eyes to look at her son. Was he her son? She had doubts, but the DNA traces had confirmed the latter. That boy with powers was her son, her only son, and the last she would ever have. Losing him would be a crushing blow for her and Steve. It would hurt too much if he lost it. Seeing what his mother was thinking, he clasped his hands around her, snapping her out of her dire thoughts. He stretched his lips and gave a slight smile. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. And I'm home, Mom. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.